Preface of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. An Outline Narrative. Tracing briefly the causes, connections, and consequences of the great events. Age of Elizabeth and Philip II. Charles F. Horne. Philip II succeeded his father Charles V on the throne of Spain. The vast extent of his domains, the absoluteness of his authority, and above all, the enormous wealth that poured into his coffers from the Spanish conquests in America, made him the most powerful monarch of his time, the central figure of the age. It was largely because of Philip's personal character that the great religious struggle of the Reformation entered upon a new phase, became far more sinister, more black and deadly, extended over all Europe, and bathed the civilized world in blood. England stood forth as the center of opposition against Philip, and under the unwilling leadership of Elizabeth entered on its epic period of heroism, was stimulated to that remarkable outburst of energy and intellect and power which we call the Elizabethan Age. Philip, with a tenacity of purpose from which no fortune, good or bad, could lure him for a moment, pursued two objects throughout his reign, 1555 to 1598. The reestablishment of Catholicism over all Europe, and the extension so far as might be of his own personal authority. If we consider his personal ambition, we must count his reign a failure, for at his death his country had already fallen from its foremost rank in Europe and started on that process of decay which in later centuries has become so marked. If, however, we look to Philip's religious purpose, it is undeniable that during his reign Catholicism revived. Philip II, the Jesuits, the Council of Trent, these three were the powers by means of which the Roman Church beat back its foes, saved itself from what for a time had seemed a threatened extinction, and so far reestablished its power that for over a century it appeared not improbable that Philip's purpose of reuniting Europe might be accomplished. Before the beginning of this reactionary wave, the North had become wholly Protestant. It has been estimated that 9/10 of the people of Germany were of the new faith. Half the population of France had adopted it. Even in Italy, protest and disbelief were widespread and active. Only in Spain did the Inquisition, with firmest cruelty, trample down each vestige of revolt. Spain and Great Britain. The Inquisition was established in Italy, which, as we have seen, was really a Spanish possession. It was introduced into the Netherlands by Charles V, 1550, but remained feebly merciful there until Philip, to whom we must at least give the credit of having been a sincere fanatic, insisted on its rigorous enforcement. Over England also Philip sought to extend his hand. There the eagerly Protestant Edward VI had died in 1553, and his Catholic sister Mary succeeded to the throne. Philip was wedded to her in 1554, even before he became King of Spain, and both he and she did their utmost to restore the kingdom to the Roman faith. So many Protestants were burned at the stake that England remembers the Queen as Bloody Mary, and so recklessly did she antagonize the spirit of her people that even her husband counseled her to a caution which she despised. He had no love for his cold, pale, embittered English wife, except as an instrument in his policy, and when he found that it was impossible for him, as her husband, to become King of England, he practically abandoned her and returned to Spain. When his father's abdication gave him power in 1555, Philip's first active movement was against France. He sought to avenge his father's loss of Metz, and persuaded his English wife to join him in war against young Henry II. With his splendid Spanish troops, Philip won a great victory at St. Quentin. "Has he yet taken Paris?" cried his father eagerly when the news reached his secluded monastery. But Philip had not. He had erred from over-caution and given France time to recover. Two able generals, the great Protestant leader Coligny and the dashing Catholic hero of Metz, Francis of Guise, held the Spaniards in check. Guise even seized Calais, and so snatched from England her last territory in France, 1558. Its loss filled full the measure of poor Mary's unpopularity with her subjects, and also of her own unhappiness. She had sacrificed everything for love of a husband who had no love for her. She died the same year. "They will find Calais," she said, "engraven on my heart." Her Protestant sister, Elizabeth, daughter of Anne Boleyn, succeeded to the throne, and England, with a cry of relief, threw off the hated Spanish alliance. She was free again. Free, but in infinite danger. The Catholic Pope and Catholic Philip, remembering that the divorce under which Henry VIII married Anne Boleyn had never been admitted by the Church, declared Elizabeth illegitimate, and pointed to her cousin, Mary Stuart of Scotland, as the lawful ruler of England. Mary had been married to the French Prince Francis II, who at this moment succeeded his father, Henry II, as King of France. Here was a chance indeed for Spain and France and Scotland, all three to unite against Elizabeth and place a second Catholic Mary on England's throne. Many Englishmen themselves were still Catholic, and might easily have been persuaded to approve the change. That Elizabeth, by her cool and cunning diplomacy, managed to evade the threatened danger, has ever been held as little short of providential by the Protestants of the world. In truth, however, each of the powers which might have assailed Elizabeth had religious difficulties of its own to encounter. In Scotland there was civil war. The Protestant faith had been slow of introduction there, but under the leadership of John Knox it had become at length supreme. The regent, mother of the young queen, Mary Stuart, had French troops to aid her against the reformers, but had been compelled to yield to their demands. When Queen Mary herself returned to rule Scotland, after the death of her French husband, King Francis, she found her path anything but easy. A sovereign of one faith and a nation of another had not yet learned to endure each other, and there were queer doings in Scotland. Wild nobles running off with the queen, wilder fanatics lecturing at her in her own court, her French favorite assassinated, a new husband, a Scotch one, sent the same dark road, more civil war, imprisonments, romantic escapes. It ended in Mary's secret flight to England. She who had so nearly marched into the land a conqueror, entered it a fugitive supplicating Elizabeth's protection. The remainder of her life she passed in an English prison, and 18 years later was executed on an only half proven charge of conspiring against the rival who had kept her in such dreary durance. Let us not, however, judge Elizabeth too harshly. In reading only English history, we are apt to do so, to fail in realizing the atmosphere that surrounded her, the spirit of the age throughout Europe. Statecraft, which had been grasping under Charles V and false under Francis I, seemed now to have adopted fully the maxims of Machiavelli, and pursued its ends by means wholly base, by subtle treacheries, secret murders, and open massacre. The gloomy spirit of Philip II hung like blackest night over all the world. He hesitated at no crime which should advance his purposes. Where he might strike, no man knew until the blow had fallen. His dark secrecy and enormous power weighed as a nightmare upon the imaginations of men. We enter an age of plots. Elizabeth was unquestionably surrounded by them, and where so many existed, 1,000 more were naturally suspected, leading on all sides to counterplots. Scotland had seen several assassinations. England guarded herself desperately against them. France, nearest to Spain's borders, suffered worst of all. 5 times in succession did the chief leader of the state fall by sudden murder. In some of these crimes Philip had no part. In others he was plainly implicated. Religious Wars of France. The early and unexpected death of Henry II of France, 1559, had left the throne to one after another of his young and feeble sons. The first of these, Francis II, the husband of Mary Stuart, ruled only a year. He was completely under the control of the great Catholic family, the Guises, who began a vigorous attempt to suppress the Protestants of France, the Huguenots as they were called. But these Huguenots included many of the highest and ablest of the French nobility, and did not yield easily to suppression. Francis II died, and the Queen Mother, Catherine de' Medici, became regent of her second son, Charles IX. At first Catherine feared the power of the Guises and encouraged the Huguenots, but Philip of Spain interfered here as everywhere in the Catholic behalf. A civil war broke out in 1562, and for over a generation France, divided against herself, became the theater of repeated conflicts and savage massacres. She had no thought to give to other lands. The first of her chiefs to be assassinated was Francis of Guise, the great Catholic leader and general, shot by a Huguenot. Next, the Catholics attempted the murder of Coligny. They failed at first, and Catherine de' Medici, who by this time had embraced fully the Catholic cause, planned the awful massacre of St. Bartholomew, 1572. A marriage was arranged between the highest Huguenot in rank, the young Prince Henry of Navarre, and a royal princess. This was supposed to mark the amicable ending of all disputes, and the chief Huguenots gathered gladly to Paris for the ceremony. Suddenly an army of assassins were let loose on them. Young Henry was spared, but Coligny and more than 20,000 Huguenots were slain. The massacre spread over all France. The Protestants rallied, stern and desperate, for defense and for revenge. The civil war was resumed again and again, with false peaces patched in between. Philip might well triumph at the utter anarchy into which he had helped to throw the kingdom which had been his father's rival. The feeble French king, Charles IX, died in remorse and madness, it is said, for having permitted the great massacre. Henry III, last of the sons of Catherine, ascended the throne, and was also guided by the dark genius of his Italian mother. He found the new Duke of Guise, head of the Catholic party, far more powerful than he, so caused his assassination. That roused the Catholics to war on the king. The Huguenots were also in arms under Henry of Navarre. There were now three parties to the strife. Queen Catherine died, worn out and despairing. King Henry was murdered in his turn, and with him perished the direct line of the royal house. Henry of Navarre was the nearest heir to the throne. Of course the Catholics would not consent to be ruled by this champion of the Huguenots, so again the strife went on. Henry proved himself a dashing and heroic leader, winning splendid battles. Spanish forces invaded the country, and he beat them too. Though Protestant, he was recognized even by his foes as the national hero. At last he took that much debated resolve, than which was never act more statesmanly. He became a Catholic. His opponents gladly laid down their arms. Even fanatic Paris hailed him with extravagant delight. In 1598 he proclaimed the Edict of Nantes, granting safety and religious freedom to his former comrades, the Huguenots. The religious wars of France ended. The wisdom and power of one man had healed what seemed a hopeless confusion. Under this great monarch, Henry IV, France resumed her former place of power in Europe. Her chief began planning grim revenge on Spain for all her injuries, and then he too fell by the assassin's knife. 1610. Revolt of the Netherlands. We have traced the French tumults to the end of the present period. Let us go back to see why, with his chief foe so helpless, Philip II accomplished no more in extending his own power. It is one of the most amazing tales in history. Where he had thought himself most secure, there he failed. The foe which had seemed most helpless proved his undoing. He had insisted on the enforcement of the Inquisition in the Netherlands. It is said that 30,000 people perished there in its flames. Yet even with 30,000 of their bravest gone, the Protestants refused submission. Gradually the temper of the oppressed people grew more and more bitter, till in 1566 they flared into open revolt. The beggars, they were contemptuously called by the Spaniards, and they adopted the name as a badge of honor. Penniless, helpless they might be, yet they would fight. The cruel Alva was sent by Philip to suppress them, and for 6 years, 1567 to 1573, his savagery and that of his brutal Spanish soldiers made the Netherlands a theater of horror and of heroism. The revolt in the southern provinces, now Belgium, was finally put down. The inhabitants there were mostly Catholics, and their strife was only against the general despotism and cruelty of Spain. But the North would never yield. The terrific siege of Leyden, with its accompanying horrors of starvation and defiance, is world famed. In 1581, Holland finally proclaimed its complete independence of Spain. At enormous expense and waste of his American treasure, Philip II continued to pour troops and troops into the rebellious provinces. Their leader throughout had been the highest of their nobles, William of Orange, called the Silent. Philip openly proclaimed an enormous reward to the man who could reach and assassinate this obstacle in his path, and at last, after repeated attempts, the reward was earned, 1584. The fall of William ended all chance of the union of the northern and southern provinces. He had been the only man all trusted. But Holland, under his son Maurice, continued the strife even more bitterly. No sacrifice was too great for the heroic Dutch. Spain was exhausted at last. Philip II died a disappointed man. His son, Philip III, in 1609, consented sullenly to a truce. Peace he would not call it, and it was many years before Spain formally acknowledged the independence of her defiant provinces. Successes of Philip. Philip II had met also an even heavier defeat from Protestant England. But before speaking of this, let us look to his few successes. In 1580 he added Portugal to his dominions, and so, temporarily at least, united the entire Spanish peninsula as one state. This gave him control over the vast Portuguese colonial possessions and over the rich trade with India and the isles beyond. Australia was probably touched more than once by his ships, though not definitely discovered until 1606. It was under Philip that in 1564 the Spaniards extended their American settlements northward and founded St. Augustine, the first town within the present mainland of the United States. The French had attempted to plant a colony even earlier. At the first outbreak of their civil wars, some Huguenots had fled from persecution to the coast of Florida, 1562. The Spaniards regarded this as an encroachment on their territories. Moreover, the intruders were heretics. They were attacked and massacred. It was partly to keep further Frenchmen off the coast that St. Augustine was founded. An even more important triumph came to Philip in 1571, when his ships, united with those of Venice and other states, gained a great naval victory over the Turks. The Battle of Lepanto stands among the turning points of history. It marks the checking of the Turkish power which for over 2 centuries had been rising steadily against Europe. Lepanto crushed the naval supremacy which the followers of Mohammed had more than once asserted over the Mediterranean. For another century and more they remained formidable on land, but at sea they never recovered their ascendancy. At Lepanto, as a common soldier, fought Miguel de Cervantes, a Spaniard, who, toward the close of a roving life, settled down to literature in his native land, and after Philip's death wrote what was in many ways a satire upon that monarch's rule in Spain. Cervantes' Don Quixote altered the taste of the whole literary world. Its influence spread from Spain to France and all over Europe. It was the death song of ancient chivalry, the first book since the days of Dante to alter markedly the literary thought of man. Of the world farther eastward during this period we need say little. The fortunes of Germany, luckily for herself, had been separated from those of Spain at the abdication of Charles V. The Habsburg possessions in Austria had been bequeathed to his brother Ferdinand, and both Ferdinand and his next successor, as Emperor of Germany, abided by the conditions of that remarkable religious peace of Augsburg, which had allowed every prince to settle the religion of his own domains. Although themselves Catholic, the emperors were not strict in enforcing Catholicism, even in their own Austrian domains. They reserved all their effort for the struggle against the Turks. Disputes between the leaders of the differing faiths did of course occur, but none reached an active stage until a later generation. Sweden rose greatly in importance. Poland declined. Russia was almost conquered by one or the other, a prey, like France, to civil wars. Yet some Cossacks in her service, wandering plunderers really, invaded Siberia, defeated the few scattered Tartar tribes, and annexed the entire waste of northern Asia to the Russian crown. Never again was this to be a secretly growing, unknown world from which vast hordes might suddenly burst forth on Europe. The Elizabethan Age. Turn now to England, emerging at last from the exhaustion of the Wars of the Roses to assert her place among the great powers of the world. Philip and Elizabeth, restrained by other anxieties, might maintain a hollow peace at home. They could not control the rising spirits of the English nation. English sailors, the most daring in the world, penetrated all seas. Spanish and Portuguese ships had been almost everywhere before them. The North was still half a century behind the South in progress. Yet the difference is worth noting. On the Southern ships a few gallant aristocratic leaders headed a crowd of trembling peasants, ever begging to be taken home, sometimes mutinying through very frenzy of fear. On England's ships each sailor was as stubborn and dauntless as his chief, differing from him only in the intellect to command. Such men as these were little like to accept Spanish claims to all the wealth of all the new lands of the world. They cruised at will and fought the Spaniards successfully wherever found. Frobisher began the long and dreary search for the Northwest Passage by which the northern countries of Europe might send ships to round America and reach Asia as Magellan had done to southward. Gilbert raised his country's standard over Newfoundland, England's first clearly established possession beyond seas. The memory of the Cabot's voyages was revived, and in their name England claimed the North American coast. Sir Walter Raleigh attempted to plant a colony and call the new land Virginia in honor of the Virgin Queen. To Drake, greatest of all these wild adventurers, was it left to embroil his country utterly with Spain. He followed Magellan in circumnavigating the globe, and wherever he went he left a track of plundered Spanish settlements behind. Elizabeth was in despair. She alternately knighted him and threatened to hang him as a pirate. The Spaniards, rereading his name, called him the Dragon. He was the terror of their seas. At last the long accumulating quarrel of religious and commercial motives reached a head. Philip began gathering in all his ports that vast, invincible armada, which was to assert his supremacy on sea as upon land, to crush England and Protestantism forever. This was the supreme effort of his life. There was no question as to where the blow would fall. Elizabeth knew it coming, not to be evaded by any policy or concessions. Drake knew it coming, and taking time by the forelock, sailed boldly into the harbor of Cadiz to singe the King of Spain's beard, destroyed all the ships and stores accumulated there. But Cadiz was only one port among several where preparations were being hurried forward. There were others the hardy dragon could not penetrate. The next year, 1588, the Invincible Armada sailed for England. The story of its destruction is too well known for repetition. This was England's proudest achievement. Philip accepted the terrific downfall of all his scheming and ambitions with a gallant calm. He had truly believed that Heaven wished him to reassert Catholicism. He accepted the storms which partly destroyed his fleet as the divine refusal of his aid. "You could not strive against the will of Heaven," he said kindly to his defeated admiral. In England, the repeated plunderings of Spanish ships, and now this final victory, flooded the land with wealth and triumph. The internal improvement, the intellectual advance of the people were prodigious. The Elizabethan age is the most famed in English literature. The first English theatre was built in 1570, a crude and queer affair for cruder, queerer plays. Yet, in perhaps that very Armada year of 1588, Shakespeare began writing his remarkable plays. In 1601, the drama rose to its perfection in his Hamlet, the flower of English literary genius, accredited by some as the grandest new creation that ever came from the hand of man. Elizabeth died in 1603. Her reign had seen also the final suppression of the Irish Catholics and their subjugation to the English crown. In the year of her death came the flight of the earls, the mournful abandonment of Ireland by the last of the great lords who had fought for and now despaired of her independence. The age of Elizabeth can scarcely, however, be said to cease at her death. The English people had grown greater than their sovereign, and upon them the influences of their Spanish victory continued. Shakespeare is even more the Elizabethan age than Elizabeth, and his writings continued until 1611. Drake had died in 1596, Raleigh lived till 1618. Since Elizabeth was childless, she was succeeded on the throne by the Scotch king James VI, James I of England, son of the Mary Stuart whose claims had caused such trouble. James, removed from his mother's care, had been educated by his subjects as a Protestant, so he was welcomed to England. The first step toward uniting the two halves of the island was made when they thus came under a common sovereign. The same atmosphere of plot and treachery which had surrounded Elizabeth reached also to her successor. In 1605 was unearthed the Gunpowder Plot, a scheme to blow up James with all his chief ministers and subjects in the House of Parliament. The date of its discovery is still kept as a national holiday in England. Then, in 1607, came the fruition of Raleigh's efforts and those of Drake, the beginning surely of a new era. Spain being no longer able to oppose, a new colony was sent out from England to Virginia. It settled at Jamestown and began the successful colonization of the United States. The next year, the French, supported by their great king Henry IV, made a similar beginning. Quebec was founded by them on the St. Lawrence. The era of American discovery was over, and that of American settlement was come. End of preface.
Section 1 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cavaet. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 1. England loses her last French territory, Battle of St. Quentin, A.D. 1558. Charles Knight. From 1347, when it was taken by Edward III, Calais remained a stronghold of England until it was retaken for France by the Duke of Guise, François de Lorraine, in 1558. With the surrender of Calais, the English lost their last foothold in French territory. Weary with the long tumults and wars of his reign, Charles V, in 1555, resigned all his crowns to his son, Philip II of Spain, and his brother, Ferdinand, King of Bohemia and Hungary. Pope Paul IV, wishing to subvert the Spanish power, entered into a league with Henry II of France against Philip. Guise, who had warred successfully with Charles V, against whom he had defended Metz, when it was won for France, 1553, now espoused the papal cause. His main object was to recover Naples to his own family. Thus he became a leading actor in the events culminating in the capture of Calais. Throughout the reign of Philip II, his chief aim was to restore the Roman Catholic religion in Protestant countries and to establish a uniform despotism over his dominions. In 1554 he had married Queen Mary of England, and after a short sojourn in that country, whose crown he vainly tried to obtain, and to whose people he was obnoxious, he returned to the continent. Soon after, he was called to a destiny more suited to his proud and ambitious nature than to be the unequal partaker of sovereign power over a jealous, insular people. In March 1557, Philip returned to England. He came not out of affection for his wife or regard for his turbulent, insular subjects, but to stir up the old English hatred of France, and to drag the nation into a war for his personal advantage. The fiery Pope, Paul IV, panted for the freedom of Italy, as had existed in the 15th century. He wanted to accomplish his wishes by an alliance with France. He would place French princes on the thrones of Milan and Naples. The Spaniards he pronounced as the spawn of Jews and Moors, the dregs of the earth. When there was a question of temporal dominion to be fought out, the Pope did not hesitate to wage war against that faithful son of the Church, King Philip, nor did King Philip hesitate to send the Duke of Alva, the exterminator of Protestants, to enter the Roman states and lay waste the territories of the Pope. France and Spain were upon the brink of open war when Philip arrived in England. He urged a declaration of war against France. There were grievances in the alleged encouragement which had been given in Wyatt's rebellion, and in the lukewarmness with which Henry II met Queen Mary's desire that she should afford her the means of vengeance against the exiles for religion who took shelter in France. The most recent complaint was that France had connived at the equipment of a force by Thomas Stafford, a refugee, who had invaded England with 32 followers and had surprised Scarborough Castle. This adventurer claimed to be the house and blood of the Duke of Buckingham, who was beheaded in the times of Henry VIII. The proclamation which he issued from his castle of Scarborough, which he held only 2 days, was addressed to the English hatred of the Spaniards rather than directed against the ecclesiastical persecution under which the country was suffering. As the Duke of Buckingham, our forefathers and predecessors have always been defenders of the poor commonalty against the tyranny of princes, so should you have us at this juncture, most dearly beloved friends, your protector, governor, and defender against all your adversaries and enemies, minding earnestly to die rather presently and personally before you in the field than to suffer you to be overrun so miserably with strangers, and made most sorrowful slaves and careful captives to such a naughty nation as Spaniards. Stafford and his band were soon made prisoners, and he was beheaded on Tower Hill. 3 of his followers hanged on May 25th. Seizing upon this absurd attempt as a ground of quarrel, war was declared against France on June 7th, and Philip quitted the country on July 6th, never to return. An English force of 4,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, and 2,000 pioneers joined the Spanish army on the Flemish frontier. The army was partly composed of German mercenaries, the Landsknechts and the Reiters, the pikemen and cavalry, who at the command of the best paymaster were the most formidable soldiers at the time. But the Spanish cavaliers were there, leading their native infantry, and there were the Burgundian lances. The army was commanded by Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, who had aspired to the hand of Elizabeth. Philip earnestly seconded his suit, but Mary, wisely and kindly, would not put a constraint upon her sister's inclinations. The wary princess saw that the crown would probably be hers at no distant day, and she would not risk the loss of her people's affections by marrying a foreign Catholic. She had sensible advisers about her, who seconded her own prudence, and thus she kept safe amid the manifold dangers by which she was surrounded. The Duke of Savoy, though young, was an experienced soldier, and he determined to commence the campaign by investing St. Quentin, the frontier town of Picardy. The defence of this fortress was undertaken by Coligny, the Admiral of France, afterwards so famous for his mournful death. Montmorency, the constable, had the command of the French army. The garrison was almost reduced to extremity when Montmorency on August 10th arrived with his whole force and halted on the bank of the Somme. On the opposite bank lay the Spanish, the English, the Flemish, and the German host. The arrival of the French was a surprise, and the Duke of Savoy had to take up a new position. He determined on battle. The issue was the most unfortunate for France since the fatal day of Agincourt. The French slain and mounted, according to some accounts, to 6,000, and the prisoners were equally numerous. Among them was the veteran Montmorency. On August the 10th, Philip came to the camp. Bold advisers counselled a march to Paris. The cautious king was satisfied to press on the siege of St. Quentin, the defence of which Coligny made was such as might have been expected from his firmness and bravery. The place was taken by storm, amid horrors which belonged to such scenes at all times, but which were doubled by the rapacity of the troops, who fought even with each other for the greatest share of the pillage. After a few trifling successes, the army of Philip was broken up. The English and Germans were indignant at the insolence of the Spaniards, and the Germans were more indignant that their pay was not forthcoming. Philip was glad to permit his English subjects to take their discontents home. They had found out that they were not fighting the Battle of England. The war between England and France produced hostilities between England and Scotland. Mary of Guise, the Queen Dowager and Regent of Scotland, was incited by the French king to invade England. The disposition to hostilities was accompanied by a furious outbreak of the Scottish borderers. They were driven back. But the desire of the Queen Dowager that England should be invaded was resisted by the chief nobles, who declared themselves ready to act on the defensive, but who would not plunge into war during their sovereign's minority. The alliance of France and Scotland was, however, completed in the autumn of 1558 by the marriage between the Dauphin and the young Queen Mary, which was solemnized at Paris in the Cathedral of Notre Dame. The Duke of Guise, the uncle of the Queen of Scots, at the beginning of 1558, was at the head of a powerful army to avenge the misfortune of son Quentin. The project committed to his execution was a bold and patriotic one, to drive the English from their last stronghold in France, Calais, over whose walls a foreign flag had been waving for 2 centuries. It was to France an opprobrium, and to England a trophy, but it was considered by the English government as an indispensable key to the continent, a possession that it would not only be a disgrace to lose, but a national calamity. The importance of Calais was thus described by Michele, the Venetian ambassador, only 1 year before it finally passed from the English power. Another frontier, besides that of Scotland, and of no less importance for the security of the kingdom, though it be separated, is that which the English occupy on the other side of the sea by means of 2 fortresses, Calais and Guines, guarded by them, and justly, with jealousy, especially Calais. For this is the key and principal entrance to their dominions, without which the English would have no outlet from their own, nor access to other countries, at least none so easy, so short, and so secure, so much so that if they were deprived of it, they would not only be shut out from the continent, but also from the commerce and intercourse of the world. They would consequently lose what is essentially necessary, the existence of a country, and become dependent upon the will and pleasure of other sovereigns, in availing themselves of their ports, besides having to encounter a more distant, more hazardous, and more expensive passage. Whereas, by way of Calais, which is directly opposite to the harbour of Dover, distant only about 30 miles, they can at any time, without hindrance, even in spite of contrary winds, at their pleasure, enter or leave the harbour, such is the experience and boldness of their sailors, and carry over either troops or anything else for warfare, offensive and defensive, without giving rise to jealousy and suspicion, and thus they are enabled, as Calais is not more than 10 miles from Arges, the frontier of the French, nor farther from Gravelines, the frontier of the Imperialists, to join either the one or the other as they please, and to add their strength to him with whom they are at enmity, in prejudice of an enemy. For these reasons, therefore, it is not to be wondered at that, besides the inhabitants of the place, who were esteemed men of the most unshaken fidelity, being the descendants of an English colony settled there shortly after the first conquest, it should also be guarded by one of the most trusty barons which the king has, bearing the title of deputy, with a force of 500 of the best soldiers, besides a troop of 50 horsemen. It is considered by everyone as an impregnable fortress, on account of the inundation with which it may be surrounded, although there are some persons skilled in the art of fortification who doubt that it would prove so if it put to the test. For the same reason, Guines is also reckoned impregnable, situated about 3 miles more inland on the French frontier, and guarded with the same degree of care, though being a smaller place only by 150 men under a chief governor. The same is done with regard to a third place called Horne, situated between the 2 former, and thought to be of equal importance, the waters which inundate the country being collected around. 90 years later, Calais was regarded in a very different light. Now it is gone, let it go. It was but a beggarly town, which cost England 10 times yearly more than it was worth in keeping thereof, as by the accounts in the Exchequer doth plainly appear. The expedition against Calais was undertaken upon a report of the dilapidated condition of the works and the smallness of its garrison. It was not an impregnable fortress, as Michele says it was considered. The Duke of Guise commenced his attack on January the 2nd, when he stormed and took the castle of Royersbank, which commanded the approach by water. On the 3rd he carried the castle of Newham Bridge, which commanded the approach by land. He then commenced a cannonade of the citadel, which surrendered on the 6th. On the 7th the town capitulated. Lord Wentworth, the governor, and 50 others remained as prisoners. The English inhabitants, about 4,000, were ejected from the home which they had so long colonized, but not without any excise of cruelty. The Frenchmen, say the chroniclers, entered and possessed the town, and forthwith all the men, women, and children were commanded to leave their houses and go to certain places appointed for them to remain in till order might be taken for their sending away. The places thus appointed for them to remain in were chiefly four: the two churches of Our Lady and St. Nicholas, the deputy's house, and the stable, where they rested a great part of that day and one whole night, and the next day until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, without either meat or drink. While they were thus in the churches and those other places, the Duke of Guise, in the name of the French king, in their hearing made a proclamation charging all and every person that were inhabitants in the town of Calais, having about them any money, plate, or jewels, to the value of 1 groat, to bring the same forthwith and lay it down upon the high altars of the said churches, upon pain of death, bearing them in hand also that they should be searched, by reason of which proclamation there was made a great and sorrowful offertory. While they were at this offertory within the churches, the Frenchmen entered into their houses and rifled the same, where they found inestimable riches and treasures, but especially of ordnance, armour, and other munitions. Thus dealt the French with the English in lieu and recompense of the like usage to the French, when the forces of King Philip prevailed at St. Quentin, where, not content with the honour of victory, the English, in sacking the town, saw nothing more than satisfying of their greedy vein of covetousness, with an extreme neglect of all moderation. Within the marches of Calais, the English held the two small fortresses of Guines and Harmes. Guines was defended with obstinate courage by Lord Grey, and did not surrender until January the 20th. His loss amounted to 800 men. From Harmes, the English garrison made their escape by night. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Reign of Elizabeth, A.D. 1588 to 1603, by Henry R. Cleveland. Elizabeth's reign has been regarded by many writers as the most glorious period of England's career. There were no great land battles fought by English troops, but at sea those famous rovers, half pirates, Drake, Raleigh, and their like, definitely established that maritime supremacy which has been ever since their country's proudest boast. Moreover, the intellectual awakening of England which had taken place in the time of Henry VII and Henry VIII now bore fruit in a glorious literary outburst, which has made the Elizabethan age the envy and despair of more recent literary periods. These were clearly marked causes for this brilliant and patriotic era. The indiscriminate marriages of Henry VIII had thrown more than a shadow of doubt upon the legitimacy of every one of his children. On his death he was succeeded, without serious dispute, by his only son, Edward VI. Edward did not live to manhood, but during his short reign his guardians pushed the land far in the direction of Protestantism. Unfortunately, they plundered the common people cruelly and persecuted, though only in 2 cases to the point of burning, both Catholics and the more extreme Protestants. The early death of Edward left no male heir to the royal house. For the first time in English history, there were none but women to claim the crown. Moreover, of these at least 4 had some show of right. They were Mary, the Catholic daughter of King Henry's first wife, and Elizabeth, his Protestant daughter by Anne Boleyn. Or if both these were to be considered illegitimate, then came their cousins Mary Stuart, descended from one of Henry's sisters, and Lady Jane Grey from another. The friends of Lady Jane tried to raise her to the throne, but only succeeded in bringing her to the scaffold. The Catholic Mary was declared the rightful queen, and ruled England for 5 years, during most of which she kept her half-sister Elizabeth in prison. Queen Mary was devoted to her religion. The fires which had burned in Henry's time were kindled again, but now for the torture of Protestants, bishops, and men of mark. Mary wedded the Catholic king and cruel fanatic Philip II of Spain, the most powerful monarch of Europe, so that only to her death and the reign of the persecuted Elizabeth could Protestant Englishmen look for relief. Thus the accession of the learned and coquettish Elizabeth brought far more than a mere promise of youth and pleasure. It was a bursting of the fetters of fear. The age of Elizabeth was preeminently distinguished by the operation of just principles, of generous sentiments, of elevated objects, and of profound piety. Elizabeth, it is true, was vindictive, arbitrary, and cruel. 2 prevailing sentiments filled her mind and chiefly influenced her conduct throughout life. The first of these was the idea of prerogative. Any assumption of rights, any freedom of debate, any theological discussion or profession of sentiments which seemed to infringe on the sacred limits of royalty was sure to be visited with her severest wrath. She detested the Puritans, from whom she had suffered nothing, but whose republican spirit appeared to her at war with royalty in the abstract far more than the Papists, by whom her life had been made a life of danger and suffering, but who respected forms and ceremonies, and whose system encouraged reverence for the powers that be, and loyal sentiment toward the person whom they regarded as the lawful sovereign. Nothing but the earnest entreaties of Cecil and the imminent danger of a French invasion could induce her to give assistance to the Scottish Protestants when they were persecuted by the Queen Regent. And even her hatred of Mary could not prevent her taking sides with that ill-fated princess when the congregation claimed the right of trying their sovereign for alleged crimes after having deposed and imprisoned her. The other sentiment which in no small degree influenced the conduct of the great Queen was her excessive fondness for admiration as a woman. She filled her solitary throne with a dignity and a majesty which could not be surpassed, and it is difficult, if not impossible, to conceive of a character which should have strength and impetuosity enough, even if marriage could have given the right, to overawe her lion-like spirit and assume the reins of government in defiance of her will. Certain it is that no such prince then lived, but while the Queen resolutely excluded all human participation in the lonely eminence on which she stood, the woman was constantly claiming the tribute of sympathy and admiration. Her eager desire was to be a heroine, a beauty, the queen of hearts, cynosure of Galliant's eyes, to reign supreme in the court of love and chivalry, to be the watchword and war cry of the knight, and the theme of the troubadour. Here was the source of the unbounded flattery which was lavished upon her by courtiers, even to the latest years of her life, and which appears to have at times actually deceived her, in spite of her extraordinary penetration. To this sentiment are owing nearly all of the few instances of disaster and disappointment which occurred during her splendid reign. she preferred to risk the safety of her allies and the cause of Protestantism on the continent, rather than to refuse the command of her troops to her favourite, who had entreated it. To gratify another favourite and ensure his glory, she forgot her habitual economy, levied an army larger than she had ever supported, except at the time of the invasion, and sent it to Ireland, under the command of a man who was utterly unfit for the place. And when beset by enemies, harassed by defeat, and overwhelmed with shame, the impetuous and noble-hearted Essex rushed into the presence of majesty as a lover would have sought his mistress. Her woman's heart forgave them all. Had this frame of mind continued, had not the resumed majesty of the Queen condemned what the women forgave, the world would have been spared the consummation of one of the most mournful tragedies in history, and the last days of Elizabeth might have been serene and happy, instead of being tortured with anguish and despair. The former of these sentiments made her an object of dread, the latter of ridicule, and both conspired to render her tyrannical. But she was not a tyrant in the full sense of the word. She never acted upon the nation with that degrading influence which is always the attendant of selfish, cold-hearted, and perfidious tyranny. She never had the power, and we doubt if she ever had the wish, to make slaves of her people. She understood the English character. She comprehended, appreciated, and admired its nobleness, and she had sagacity enough to see that this very character constituted her chief glory. A thorough and hearted affection substituted between her and her people, an affection which was increased and cemented by many circumstances of a nature not to be forgotten. As a nation, England had been persecuted, distressed, and trampled upon during the reign of Mary. The party which triumphed in the ascendancy of the Roman Catholic religion was small. The great majority of the people were not very zealous in favour of one side or the other. They had been ready to welcome Protestantism under Edward VI, and they were not disposed to fight against the Church of Rome under Mary. The number of zealous papists, they who were in favour of the rack and the stake, was not more than a 30th part of the nation. The other 29 parts, though perhaps nearly equally divided on the question of religion, condemned alike the bigotry of their melancholy sovereign, and looked on with sorrowful indignation, while the Bloody Mary, assisted by a few narrow-minded bigots, was carrying on the infernal work of persecution. It was a sorrow and a shame to all true Englishmen, whether Catholic or Protestant, and the hated Philip felt the effects of their vengeance till the day of his death. In these times of tribulation there was one who shared in the common danger, suffering, and humiliation, and who from the exalted rank which he occupied, and the station to which he seemed destined, was peculiarly an object of distrust and alarm to the bigots, who were exulting in their day of power. The gloom which overhung the whole country equally surrounded her. The fires of Smithfield and Oxford were kindled for her terror, as for the terror of the people. She had been made to pass through that sorrowful passage from which few ever returned alive, the Traitors' Gate in the Tower of London. Her course was one and the same with that of the entire English nation, and the only light which shone upon the darkness, the only hope that cheered the universal despondency, the dependence of all real patriots, the trust of all friends of truth, and the pride of all free and honourable men was centred in the prison of Elizabeth. There is no bond so strong as the bond of common perils and sufferings. When the young princess ascended the throne, it was amid the thankful acclamations of a liberated and happy people, who loved her for the dangers she had shared with them, of whom she entertained the interest and affection due to fellow sufferers. This feeling was prolonged in an uncommon manner throughout her reign, for it so happened that there was no danger which threatened the Queen during her whole life that was not equally formidable to the people. So difficult was the question of succession that the prudent Burleigh never ventured to express his mind upon the subject, and carried down to the grave the secret of his opinion. Any change would have been for the worse, as it would either have plunged the nation into a civil war or have placed a Roman Catholic prince on the throne. The dangers which menaced the crown of Elizabeth were alike formidable to the cause of freedom in England and of the Protestant religion in Europe. The invasion of England, which was attempted by the French under the Queen Regent of Scotland, and afterward the gigantic preparations of Philip, foreboded more than the ordinary horrors of an offensive warfare. These enemies came with the stake and the faggot in their hands. They came not merely to invade, but to convert, not merely to conquer, but to persecute. They were stimulated not merely by ambition, but by bigotry. They were prepared not merely to enslave, but to torture. It was therefore not a matter of indifference to the English nation whether Elizabeth were to be their queen, or whether some other prince should ascend the throne. In her reign and hers alone, they saw the hope of peace, freedom, and prosperity. Never, therefore, were nation and ruler more closely and firmly knit together. The sentiment of loyalty, consequently, was never more sincere and enthusiastic in the hearts of Englishmen than at that period. To the nation at large, the Queen really appeared what the flattery of her courtiers and poets represented her. She was to them, in truth, the Gloriana of fairyland, the magnificent, the undaunted, the proud descendant of 1,000 years of royalty, and the imperial votress. She was only a tyrant within the precincts of the court. There she reigned, it is true, with more than oriental despotism, and she seems to have delighted occasionally in torturing mean spirits by employing them upon such thankless offices as their hearts revolted from, though they had not the courage to refuse them. But beyond the immediate circle of the palace, she was the queen and the mother of her people. To the nation at large, too, she was equally a heroine, a beautiful idol enshrined in their hearts, living on in maiden meditation fancy-free, rejecting the proposals of every prince, disregarding the remonstrances of her subjects. Where marriage was spoken of, there was something in the very unapproachableness of her state which both commanded the respect and excited the imagination of her people. As a woman, they regarded her just as she wished them to regard her, as the throned Vestral, the watery moon, whose chaste beams could quench the fiery darts of Cupid. She was to them, in fact, the belle Phoebe of Spenser, with womanly graces, but not womanly affections, passionless, pure, self-sustained and self-dependent, shining with a cold lunar light and not the warm glow of day. This feeling was increased by the spirit of chivalry, which still lingered in English society, and like the setting sun poured a flood of golden light over the court. The incense, then, that was offered to the Queen by such men as Spenser, Raleigh, Essex, Shakespeare, and Sidney, the most noble, chivalrous, and gifted spirits that ever gathered around a throne, is not to be judged of as the flattery which cringing courtiers pay to a dreaded tyrant, but rather as the outpouring of a general enthusiasm, the echo of the stirring voice of chivalry, an expression of the feelings of a devoted yet free people. An age of tyranny is always an age of frivolity, of heartless levity, of dwarfish objects and pursuits, of dreadful contrasts, laughter at mid-morning, rioting and wantonness amid judgments and executions, dancing and music at the hour of death. Such was the frivolity of the days of Nero. Such was the mirth of the death dance in the days of Robespierre. Nothing like this sickly and appalling joy could be seen in the times of Elizabeth. There were masques and balls and tournaments at the court, and gay revels as the stately Queen went from castle to castle and palace to palace in her visits to her princely subjects. But such amusements did not form the chief object or occupation of the court of Elizabeth. The Queen and those who had grown up with her had passed through too many dangers and witnessed too much suffering to allow them to become frivolous or very light-hearted. They had lived among scenes of cruelty, persecution, and death. Their childhood had witnessed the successive horrors of the reign of Henry VIII, and their youth had suffered from the bloody fanaticism of Mary. Sorrow and tribulation had overspread the morning of their life like a cloud. Miss Aikin, in the beginning of her charming work upon the court of Queen Elizabeth, has described the gorgeous procession which filed along the streets of London at the baptism of the infant princess. The same picture also forms the closing scene of Shakespeare's Henry VIII. As we look upon the gay and splendid train, marching in their robes of state, beneath silken canopies, and then glance our eye along the map of history, till we trace almost every actor in the pageant to a bloody grave, we can scarcely believe that it is a scene of joy and festivity that we are witnessing. The angel of death seems to hover over them. There is something dreadful in their rejoicing. Their gaudy robes, their mantles, their vases, their fringes of gold assume the sable hue of the grave, and instead of a baptismal train it seems like the funeral procession descending to the throne. The mournful scenes which the generation which grew up with Elizabeth had been compelled to witness, and the terror in which most of the leading characters in her reign had passed their youth, had undoubtedly tended to sober their minds, and induced them to reflect much upon the great and solemn duties of life. The character of the age was stamped with the dignity which hallows tribulation, and with the force and nerve which the habitual contemplation of danger rarely fails to confer. The same causes undoubtedly promoted the religious spirit which prevailed. While bigotry and fanaticism appeared in a small portion of the nation, it is certain that the age of Elizabeth was marked by the general diffusion of a spirit of deep devotion. There was enough of chivalry left to keep alive the fervour which prevailed at an earlier period, and enough of intelligence to temper this fervour into rational religion. The feeling of shame at professing faith and devoutness was the growth of a latter day. It was unknown in those times. The gayest courtier that chanted his love song in the ear of the high-born maiden, and the graver statesmen who debated at the table of the Privy Council, were alike penetrated with devotional sentiment, and alike ready to offer up prayers and thanksgiving to the Most High. We are perfectly aware that the outward signs of piety displayed by a few principal characters are not a faithful index of the state of religion at any period. It is not fair to infer, because Elizabeth devoutly commended herself to the care of the Almighty when forsaken, friendless, an orphan, alone and helpless, she was landed at the foot of the Traitor's Stairs in the Tower of London, or because she returned to the same gloomy fortress when a triumphant queen, to offer up her praise and gratitude to God for his marvellous mercies, that she lived in a pious age. Neither are we to regard it as a sure indication of the prevailing spirit, when Burleigh solemnly commends his son to the Almighty in his letter of advice, when the chivalrous Sidney is found composing a prayer which for solemnity, grandeur, and devotion is scarcely surpassed in the English liturgy, when the adventurous Raleigh displays an amount of knowledge on sacred subjects that might be the envy of an Oxford professor of theology, or when the city of London presents to the young Queen, on the day of her coronation, and in the midst of her glittering pageantry, the Bible as the most appropriate and acceptable offering. These are not certain signs of religious age, but they would pass for something at any period, even if they were mere hypocrisy. They would show that religion was held in such respect, and by so numerous a class somewhere, as to make it worth while for the Queen and her court to assume at least the outward badges of piety. But they have additional force when we reflect at the same time that at the period when they were manifested, the Reformation was making a gradual but sure progress in England, that the question of religion occupied every intelligent mind and affected the interests of every family, that the lives and fortunes of millions, the fate of kingdoms, and the progress of intellectual freedom throughout the civilized world were inseparably connected with the cause of Protestantism. If bigotry and fanaticism had been prevalent in England, and the opposing party of Romanist and Reformer nearly equal, there would have been witnessed in that country during the 16th century a succession of atrocities and horrors compared with which the wars of the White and Red Roses were bloodless. If, on the other hand, the great mass of the nation had been indifferent, with regard not merely to forms, but to religion itself, we should not have seen the outward show of piety in the highest ranks. We should not have seen a House of Commons legislating in favour of Edward's liturgy, and a nation turning to worship in their vernacular tongue. Nothing but a widely diffused spirit of piety can account for the character of those miracles of literature which made the days of Elizabeth glorious, and which are stamped with nothing more strongly than their deep and wise religion. Moreover, in the age of Elizabeth, England was more distinguished for patriotism than any nation in civilized Europe. On the continent, the feeling of nationality was absorbed, and the distinction of language, laws, and country absolutely lost in the zeal for religious belief. Nations which for centuries had been enemies were found leagued against their natural allies. Inhabitants of the same state were divided and at war with each other. The prophecy was literally fulfilled that the brother shall betray the brother to death, and the father the son, and children shall rise up against their parents, and shall cause them to be put to death. The Palatine, says Schiller, now forsakes his home to go and fight on the side of his fellow believer of France, against the common enemy of their religion. The subject of the King of France draws his sword against his native land, which had persecuted him, and goes forth to bleed for the freedom of Holland. Swiss is now seen armed for battle against Swiss, and German against German, that they may decide the succession of the French throne on the banks of the Loire or the Seine. The Dane passes the Oder, the Swede crosses the Baltic, to burst the fetters which are forged for Germany. Nothing of this kind was seen in England. The number of Catholics who preferred the triumph of their party to the welfare of their country was too small to be of any consideration. A few fanatics in the college at Rheims, and a few romantic champions of the unhappy Queen of Scots, were the only domestic enemies whom Elizabeth had to fear. With a great majority of the Romanists, the love of country prevailed over all religious distinctions, and when the invasion was threatened by Philip, they united cordially with the Protestants in the defence of their native land. They enlisted as volunteers in the army and navy. They equipped vessels at their own charge, armed their tenants and vassals, encouraged their neighbours, and prepared heart and hand for desperate resistance of the common foe. The energies of the nation were naturally brought into vigorous action by the great objects, interests, and enterprises which the times presented. The effects of the Reformation were felt just enough to produce a bold and free exercise of thought, without kindling the passions to fierce excitement. The storm which burst with all its fury on the continent, wrapping nations in the flames of civil war, prostrating, withering, and overwhelming civil institutions, and marking its path with desolation, did but exert a salutary influence in England. The lightning was seen flashing in the distant horizon. The rolling thunder could be heard afar off, but the fury of the storm fell at a distance. The atmosphere was purified, and the soil refreshed, and a rainbow was glittering in the heavens. Never in the history of England had there been a time when energy and wisdom were more needed than that period. The nation was compelled by irresistible force of circumstances to stand forth as the champion of Protestantism. The eyes of all civilized countries were fixed upon her, some with imploring looks, some glaring upon her with jealousy, fierceness, and settled hatred. Enemies were springing up, with whom peace was hopeless. A popish princess was heir to the throne of Scotland, with a powerful ally ready to support her pretensions to the English throne. On the continent were allies, whom England was compelled to support at the risk of a war with the mightiest empire that had risen since the fall of Rome, and an armament was preparing for the invasion of Britain, of an extent that seemed to render resistance hopeless, by a monarch whose resources appeared inexhaustible, while Ireland was in open rebellion, ready to receive the Spanish fleets into her ports. From all these difficulties and impending calamities, the nation gathered a harvest of glory that alone would make her name famous for ever. It is with a feeling of joy and exultation that we trace the history of England during these years of terror and of triumph. We behold her extricating herself from embarrassments that seemed endless, and turning them into the means of safety, encouraging and supporting her allies without exhausting her own resources, and finally crushing the vast engines which are put into operation for her destruction. The blood quickens in our veins as we read of the wisdom and the sublime moral courage, of the daring adventure, the romantic enterprise, the chivalrous bravery, and the brilliant triumphs of that age of great men. We see Cecil and Wootton negotiating with Scotland so wisely as to win the confidence and affection of that nation, and to destroy the influence of France in that country for ever. Walsingham, fathoming the secrets of the French court, or watching in silence but certainty the progress of conspiracies at home, and crushing them on the eve of maturity. The Queen, with a prudence which seems almost sublime, rejecting a second time the proffer of the sovereignty of Holland. Drake, circumnavigating the earth and returning laden with the spoils of conquered fleets and provinces. Cavendish, coming up the Thames to London with sails of damask and cloth of gold, and his men arrayed in costly silks. Lancaster, dashing his boats to pieces on the strand of Pernambuco, that he might leave his men no alternative but death or victory. Raleigh, plunging into the fire of the Spanish galleots and fighting his way through overwhelming numbers, with a courage that rivaled the incredible tales of chivalry, planting colonies in the pleasantest vales of the New World, or ascending the Orinoco in search of the favoured Dorado. Sidney, gallantly returning from battle on his war horse, though struggling with the agony of his death wound, and giving the cup of cold water to the wounded soldier, with those noble words which alone be enough to preserve his memory for ever. Essex, tossing his cap into the sea for very joy when the command is given, in compliance with his earliest entreaties, for the assault of Cadiz, with that failing of memory so becoming to a brave man, forgetting the cautions of his sovereign, and rushing into the thicket of the fight, the naval supremacy of England completely established by the defeat of the Armada, and the great deep itself made a monument of the nation's glory. The boast of the age of Elizabeth was the splendid specimens of humanity which it produced. There were giants in those days. Individuals seemed to condense in themselves the attainment of hosts. The accomplishments and prowess of the men of those times inspire us with something like the feeling of wonder with which the soldier of the present day handles the sword of Robert Bruce, or the gigantic armour of Guy of Warwick. When we read the beautiful verses addressed to the author of the Fairy Queen by Raleigh, it is difficult to believe that they were penned by the same person whose system of tactics was adopted so triumphantly at the Spanish invasion. He was equally eminent as a general, a seaman, an explorer, and an historian, and who shone unsurpassed for knightly graces and accomplishments amid the stars of the court. Such instances were not rare and prodigious. Raleigh was not the Crichton of his age. If the compliment belongs to any one peculiarly, it is Sidney. But as we read over the list of distinguished persons to whom Spenser addressed dedicatory stanzas to be sent with the Fairy Queen, we become more and more at a loss to distinguish the greatest among them, and we could believe that many ages had been searched for so noble a catalogue. The principles which formed society were precisely such as were best calculated for the finest developments of character. The old, high, fervid spirit of chivalry was not lost. There were the same sense of honour, the same knightly bearing, the same passion for glory, and the same admiration for courage and prowess that had prevailed in the earlier days of its sway. But these were tempered by milder and more attractive virtues and accomplishments. The clerkly learning, which had held so humble a rank in the days when nobles could scarcely sign their names, had now risen into far higher estimation. Great warriors were now no longer ashamed to know how to read and write. On the contrary, the possession of learning and literature, the delicate arts of poetry and music, the graces of conversation and manners, were now as requisite to the full accomplishment of the knight as his horsemanship or his skill in the management of his lance. In a word, the sterner characteristics of the ancient knight were softened down, in the age of Elizabeth, into the more perfect and graceful attributes of the gentleman. The perfect gentleman was more completely exhibited in the days of Elizabeth than at any time before, for the chivalry and the accomplishments, which were then united in the same individual, had been formerly divided between the noble and the churchman or the clerk. Were we called upon to characterize the age in which Spenser lived by a single word, we could find none that would better express its combined attributes than the word which the poet uses in describing his principal hero. In the person of Prince Arthur, says he in his letter to Raleigh, I set forth magnificence. The age of Elizabeth was distinguished by magnificence, in the highest sense of the word, by the most brilliant displays of great qualities of all kinds, and the hero of the Fairy Queen seems to be the personification of the splendid attributes of the age. A prevailing sentiment in the mind of Spenser was the perfectness of character to which the gentlemen of his time aspired. On this model he fashioned his hero. He observes that the general end, therefore, of all the books is to fashion a gentleman or noble person in gentle and virtuous discipline. And again, I labour to portray in Arthur, before he was king, the image of a brave knight, perfected in the 12 moral virtues. And as we read in the gorgeous description of the prince, when he first meets the forsaken Una, we could fancy that the magnificent characteristics of the golden age of England had blended together and blazed forth in one dazzling form before us. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10 by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. John Knox heads the Scottish Reformers, AD 1559, by P. Hume Brown, Part 1. In the year of Martin Luther's death, 1546, Protestant doctrines were preached in Scotland by George Wishart. This reformer was burned at St Andrews in the same year, March 12th, at the instigation of Cardinal Beaton. 2 months later, the cardinal himself, who practically controlled the Scottish government, was murdered in the castle of St Andrews. Beaton's death was fatal to the Catholic religion and to the French interest in Scotland. The interest of France was represented by the Queen Regent, Mary of Lorraine, also called Mary of Guise, daughter of Claude, Duke of Guise. She was the widow of James V of Scotland and mother of Mary Stuart, now 4 years old and living in France. During his brief season of Protestant preaching, Wishart had deeply impressed a scholar, then 40 years of age, who gave up his calling as teacher and in 1547 began to preach the Reformed religion at St Andrews. This was John Knox. From this moment dates the birth of the Protestant Reformation in Scotland. Knox was imprisoned by the French, 1547 to 1549, was released and for 2 years preached at Berwick. For several years now he lived a life of many vicissitudes, partly in Great Britain and partly on the continent, and by his sermons and writings powerfully influenced the growth of the Protestant faith. While at Geneva, where he was much influenced by Calvin, In 1558 he published his First Blast of the Trumpet against the monstrous regiment of women, a denouncement which brought him into bitter antagonism with the Queen Regent and with other Catholic authorities in England and France. In 1559 the Queen Regent took active steps for repressing the Congregation, as the whole body of Scotch Protestants were called, and in the same year Knox returned once more to Scotland, there to perform a work which made his name perhaps second only to that of Luther among the personal forces of the Reformation. The first of the following accounts shows Knox and his followers in the midst of their warfare against the Regent's repressive policy. In the second we have one of Carlyle's most fervent eulogies, for to him Knox is the priestly hero, enacting a glorious part. P. Hume Brown. The year 1559 began ominously for the success of the Queen Regent's policy of suppression. To this point, national feeling and religious conviction had been the driving forces of the coming revolution. But as is the case in all national upheavals, there were likewise economic forces at work which were none the less potent because they were obscured behind the dramatic development of sensational events. A remarkable document, the author of which is unknown, gave striking expression to this aspect of the Scottish Reformation. It was entitled The Beggar's Summons and purported to come from all cities, towns and villages of Scotland. On January the 1st, 1559, this terrible manifesto, breathing the very spirit of revolution, was found placarded on the gates of every religious establishment in Scotland. The summons begins as follows. Quote, "The blind, crooked, lame, widows, orphans, and all other poor, visited by the hand of God, as may not work. To the flocks of all friars within this realm, we wish restitution of wrongs past, and reformation in times coming, for salutation." End quote. It may be sufficient to quote the concluding passage of this extraordinary effusion, and it is a passage which should never be out of mind in any estimate of the forces that were about to effect the great cataclysm in the national life. Quote, "Wherefore, seeing our number is so great, so indigent, and so heavily oppressed by your false means, that none taketh care of our misery, and that it is better to provide for these our impotent members, which God hath given us, to oppose you in plain controversy, than to see you hereafter, as ye have done before, stealing from us our lodging, and ourselves in the meantime to perish and die for want of the same. We have thought good, therefore, ere we enter into conflict with you, to warn you in the name of the great God by this public writing, affixed on your gates where ye now dwell, that ye remove forth of our said hospitals betwixt this and the feast of Whitsunday next, so that we, the only lawful proprietors thereof, may enter thereto, and afterwards enjoy the commodities of the church, which ye have heretofore wrongfully holden from us, certifying that if ye fail, we will at the said term, in whole number, and with the help of God and assistance of his saints on earth, of whose ready support we doubt not, enter and take possession of our said patrimony, and eject you utterly forth of the same. Let him therefore that before hath stolen steal no more, but rather let him work with his hands that he may be helpful to the poor." End quote. The inflammatory statements of revolutionaries must be taken for what they are worth, but there is abundant evidence to prove that the above indictment of the national church was not without foundation in fact. It has been computed that 1/2 of the wealth of the country was in possession of the clergy, and we have the testimony of unimpeachable witnesses to the unworthy uses to which it was put. Hector Boyce, John Major, and Ninian Windsor were all three faithful sons of the church, and all three cried aloud at the venality, avarice, and luxurious living of the higher clergy. Quote, "But now for many years," wrote Major, "we have been shepherds, whose only care it is to find pasture for themselves, men neglectful of the duties of religion. By open flattery do the worthless sons of our nobility get the governance of convents in commendam, and they covet these ample revenues not for the good help that they thence might render to their brethren, but solely for the high position that those places offer." End quote. To the same effect Ninian Windsor wrote after the judgment had come. Quote, "The special roots of all mischief," he says, "be the two infernal monsters, pride and avarice, of the which unhappily has upspring the election of unqualified bishops and other pastors in Scotland." End quote. This spectacle of the national church, with its disproportionate wealth and its selfish, incompetent, and often degraded officials, could not but be a growing offence to the developing intelligence of the nation, and to quicken this feeling there were minor grievances which were an ancient ground of complaint on the part of the laity against their spiritual advisers. On every important event of his life the poor man was harassed by exactions which Sir David Lindsay has so keenly touched in his satire of the Three Estates. Says the pauper in the interlude, "Where will ye find that lore, tell if ye can, to take thine kye from any pure husbandman, and for my father, and for my wife another, and the third cow he took from my old mother?" And Diligence replies, "It is their lore, all that they have in use, tocht it be cow, sow, gainer, grease, or goose." If the poor had these grounds of discontent, the rich likewise had theirs, and they made bitter complaint against the protracted processes in the constitutorial courts and the frequent appeals to the Roman curia by which both their means and their patience were exhausted. It was in the face of feelings such as these that in the spring of 1559 the Queen Regent entered on her new line of policy towards her refractory subjects. Her first steps were taken with her usual prudence. A provincial council of the clergy was summoned to meet on March the 1st for the express purpose of dealing with the religious difficulty. It was the last provincial council of the ancient church that was to meet in Scotland, and if the expression of its good intentions could have availed, the church might yet have been saved. All that its worst enemies had said of its shortcomings was frankly admitted, and admirable decrees were passed with a view to a speedy and effective reform. But the hour had passed when the mere reform of life and doctrine would have sufficed to meet the desires of the new spiritual leaders. As was speedily to be seen, it was revolution and not reform on which these new teachers were now bent, with an ever-growing confidence that their triumph was not far off. A double order issued by the Regent toward the end of March brought her face to face with the consequences of her changed policy. Unauthorized persons were forbidden to preach, and the lieges were commanded to observe the festival of Easter after the manner ordained by the Church. The preachers disregarded both edicts, and were summoned to answer for their disobedience. It was now seen that the Regent was no longer in the mood for temporizing, and the congregation dispatched two of their number, the Earl of Glencairn and Sir Hugh Campbell, Sheriff of Ayr, to deprecate her wrath. Their reception must have taught them that times were now changed since the days when the Regent deemed it necessary to conciliate their party. Quote, "In despite of you and your ministers both," she told the two deputies, "they shall be banished out of Scotland, albeit they preached as truly as ever did St. Paul." End quote. When they reminded her of her previous promises, she replied in words that were never forgotten, and which her grandson, James VI, recalled and laid to heart in his own dealings with his subjects. Quote, "It became not subjects," she said, "to burden their princes further than it pleaseth them to keep the same." End quote. For a time, however, she consented to stay further action against the preachers, but if she were to carry out the task she had undertaken, she must sooner or later make trial of her strength against what had now become actual rebellion. In Perth, Dundee, and Montrose, the Protestant preachers, with the approval and countenance of the constituted authorities, openly proceeded with their work of spreading their new opinions. At length the Regent took the step which was to be the beginning of the end of the Catholic Church in Scotland. She summoned the preachers to appear before her at Stirling on May the 10th, and on this occasion it was recognised by both parties that the moment for decisive action had come. To be ready for all contingencies, a numerous body of Protestant gentlemen, from Angus to the Mearns, all, it is specially noted, without armour, took up their quarters at Perth, where they were immediately joined by another contingent from Dundee. With this last body came John Knox, who, on May 20th, had finally returned to his native country. All through their contest with the Regent, the Protestant leaders took up the position that they were acting in strict accordance with the law of the land. With the formidable following now at their back, they might have marched on Stirling and gained a temporary advantage by their show of strength. What they actually did was to send Erskine of Dun to the Regent to lay their demands once more before her. As she was not yet in a position to enforce her will, she again agreed to postpone action against the preachers. It was the misfortune of her position from the beginning of the struggle that Mary of Lorraine was driven to subterfuges which made impossible any permanent understanding with her discontented subjects, and it was of evil omen for the success of her policy that she now allowed herself to commit a serious breach of faith. In the teeth of her promise to Erskine, she proclaimed the preachers as outlaws when they failed to appear at Stirling on the day appointed for their trial. The news of the Regent's breach of faith was the immediate occasion of the first stroke in the Scottish Reformation. The days after the outlawry, John Knox preached a sermon in the parish church of Perth, his theme being the idolatries of Rome and the duty of Christian men to put an end to them. At the close of this sermon, when the majority of the audience had left the church, a priest proceeded to celebrate Mass. A forward boy made a protesting remark. The priest struck him. The boy retaliated by throwing a stone, which broke an image, and immediately the church was in an uproar. In a few moments, not a monument of idolatry was left in the building. The news of these doings spread through the town, and the rascal multitude took up the work. There had been old quarrels between the town and the religious orders, and so early as 1543 a violent assault had been made on the Blackfriars Monastery. But on the present occasion the work done was at once more extensive and more thorough. The main onslaught was directed towards the monasteries of the Dominicans and the Franciscans and the Charterhouse Abbey, and within 2 days, says Knox, quote, "the walls only did remain of these great edifications." End quote. There was now no alternative but the sword, and both parties at once took action accordingly. In support of the French troops which were at her disposal, the Regent ordered levies from Clydesdale, Stirlingshire, and the Lothians to meet her at Stirling on May 24th. On their part, the insurgents strengthened the defences of Perth, according to Buchanan the only walled town in Scotland, and addressed themselves to their brethren in Ayrshire for instant succour. As they were now engaged in what might be construed as rebellion, they took steps to justify themselves in the eyes of the world. In 3 manifestos, probably the work of Knox, they addressed respectively the Regent, Ducel, the French ambassador, and the whole Scottish nobility. In view of the past history of Scotland, the insurgents could present a case which possessed sufficient plausibility. It had been the exception for the reign of a Scottish king to pass without some more or less serious revolt on the ground of his alleged misgovernment. Even during the reign with which we are dealing, there had been a fair precedent for the late proceedings of the congregation. At the outset of the reign, the Earl of Arran was giving away the country to England and to heresy. Beaton and the French party had taken up arms against him and undone all his actions to which they objected. But as Mary of Lorraine was now governing the country, the danger of a French conquest was much more serious than had been the danger of conquest by England. On the ground that the state was in peril, therefore, there was ample justification for the action of the Protestant leaders. With regard to religion, the good of the Commonwealth might easily be urged as a plea for the most drastic dealing with the national church. By the admission of its own officials, the church had become a scandal, alike from the character of the clergy and its general neglect of its duties as a spiritual body. For at least a century the scandal had been growing, and good citizens had been forced to the conclusion that their accredited spiritual guides were either unable or unwilling to set their house in order. But the time demanded deeds more than words. With a force of about 8,000 French and Scots, Ducel, the regent's chief adviser, advanced to Auchterarder, about 12 miles from Perth. With this formidable force behind her, the regent naturally expected that her rebellious subjects would be disposed to abate their demands. To learn what terms they would now be willing to accept, she sent to Perth the Lord James Stuart, Lord Semple, and the Earl of Argyll. They were told that the town would be surrendered if assurance were given of freedom of worship and security to the worshippers. As a reply to these demands, the regent dispatched the Leon King of Arms to make proclamation that all should avoid the town under pain of treason. At this moment, however, the Earl of Glencairn, at the head of a body of 2,500 Ayrshire Protestants, made his way to within 6 miles of Perth. Thus checkmated, the regent was again driven to a compromise, and on the conditions that she should quarter no French troops in the town, and grant perfect freedom of worship, the gates were at length thrown open to her. Thus closed the first act of the drama of the Scottish Reformation. This good understanding was of short duration. Again, the action of the regent gave rise to an accusation of broken pledges. She kept to the letter of the late compact, but she evaded its spirit. She did not quarter French troops in the town, but she occupied it with Scottish soldiers in French pay, and in further disregard of her pledges, treated the Protestants with a harshness which gave rise to bitter complaint on the part of their leaders. Argyll and the Lord James, the two most prominent of these leaders, had accompanied her into Perth, May 29th, but, Indignant at these proceedings, they secretly quitted the town, and at once took action to make good their protests. Summoning the Protestant gentlemen of Angus and the Mounds to meet them in St. Andrews on June the 3rd, they proceeded to that town as the best centre of action after Perth. In St. Andrews, as in Perth, it is John Knox who is again the outstanding figure. Here his preaching was attended by the same notable results. The monasteries of the Dominicans and the Franciscans were practically demolished by the mob, and with the approval of the magistrates, every church in the town was stripped of its ornaments. Meanwhile the regent had not been idle, and was now at Falkland with a force led by d'Oisel and Châtellerault. Confident in their strength, those two leaders marched towards Cupar with the intention of dealing with St. Andrews. But again they discovered that they had miscalculated the resources of the insurgents. Issuing from St. Andrews with little over 100 horse, Argyll and the Lord James were speedily reinforced by contingents from Lothian and Fife, which raised their numbers to above 3,000 men. Thus strengthened, they took up their position on Cupar Muir, and awaited the approach of the regent's forces. But in number these forces were now inferior to those of the enemy, and as many of the French soldiers were Huguenots, and secretly sympathized with their fellow believers, the issue of the battle could not but be doubtful. Again, therefore, there was no alternative for the regent but to temporize. It was agreed that there should be a truce of 8 days, that the regent's forces now in Fife should be removed from that county, and that during the armistice an attempt should be made to effect some permanent understanding. The new arrangement proved as hollow as the first. In point of fact, it was borne in on both parties that the struggle had but begun, and that the sword only could end it. Already, therefore, both were looking for external support wherewith to crush their opponents. The very day after the compact at Cupar, d'Oisel wrote to the French ambassador in London that only a body of French troops could maintain the regent's authority. On their part, the Protestant leaders now entered on those negotiations with England which eventually led to results that gave Scotland definitively to Protestantism and united the destinies of the two nations. Meanwhile, however, the regent and her revolted subjects had to fight their own battles. The truce effected nothing, and it had no sooner expired than hostilities recommenced. The first object of the leaders of the congregation was to relieve their brethren in Perth, and on June 24th they sat down before the place in such numbers that it immediately and unconditionally surrendered. Perth, Dundee, and St. Andrews were now in their hands, but, having gone thus far, their only hope lay in giving still further proof of the strength of their cause. It was reported that the regent meant to stop their progress southward of Stirling Bridge, but before she could effect her object, they entered that town with the consent of the majority of the citizens. By June 29th they were in possession of the capital, whence Mary of Lorraine had fled to the castle of Dunbar. The cause of the congregation now appeared to be triumphant, but it contained elements of weakness of which every one was aware, and which speedily became manifest. The acts of violence which had attended the revolt were filling the law-abiding citizens with dismay. The destruction of church property in Perth and St. Andrews had been followed by similar excesses elsewhere. Especially disquieting had been what had occurred at Scone immediately after the surrender of Perth. In defiance of the protests of Knox, the Lord James, and Argyll, the reformers of Dundee, had sacked and burned to the ground the abbey and palace of the village, an outrage which Knox himself regretted in the interest of his own cause. It was a further source of weakness to the congregation that their actions easily lent themselves to misconstruction and misrepresentation. The regent industriously spread the plausible report both at home and abroad that their religious professions were a mere pretext, and that their real object was to overthrow herself and to make the Lord James their king. But above all, the nature of the host that supported them was such that it invariably failed them when their need was greatest. The men who composed it had to leave their daily business in town and country, and as they received no pay and their own affairs demanded their attention, their military service did not extend beyond a few weeks. The Protestant leaders had no sooner taken possession of Edinburgh than their following began to dwindle. During the first week their numbers amounted to over 7,000 men. By the third week they had diminished to 1,500. In these circumstances the regent had only to bide her time, and her opportunity must come. On July 23rd, her troops, led by d'Oisel and Châtellerault, marched on Leith, which they reached on the morning of the 24th. As had been anticipated, neither that town nor the capital itself was in a position to offer any effectual resistance, and the leaders of the congregation at once proposed a conference for the discussion of terms. Accordingly, the Duke and the Earl of Huntly on the one side, and Argyll, the Lord James, and Glencairn on the other, met on the east slope of the Calton Hill, and agreed to the following adjustment. The congregation were to give up the coining irons, of which they had taken possession, and they were to evacuate Edinburgh within 24 hours. The town was to be left free to choose its own religion. No French troops were to be introduced. The Protestants were to be allowed complete liberty of worship, but were to abstain from violence against the old religion, and these arrangements were to hold till the 10th of the following January. By this concession of liberty to worship according to their own consciences, the Protestants had apparently attained the main object for which they had risen, but they well knew that they would enjoy this liberty only so long as they were strong enough to enforce it. On leaving Edinburgh, therefore, they proceeded to Stirling, where they came to an agreement as to their future plan of action. As a necessary precaution for their immediate security, they entered into a bond of mutual defence and concerted counsels. Above all, they determined to spare no pains to win support from England, which, as itself now a Protestant country, could not look on with indifference while they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with France and Rome. An event that had lately happened gave a new impulse to French action in Scotland. On July the 10th, Henry II had been accidentally killed in a tournament, and Mary Stuart, the niece of the Guises, was now Queen of France. It was with greater zeal than ever, therefore, that the Guises sought to direct Scottish affairs according to their own interests. In the beginning of August, the Protestant lords took a decided step. They sent John Knox to England with instructions that might serve as a basis of a treaty between England and the congregation. The instructions were that if England would assist them against France, the congregation would agree to a common league against that country. Knox only went as far as Berwick, but he brought home a letter containing a reply to the Protestant overtures from Elizabeth's secretary, Sir William Cecil. The reply was discouraging, but it contained a practical suggestion by which, however, the Protestant leaders were either unwilling or unable to profit. If it was money they were in need of, Cecil told them, that need present no difficulty. If they would but do as Henry VIII did with the monasteries, they would have enough money and to spare. The English Queen was, in truth, in a position that demanded the wariest going. 2/3 of her own subjects were Catholics, and it would be an evil example to set them if she were to assist rebels in another country. Moreover, the Treaty of Quatre Compresis, concluded in the previous April, debarred her from hostile demonstration against France. But the peril from French ascendancy in Scotland could not be ignored, and by the gradual pressure of events Elizabeth was driven to support a cause which in her heart she abhorred. Shortly after Cecil's communication, the veteran diplomatist, Sir Ralph Sadler, came down to Scotland with a commission to effect a secret arrangement with the Protestant leaders, and brought with him £3,000 to distribute to the best of his wisdom. What the Guises meant speedily became apparent. About the middle of August, 1,000 French soldiers landed at Leith, and as they were accompanied by their wives and children, the object of their coming could not be misunderstood. If the leaders of the congregation, therefore, were not to lose all the ground they had lately gained, a time for vigorous action had again come. As had been previously concerted, they met at Stirling on September the 10th and took counsel as to their further action. Here they were joined by an ally who, by his rank and his claims, was of the first importance to their cause. This was the Earl of Arran, the eldest son of the Duke of Châtellerault, who, a few months previously, had been forced to flee from France by reason of his Protestant sympathies. The value of the new confederate was soon realized. Passing to Hamilton Palace, the insurgent leaders there met the Duke himself, to whom they held out such alluring prospects that he openly identified himself with their cause. During these transactions at Hamilton, alarming news came of the doings of the regent. It was reported that she was busily engaged in fortifying Leith, a proceeding, the congregation maintained, in direct violation of the late treaty. Disregarding their protest, she steadily proceeded with the work, and as she was strengthened by a new contingent of 800 French men-at-arms, her position by the middle of autumn was such as to excite alarm alike in Scotland and England. Again, there was no arbitrament but by the sword. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10 by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. John Knox heads the Scottish Reformers, AD 1559 by P. Hume Brown, Part 2. On October 16th, the insurgent leaders entered Edinburgh with the intention of laying siege to Leith, where the regent had taken refuge as the safest place in the kingdom. One of the earliest steps was the most audacious they had yet taken. They formally deposed Mary of Lorraine from the regency on the ground that she had ruled as a tyrant, and was betraying the country to a foreign army. But they soon found that they had taken a task beyond their strength. Their force amounted to but 8,000 men, most of whom were country fellows with no experience in war, and whose service could not extend beyond a few weeks. To this undisciplined host was opposed a garrison of 3,000 trained soldiers, with the command of the sea, and entrenched in a town fortified after the best military art of the time. Fortune, moreover, was against the congregation from the first. A new instalment of £1,000 secretly sent by Elizabeth was cleverly seized by James, Earl of Bothwell, afterward the notorious helpmate of Mary Stuart. Their arms also met with no success. While a detachment of their troops was in pursuit of Bothwell, the enemy found their opportunity and made their way even into the streets of Edinburgh, and on November 25th the reformers sustained so severe a reverse that the capital was no longer a safe place for them. They had no money to pay the few mercenaries whom they had hired. The town was tired of them, and the Earl Mareschal, who had charge of the castle, held resolutely aloof. As at the close of the previous rising the leaders held a council at Stirling to determine their future policy, before they entered on their deliberations Knox was called upon to preach a sermon. Knox, of whom it was said that he put more life into those who heard him than 500 trumpets continually blustering in their ears. The deliberations that succeeded took a sufficiently practical shape. Young Maitland of Lethington, who had lately deserted the regent for the congregation, was dispatched to England with offers that might induce Elizabeth to give direct support to the cause of Protestantism in Scotland. As to their own future action, the Lords made the following arrangement. Châtellerault, Argyll, Glencairn, and the Lords Boyd and Ochiltree were to make their headquarters in Glasgow, while Arran, the Lord James, the Lords Rothes and Ruthven, and John Knox were to act from St Andrews as their centre. Their councils at an end, they separated with the intention of reassembling at Stirling on December 16th. They had thus tried 2 falls with the regent, and in both they had been worsted. The third trial of strength was to have a different ending. The regent was not slow to follow up her advantage. She took possession of the capital 2 days after the congregation had quitted it, and she tried hard, but in vain, to persuade the Earl of Marischal to surrender the castle. The arrival of fresh reinforcements from France at the beginning of December enabled her to abandon her defensive policy and to take decisive measures for the suppression of revolt. On Christmas Day, while the Protestant lords were in council at Stirling, 2 detachments of her troops, commanded by d'Oisel, drove them precipitately from the town. Pursuing his advantage, d'Oisel dispatched his troops across Stirling Bridge into Fife, and he himself, with another detachment, crossed from Leith, apparently with the object of gaining possession of St Andrews. The task proved a hard one. At every step he was beset by the Scots under Argyll and the Lord James. Quote, "The said Earl and Lord James," says Knox, "for 21 days they lay in their clothes, their boots never came off, they had skirmishing almost every day, yea, some days from morn to even." End quote. Yet in the teeth of all obstacles, d'Oisel steadily forced his way to within 6 miles of St Andrews, where Knox and his friends had all but abandoned hope. But unexpected deliverance was at hand. On January 23rd, 1560, a fleet of strange vessels appeared at the mouth of the Firth of Forth. As a French fleet had been expected for some weeks, d'Oisel concluded that his armament had come at last. He was soon undeceived. Under his eyes the strangers seized 2 ships bearing provisions from Leith to his own camp. The strange vessels were an advance squadron of a fleet sent by Elizabeth to block the Frith of Forth against further succours from France. It was now d'Oisel who was in extremities, and before he found himself safe in Linlithgow, he had vivid experience at once of the rigours of a Scotch winter and of the savage hate which his countrymen had come to inspire in the nation which for 3 centuries had called them friends and allies. Meanwhile, the mission of Maitland to the English court was about to lead to one of the most notable compacts in the national history. At Berwick-on-Tweed, the Lord James Stuart, Lord Ruthven, and 3 other Scottish commissioners met the Duke of Norfolk and concluded a treaty, February 27th, which was to ensure the eventual triumph of the Congregation, to make Scotland a Protestant country, and at a later day a constituent part of a Greater Britain. The treaty was in effect a bond of mutual defence against France, Elizabeth having reluctantly consented that an English army should at once enter Scotland and assist the Congregation in driving the French soldiery out of the country. While her revolted subjects were thus making strong their hands against her, fortune was otherwise deserting the cause of the regent. A great French armament, which was to have brought over a force sufficient to crush all opposition, had been driven back by a succession of storms, and she herself was already stricken with the disease which was soon to carry her off. In these circumstances there was but one course open to her, to fall back on the policy of self-defence and patient waiting on events. After one somewhat wanton expedition against Glasgow and the Hamiltons, her troops finally, March 29th, retired within the fortifications of Leith, and she herself, at her special request, was received into the castle of Edinburgh. On April 4th, the English and Scottish hosts joined forces at Prestonpans, and on the 6th they sat down before Leith. The spectacle was one suggestive of many reflections. English and Scots, immemorial foes, were fighting side by side against the ancient friend of the one, the ancient enemy of the other. There could not be a more memorable illustration of the saying that, quote, events sometimes mount the saddle and ride men, end quote. Even with their united strength, the Allies had a formidable task before them. At the outset of the siege, the English amounted to about 9,000 men, the Scots to 10,000, but before many weeks had gone, these numbers had dwindled to half. With this force, the English commander, Lord Grey, had to besiege a town defended by 4,000 trained soldiers and fortified with the most skilful engineers of the time. 2 severe reverses, sustained by the Allies, prove that in discipline and skill they were no match for the enemy. On April 14th, the French sallied from the town and, breaking through the English trenches, slew 200 men. A combined assault on the town, May 7th, was brilliantly repulsed, the English and Scots leaving 800 dead and wounded in the trenches. It was not long before all 3 parties were sick of the contest. The Guises had their hands full at home and needed every soldier they had. Elizabeth heartily disliked the task of assisting rebel subjects and grudged every penny that was spent in it, and the Congregation had never been in a position to support a protracted war. The death of the regent on June the 10th must have quickened the desire of the Guises for peace. For where she had failed to effect their purposes, no one else was likely to succeed. Alike by her character and gifts, and by the momentous policy of which she was the agent, Mary of Lorraine was one of the remarkable figures in Scottish history. It was her misfortune, a misfortune due to her birth and connections, that she found herself from the first in direct antagonism to the natural development of the country of her adoption, and that the circumstances in which she ruled were such as to bring into prominence the least worthy traits of the proud race from which she sprang. Yet in personal appearance, as in courage and magnificence, she was the true sister of Henry of Guise and the Cardinal of Lorraine, quote, the Pope and King of France, end quote. Construed to a larger and more charitable sense than that in which they were written, the words of Knox fitly enough sum up her career. She was, quote, unhappy to Scotland from the first day she entered into it into the day she finished her unhappy life. End quote. On June 16th, commissioners arrived from England and France with powers to effect an arrangement between the contending parties. From England came Cecil and Dr. Wotton, Dean of Canterbury and York, and from France, Montluc, Bishop of Valence, and Charles de Rochefoucauld, Sieur de Rondon. From the beginning, the French representatives gave it to be understood that any treaty that might be made was exclusively between England and France. The congregation were rebel subjects with whom their prince could in no wise treat. After many difficulties that more than once threatened to put an end to further negotiations, a settlement was at length reached, July 6th. The final arrangements signally proved how hopeless the Guises were of their immediate prospects in Scotland. Mary and Francis were to desist from using the arms of England. No Frenchman was henceforth to hold any important office in Scotland. The fortifications of Leith were to be demolished, and the French soldiers, with the exception of 120, were at once to be sent home in their own country. Till the return of Mary, the government was to be entrusted to 12 persons, of whom she was to appoint 7, and the estates 5. In the treaty no arrangement was made regarding religion, but with the powers now placed at their disposal there could be little doubt how the Protestant leaders could interpret the omission. Thus had Elizabeth and the congregation gained every point for which they had striven, and their victory may be said to have determined the future not only of Britain but of Protestantism. So far as Scotland is concerned, the Treaty of Edinburgh marks the central point of her history. It now remained to be seen to what uses the Protestant party would put their victory. The simultaneous departure of the French and English troops relieved them from all restraint, and 4 days later the great deliverance was signalized by a solemn thanksgiving in the church of St. Giles. For the effectual spreading of the Protestant doctrine, preachers were planted in various parts of the country, Knox being appointed to the principal charge in Edinburgh. But it was the approaching assembly of the estates to which all men were looking with hopes or fears, according to their desires and interests. The estates met on August the 3rd, but it was not till the 8th that the attendance was complete. It was to be the most important national assembly in the history of the Scottish people, and the numbers of the different classes who flocked to it showed that the momentous nature of the crisis was fully realized. Specially noteworthy was the crowd of similar barons from all parts of the country. So unusual was the appearance of these persons that it had almost been forgotten that their right to sit as representatives dated from as far back as the reign of James I. A question raised as to the legality of an assembly which met independently of the summons or the presence of the sovereign was decisively set aside, and the House addressed itself to the great issues involved in the late Revolution. The question of religion, as at the root of the whole controversy, took precedence of every other. The first proceeding showed the national instinct for the logical conduct of human affairs. The estates instructed the ministers to draw up a statement of Protestant doctrine which might serve at once as a chart for their future guidance and a justification for their present and future action. In 4 days the task, an easy one for Knox and his brother ministers, was accomplished, and under 25 heads the estates had before them what was henceforth to be the creed of the majority of the Scottish people. Article by article the confession was read and considered, and after a feeble protest by the bishops of St. Andrews, Dunkeld, and Dunblane, approved and ratified by an overwhelming majority of the estates. The way being thus cleared, the next step was the logical conclusion of all the past action of the Protestant leaders. In 3 successive acts, all passed in 1 day, it was decreed that the national church should cease to exist. The first act abolished the jurisdiction of the Pope, the second condemned all practices and doctrines contrary to the new creed, and the third forbade the celebration of Mass within the bounds of Scotland. The penalties attached to the breach of these enactments were those approved and sanctioned by the example of every country in Christendom: confiscation for the first offence, exile for the second, and death for the third. Such were to be the successive punishments for saying or hearing of Mass. Thus apparently had Knox and his fellow workers attained the end of all their labours, and it is instructive to compare the history of their struggle with the experiences of other countries where the same religious conflicts had successively arisen. In Germany, the terrible Peasants' War had been the direct result of Luther's revolt from Rome, and in England the ecclesiastical revolution had been followed by the religious atrocities of Henry VIII, by the anarchy under Edward VI, and by the remorseless fanaticism of Mary Tudor. While the congregation was in the midst of its struggles with Mary of Lorraine, Philip II was dealing with heresy in Spain. How effectually he dealt with it is one of the notable chapters in the histories of nations. Here it is sufficient to recall a single fact in illustration of the relative experiences of Scotland and Spain. In 1559, Philip and his court, amid the applause of a crowd of above 200,000 from all parts of Castile, sanctioned with their presence the burning at Valladolid of a band of persons, mostly women, accused of the crime of heresy. In France, the appearance of a new religion had evoked passions, alike among the people and their rulers, which were to give that country an evil preeminence in the ferocity of national and individual action. The Chambre Ardente, the Edict of Chateaubriand, 1551, the Massacre of Amboise, 1560, the 30 years of intermittent civil war, 1562 to 1592, these were the events of frightful significance that marked the development of religious conflict in France. Compared with the tale of blood and confusion that has been told of Germany, France, England, and Spain, the history of the Reformation in Scotland is a record of order and tranquillity. What is thrust upon us by the narrative of events in Scotland is the singular moderation alike of the representatives of the old and the new religion. Heretics had been burned indeed, but the number was inconsiderable compared with that of similar victims in other countries, and even in the day of their triumph, the Scottish Protestants, in spite of the stern threat of their legislation, were guiltless of a single execution on the ground of religion. What is still more striking is that difference of faith begot no fanatical hate among the mass of the people. In France and Spain, men forgot the ties of blood and country in the blind fury of religious zeal, but in Scotland we do not find town arrayed against town, and neighbour denouncing neighbour on the ground of a different faith. That this tolerance was not due to indifference, the religious history of Scotland abundantly proves. It was in the convulsions attending the change of the national faith that the Scottish nation first attained to a consciousness of itself, and the characteristics it then displayed have remained its distinctive characteristics ever since. It is precisely the combination of a fervid temper with logical thinking and temperate action that have distinguished the Scottish people in all the great crises of their history. It soon appeared that the Protestant triumph was not so complete as it might have seemed. Those who saw furthest, and none was more keenly alive to the fact than Knox, were well aware that many a battle must yet be fought before the new temple they had built should stand secure against the assault of open enemies and equivocal friends. The inherent difficulties of the situation became speedily manifest. Mary and Francis refused to ratify the late measures, a fact, says Knox, quote, "we little regarded or do regard," end quote. What he did regard, however, was the continued alliance and support of England, and he was now to learn that, having attained her own objects, Elizabeth was not disposed to be specially cordial in her future relations to the Protestants in Scotland. It had been for some time in the minds of the Protestant leaders that a marriage between Elizabeth and the Earl of Arran would be an excellent arrangement for both countries, and in October a commission was actually sent to make the proposal. The reply of Elizabeth was that, quote, presently she was not disposed to marry, end quote. An important event made this rebuff additionally unwelcome. On December 5th, Francis II, the husband of Mary Stuart, unexpectedly died. Had her husband lived, Mary might have continued to live in France, which had been so long her home, and Scotland might have been left in large degree to settle its own affairs. Now the probability was that Mary would return to her own country, and with all the authority and prestige of a legitimate sovereign, renew the battle that had been lost by her mother. It was therefore with gloomy forebodings that all sincere well-wishers to the Reformed Church in Scotland saw the close of this year of their apparent triumph. If there were these apprehensions from enemies, there was likewise a growing alarm from the attitude of lukewarm and dubious friends. The sincerity and good faith of all who had taken part in the late revolution were about to be subjected to the most stringent of tests. By the enactments of the preceding year, the ancient church had been swept away, but the work of rearing a new edifice in its place still remained to be accomplished. With this object, the Protestant ministers had been entrusted with the task of drafting a constitution for a new church, which should take the place of the old. The ministers had discharged their trust, and the result of their labours was laid before the Estates, which met in Edinburgh on January the 15th, 1561. The document presented to the Estates was the famous Book of Discipline, the most interesting, and in many respects the most important document in the history of Scotland. If any proof were needed that the revolt against the ancient church was no ill-considered act of irresponsible men, we assuredly possess that proof in this extraordinary book. Though in its primary intention, the scheme of its ecclesiastical polity, it is, in fact, the draft of a republic under which a nation should live its life on earth and prepare itself for heaven. It not only prescribes a creed and supplies a complete system of church government, it suggests a scheme of national education, it defines the relation of church and state, it provides for the poor and unable, it regulates the life of households, it even determines the career of such as by their natural gifts were especially fitted to be of service to church or state. As we shall see, the suggestions of the Book of Discipline were to be but imperfectly realized, yet by defining the ideals and moulding the temper and culture of the prevailing majority of the Scottish people, it has been one of the great formative influences in the national development. It was on this memorable document that the estates were now to sit in judgment. In the case of the Confession of Faith they had been practically unanimous, but that had been a mere statement of abstract doctrines which involved no question of worldly interests, and might be subscribed with a light heart and with any degree of spiritual conviction. With the Book of Discipline it was very different. The fundamental question that had to be answered in that book was the question of the sustentation of the new church. The answer given was the most natural in the world. The Reformed Church had an indisputable right to the entire inheritance of the church it had displaced. There were, however, two formidable difficulties in the way of this claim. Without manifest injustice, the ancient clergy could not be deprived wholesale of their means of subsistence. The second difficulty was also formidable. Of late years, a considerable amount of church property had passed into the hands of the nobles, barons, and gentry. Would these persons now be willing to lay their possessions at the feet of the ministers from whom they professed to have received the true gospel? The proceedings of the convention left no doubt as to the answer. As in the preceding August the assembly was a crowded one, but on this occasion there was no such unanimous action. Quote, "Some approved it," says Knox, "and willed the same to have been set forth by law. Others, perceiving their carnal liberty and worldly commodity somewhat to be impaired thereby, grudged, insomuch that the name of Book of Discipline became odious unto them. Everything that repugned to their corrupt affections was termed in their mocking devout imaginations." End quote. After long and heated debates, no definite conclusion was reached. A large number of the nobles and barons, however, signed the book as being, quote, "good and conformable to God's word in all points," end quote, but they signed it with a qualification that did them credit. The old clergy should be allowed to retain their livings on condition of their maintaining Protestant ministers in their respective districts. The denunciations of Knox had given an evil name to this convention of the estates, yet the act of spoliation to which he would have had them put their hands would have done little credit to a religion whose special claim was to have reproduced the purity and simplicity of the primitive gospel. While the supporters of the Reformation were thus divided among themselves, the prospect of the Queen's approaching return was further confounding their counsels. That she must be their open or their secret foe they could have no manner of doubt. Her character and opinions had been formed under the immediate supervision of her uncle, the Cardinal of Lorraine, and to the French Protestants the Cardinal was already known as le Tigre de France. As a Catholic and as a queen, her natural desire must be to undo the work of the late Revolution, which she could only regard as the work of rebels and heretics. Quote, "Whenever she comes," wrote Randolph, the English resident, "I believe there will be a mad world." End quote. Mary might prove to be as able as her mother, and she would possess many advantages over Mary of Lorraine in any contest with her subjects. She was the legitimate sovereign of the country, and now that the immediate danger from France was removed by the death of her husband, there was no reason why the national party, as distinguished alike from Catholic and Protestant, should not return to its natural allegiance. Moreover, though, with the help of England, Protestantism had triumphed in the late trial of strength, the great majority in the country, nobles, barons, and commons, were still on the side of the old religion. Even before her return, Mary had clearly indicated the policy she intended to follow. In February, she had sent deputies to the estates to urge the renewal of the ancient league with France, a step which, at their meeting in May, the estates decisively refused to take, as being the virtual abandonment of their cause. In view of her imminent return, Mary's supporters began to bestir themselves in a fashion that boded ill for the future peace of the country. At Stirling the bishops met in council to consider their best policy, and we have it from one of their own number that they were acting in concert with the Earls Huntly, Athol, Crawford, Marischal, Sutherland, Caithness, and Bothwell. As the results of their councils, a proposal was sent to Mary which she had the prudence to reject in her own interest as well as in the interest of her kingdom. The proposal was that she should land at some point on the northern coast, where the earls would be ready to support her with 20,000 men. As a safer course for the immediate future, Mary chose the advice proffered to her by the party for the present in the ascendant. Through the Lord James Stuart as their deputy, the Protestant leaders urged upon her the necessity of leaving religion as she would find it, and of adopting as her advisers the persons now at the head of affairs. When at length, on August the 19th, 1561, Mary landed at Leith, it appeared that, at least for the time, she was content to take things as she found them. That she would accept them as definitive, no one, and least of all John Knox, could so far delude himself as to believe. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. John Knox heads the Scottish Reformers, AD 1559, by Thomas Carlyle. In the history of Scotland I can find properly but one epoch. We may say it contains nothing of world interest at all but this Reformation by Knox. A poor, barren country, full of continual broils, dissensions, massacrings. A people in the last state of rudeness and destitution, little better perhaps than Ireland at this day. Hungry, fierce barons, not so much as able to form any arrangement with each other how to divide what they have fleeced from these poor drudges, but obliged, as the Columbian republics are at this day, to make of every alteration a revolution. No way of changing a ministry but by hanging the old ministers on gibbets. This is a historical spectacle of no very singular influence. Bravery enough, I doubt not, fierce fighting in abundance, but not braver or fiercer than that of their old Scandinavian sea king ancestors, whose exploits we have not found worth dwelling on. It is a country as yet without a soul, nothing developed in it but what is rude, external, semi-animal. And now at the Reformation the internal life is kindled, as it were, under the ribs of this outward material death. A cause, the noblest of causes, kindles itself like a beacon set on high, high as heaven yet attainable from earth, whereby the meanest man becomes not a citizen only, but a member of Christ's visible church, a veritable hero if he proves a true man. But to return, this that Knox did for his nation, I say, we may really call a resurrection as from death. It was not a smooth business, but it was welcome surely, and cheap at that price, had it been far rougher. On the whole, cheap at any price, as life is. The people began to live. They needed first of all to do that, at what cost and costs soever. Scotch literature and thought, Scotch industry, James Watt, David Hume, Walter Scott, Robert Burns. I find Knox and the Reformation acting in the heart's core of every one of these persons and phenomena. I find that without the Reformation they would not have been. Or what of Scotland? The Puritanism of Scotland became that of England, of New England. A tumult in the High Church of Edinburgh spread itself into a universal battle and struggle over all these realms. There came out, after 50 years' struggling, what we call the Glorious Revolution, a habeas corpus act, free parliaments, and much else. Alas, is it not too true that many men in the van do always like Russian soldiers march into the ditch of Schweidnitz, and fill it up with their dead bodies, that the rear may pass over them dry-shod and gain the honour? How many earnest, rugged Cromwells, Knoxes, poor peasant Covenanters, wrestling, battling for very life in rough, miry places, have to struggle and suffer and fall, greatly censured, bemired, before a beautiful revolution of 88 can step over them in official pumps and silk stockings with universal 3 times 3. It seems to me hard measure that this Scottish man, now after 300 years, should have to plead like a culprit before the world, intrinsically for having been, in such a way as it was then possible to be, the bravest of all Scotchmen. Had he been a poor half and half, he could have crouched into the corner like so many others. Scotland had not been delivered, and Knox had been without blame. He is the one Scotchman to whom, of all others, his country and the world owe a debt. He has to plead that Scotland would forgive him for having been worth to it any million unblameable Scotchmen that need no forgiveness. He bared his breast to the battle, had to row in French galleys, wander forlorn in exile, in clouds and storms, was censured, shot at through his windows, had a right sore fighting life. If this world were his place of recompense, he had made but a bad venture of it. I cannot apologize for Knox. To him it is very indifferent, these 250 years or more, what men say of him. But we, having got above all those details of his battle, and living now in clearness on the fruits of his victory, we, for our own sake, ought to look through the rumours and controversies enveloping the man, into the man himself. For one thing, I will remark that this post of prophet to his nation was not of his seeking. Knox had lived 40 years quietly obscure before he became conspicuous. He was a son of poor parents, had got a college education, become a priest, adopted the Reformation, and seemed well content to guide his own steps by the light of it, nowise unduly intruding it on others. He had lived as tutor in gentlemen's families, preaching when any body of persons wished to hear his doctrine, resolute he to walk by the truth and speak the truth when called to do it, not ambitious of more, not fancying himself capable of more. In this entirely obscure way he had reached the age of 40, was with the small body of reformers who were standing siege in St. Andrew's Castle, when one day in their chapel the preacher, after finishing his exhortation to these fighters in the forlorn hope, said suddenly that there ought to be other speakers, that all men who had a priest's heart and gift in them ought now to speak, which gifts and heart one of their own number, John Knox the name of him, had. Had he not, said the preacher, appealing to all the audience? What then is his duty? The people answered affirmatively. It was a criminal forsaking of his post if such a man held the word that was in him silent. Poor Knox was obliged to stand up. He attempted to reply, he could say no word, burst into a flood of tears and ran out. It is worth remembering that scene. He was in grievous trouble for some days. He felt what a small faculty was his for this great work. He felt what a baptism he was called to be baptized withal. He burst into tears. Our primary characteristic of a hero, that he is sincere, applies emphatically to Knox. It is not denied anywhere that this, whatever might be his other qualities or faults, is among the truest of men. With a singular instinct he holds to the truth and fact. The truth alone is there for him, the rest a mere shadow and deceptive non-entity. However feeble, forlorn the reality may seem, on that and that only can he take his stand. In the galleys of the river Loire, whither Knox and the others, after their castle of St. Andrews was taken, had been sent as galley slaves. Some officer or priest one day presented them an image of the Virgin Mother, requiring that they, the blasphemous heretics, should do it reverence. "Mother, Mother of God," said Knox, when the term came to him, "this is no Mother of God. This is a painted bret. A piece of wood, I tell you, with paint on it. She is fitter for swimming, I think, than for being worshipped," added Knox, and flung the thing into the river. It was not very cheap jesting there, but come of it what might, this thing to Knox was, and must continue, nothing other than the real truth. It was a painted bret. Worship it he would not. He told his fellow prisoners in this darkest time to be of courage. The cause they had was the true one, and must and would prosper. The whole world could not put it down. Reality is of God's making, it is alone strong. How many painted brets, pretending to be real, are fitted to swim than to be worshipped. This Knox cannot live but by facts. He clings to reality as the shipwrecked sailor to the cliff. He is an instance to us how a man, by sincerity itself, becomes heroic. It is the grand gift he has. We find in Knox a good, honest, intellectual talent, no transcendent one. A narrow, inconsiderable man, as compared with Luther, but in heartfelt, instinctive adherence to truth. In sincerity, as we say, he has no superior. Nay, one might ask what equal he has. The heart of him is of the true prophet cast. quote, "He lies there," said the Earl of Morton at his grave, "who never feared the face of man." End quote. He resembles, more than any of the moderns, an old Hebrew prophet, the same inflexibility, intolerance, rigid, narrow-looking adherence to God's truth, stern rebuke in the name of God to all that forsake truth, an old Hebrew prophet in the guise of an Edinburgh minister of the 16th century. We are to take him for that, not require him to be other. Knox's conduct to Queen Mary, the harsh visits he used to make in her own palace to reprove her there, have been much commented upon. Such cruelty, such coarseness, fills us with indignation. On reading the actual narrative of the business, what Knox said and what Knox meant, I must say one's tragic feeling is rather disappointed. They are not so coarse, these speeches. They seem to me about as fine as the circumstances would permit. Knox was not there to do the courtier. He came on another errand. Whoever, reading these colloquies of his with the Queen, thinks they are vulgar insolences of a plebeian priest to a delicate high lady, mistakes the purport and essence of them altogether. It was unfortunately not possible to be polite with the Queen of Scotland, unless one proved untrue to the nation and cause of Scotland. A man who did not wish to see the land of his birth made a hunting field for intriguing, ambitious geezers, and the cause of God trampled under foot of falsehoods, formulas, and the devil's cause, had no method of making himself agreeable. Quote, "Better that women weep," said Morton, "than that bearded men be forced to weep." End quote. Knox was the constitutional opposition party in Scotland. The nobles of the country called by their station to take that post were not found in it. Knox had to go, or no one. The hapless Queen, but the still more hapless country, if she were made happy. Mary herself was not without sharpness enough among her other qualities. Quote, "Who are you," she said once, "that presume to school the nobles and sovereign of this realm?" End quote. Quote, "Madam, a subject born within the same," answered he. End quote. Reasonably answered. If the subject have truth to speak, it is not the subject's footing that will fail him here. We blame Knox for his intolerance. Well, surely it is good that each of us be as tolerant as possible. Yet, at bottom, after all the talk there is and has been about it, what is tolerance? Tolerance has to tolerate the unessential, and to see well what that is. Tolerance has to be noble, measured, just in its very wrath when it can tolerate no longer. But, on the whole, we are not altogether here to tolerate. We are here to resist, to control, and vanquish withal. We do not tolerate falsehoods, thieveries, iniquities when they fasten on us. We say to them, "Thou art false, thou art not tolerable." We are here to extinguish falsehoods and put an end to them in some wise way. I will not quarrel so much with the way. The doing of the thing is our great concern. In this sense Knox was, full surely, intolerant. A man sent to row in French galleys, and such like, for teaching the truth in his own land, cannot always be in the mildest humour. I am not prepared to say that Knox had a soft temper, nor do I know that he had what we call an ill temper. An ill nature he decidedly had not. Kind, honest affections dwelt in the much-enduring, hard-worn, ever-battling man. That he could rebuke queens, and had such weight among those proud, turbulent nobles, proud enough whatever else they were, and could maintain to the end a kind of virtual presidency and sovereignty in that wild realm. He who was only a subject born within the same. This of itself will prove to us that he was found, close at hand, to be no mean, acrid man, but at heart a healthful, strong, sagacious man. Such alone can bear rule in that kind. They blame him for pulling down cathedrals, and so forth, as if he were a seditious, rioting demagogue. Precisely the reverse is seen to be the fact in regard to cathedrals and the rest of it, if we examine. Knox wanted no pulling down of stone edifices. He wanted leprosy and darkness to be thrown out of the lives of men. Tumult was not his element. It was the tragic feature of his life that he was forced to dwell so much in that. Every such man is the born enemy of disorder, hates to be in it. But what then? Smooth falsehood is not order, it is the general sum total of disorder. Order is truth, each thing standing on the basis that belongs to it. Order and falsehood cannot subsist together. Withal, unexpectedly enough, this Knox has a vein of drollery in him, which I like much in combination with his other qualities. He has a true eye for the ridiculous. His history, with its rough earnestness, is curiously enlivened with this. when the two prelates entering Glasgow Cathedral quarrel about precedence, march rapidly up, take to hustling one another, twitching one another's rochers, and at last flourishing their croziers like quarterstaffs, it is a great sight for him everywhere. Not mockery, scorn, bitterness alone, though there is enough of that too, but a true, loving, illuminating laugh mounts up over the earnest visage, not a loud laugh, you would say a laugh in the eyes most of all, an honest-hearted, brotherly man, brother to the high, brother also to the low, sincere in his sympathy with both. He had his pipe of Bordeaux too. We find in that old Edinburgh house of his a cheery, social man with faces that loved him. They go far wrong who think that this Knox was a gloomy, spasmodic, shrieking fanatic. Not at all. He is one of the solidest of men. Practical, cautious, hopeful, patient, a most shrewd, observing, quietly discerning man. In fact, he was very much the type of character we assign to the Scotch at present. A certain sardonic taciturnity is in him, insight enough and a stouter heart than he himself knows of. He has the power of holding his peace over many things which do not vitally concern him. They, what are they? But the thing which does vitally concern him, that thing he will speak of, and in a tone the whole world shall be made to hear, all the more emphatic for his long silence. This prophet of the Scotch is to me no hateful man. He had a sore fight of an existence, wrestling with popes and principalities, in defeat, contention, lifelong struggle, rowing as a galley slave, wandering as an exile. A sore fight, but he won it. Have you hope? They asked him in his last moment, when he could no longer speak. He lifted his finger, pointed upward with his finger, and so died. Honour to him. His works have not died. The letter of his work dies, as of all men's, but the spirit of it never. One word more as to the letter of Knox's work. The unforgivable offence in him is that he wished to set up priests over the head of kings. In other words, he strove to make the government of Scotland a theocracy. This indeed is properly the sum of his offences, the essential sin, for which what pardon can there be? It is most true he did at bottom, consciously or unconsciously, mean a theocracy or government of God. He did mean that kings and prime ministers and all manner of persons, in public or private, diplomatizing or whatever else they might be doing, should walk according to the gospel of Christ, and understand that this was their law, supreme over all laws. He hoped once to see such a thing realized, and the petition, "Thy kingdom come," no longer an empty word. He was sorely grieved when he saw greedy, worldly barons clutch hold of the church's property, when he expostulated that it was not secular property, that it was spiritual property, and should be turned to true churchly uses, education, schools, worship. And the Regent Murray had to answer, with a shrug of the shoulders, "It is a devout imagination." This was Knox's scheme of right and truth. This he zealously endeavoured after to realize it. If we think his scheme of truth was too narrow, was not true, we may rejoice that he could not realize it, that it remained after 2 centuries of effort unrealizable, and is a devout imagination still. But how shall we blame him for struggling to realize it? Theocracy, government of God, is precisely the thing to be struggled for. All prophets, zealous priests, are there for that purpose. Hildebrand wished a theocracy, Cromwell wished it, fought for it, Muhammad attained it. Nay, is it not what all zealous men, whether called priests, prophets, or whatsoever else called, do essentially wish and must wish? That right and truth, or God's law, reign supreme among men? This is the heavenly ideal, well named in Knox's time and nameable in all times a revealed will of God, towards which the reformer will insist that all be more and more approximated. All true reformers are by nature of them priests, and strive for a theocracy. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and Paul Rudd. Mary Stuart, her reign and execution, A.D. 1561 to 1587, by Algernon Charles Swinbourne, Part 1. Apart from the peculiar interest of her own life and reign, Mary Stuart is an important personage as having been the mother of the first sovereign of the Stuart line in England, James I. Historical critics take widely differing views of the conduct and character of the Queen of Scots, both in her individual life and her relation to public affairs. In the complications then involving the political and religious organizations of Europe, the play and counterplay of motives are difficult to follow, and just discrimination becomes at times almost impossible. In like manner, the troublous times in which Mary Stuart was called to act her part rendered her own way intricate and uncertain. A devotee of the Catholic faith, she was placed upon the throne of Scotland at the very hour when that country, under the powerful leadership of John Knox, was fast becoming Protestant. This state of affairs made her task as ruler in her own realm sufficiently trying, but her difficulties were increased by the inevitable antagonisms with her great Protestant rival, Elizabeth of England, and through the involved relations of Great Britain with Spain and Catholic Europe generally. These historical puzzles seem always to call for fresh explanation. No less perplexing are the circumstances into which this queen was drawn by her marital relations and other personal entanglements. Upon all these matters Swinburne sheds light through the medium of a sound critical judgment in a style no less conspicuous for its fascination than by reason of its illuminative power. Mary, 1542 to 1587, Queen of Scots, daughter of King James V and his wife Mary of Lorraine, was born in December 1542, a few days before the death of her father, heartbroken by the disgrace of his arms at Solway Moss, where the disaffected nobles had declined to encounter an enemy of inferior force in the cause of a king whose systematic policy had been directed against the privileges of their order, and whose representative on the occasion was an unpopular favorite appointed general in defiance of their ill will. On the 9th of September following, the ceremony of coronation was duly performed on the infant. A scheme for her betrothal to Edward, Prince of Wales, was defeated by the grasping greed of his father, whose obvious ambition to annex the crown of Scotland at once to that of England aroused instantly the general suspicion and indignation of Scottish patriotism. In 1548, the Queen of 6 years old was betrothed to the Dauphin Francis, and set sail for France, where she arrived August 15th. The society in which the child was thenceforward reared is known to readers of Brantome, as well as that of Imperial Rome at its worst is known to readers of Suetonius or Petronius, as well as that of Papal Rome at its worst is known to readers of the diary kept by the domestic chaplain of Pope Alexander VI. Only in their pages can a parallel be found to the gay and easy record which reveals, without sign of shame or suspicion of offense, the daily life of a court compared to which the court of King Charles II is as the court of Queen Victoria to the society described by Grammont. Debauchery of all kinds, murder in all forms, were the daily matter of excitement or of jest to the brilliant circle which revolved around Queen Catherine de' Medici. After 10 years' training under the tutelage of the woman whose main instrument of policy was the corruption of her own children, the Queen of Scots, aged 15 years and 5 months, was married to the eldest and feeblest of the brood on April 24th, 1558. On November 17th, Elizabeth became Queen of England, and the princes of Lorraine, Francis the great Duke of Guise and his brother the Cardinal, induced their niece and her husband to assume, in addition to the arms of France and Scotland, the arms of a country over which they asserted the right of Mary Stuart to reign as legitimate heiress of Mary Tudor. civil strife broke out in Scotland between John Knox and the Queen Dowager, between the self-styled, quote, Congregation of the Lord, end quote, and the adherents of the Regent, whose French troops repelled the combined forces of the Scotch and their English allies from the beleaguered walls of Leith, little more than a month before the death of their mistress in the castle of Edinburgh on June 10th, 1560. On August 25th, Protestantism was proclaimed and Catholicism suppressed in Scotland by a convention of states assembled without the assent of the absent Queen. On December 5th, Francis II died. In August 1561, his widow left France for Scotland, having been refused a safe conduct by Elizabeth on the ground of her own previous refusal to ratify the treaty made with England by her commissioners in the same month of the preceding year. She arrived nevertheless in safety at Leith, escorted by 3 of her uncles of the House of Lorraine, and bringing in her train her future biographer, Brantome, and Chastelard, the first of all her voluntary victims. On August 21st she first met the only man able to withstand her, and their first passage of arms left, as he has recorded, upon the mind of John Knox, an ineffaceable impression of her, quote, proud mind, crafty wit, and indurate heart against God and his truth, end quote. And yet her acts of concession and conciliation were such as no fanatic on the opposite side could have approved. She assented not only to the undisturbed maintenance of the new creed, but even to a scheme for the endowment of the Protestant ministry out of the confiscated lands of the Church. Her half-brother, Lord James Stuart, shared the duties of her chief counsellor with William Maitland of Lethington, the keenest and most liberal thinker in the country. By the influence of Lord James, in spite of the earnest opposition of Knox, permission was obtained for her to hear Mass celebrated in her private chapel, a license to which, said the reformer, he would have preferred the invasion of 10,000 Frenchmen. Through all the first troubles of her reign, the young queen steered her skilful and dauntless way with the tact of a woman and the courage of a man. An insurrection in the north, headed by the Earl of Huntly under pretext of rescuing from justice the life which his son had forfeited by his share in a homicidal brawl, was crushed at a blow by the Lord James, against whose life, as well as against his sister's liberty, the conspiracy of the Gordons had been aimed, and on whom, after the father had fallen in fight and the son had expiated his double offence on the scaffold, the leading rebel's earldom of Murray was conferred by the gratitude of the Queen. Exactly 4 months after the Battle of Kerichi, and the subsequent execution of a criminal whom she is said to have, quote, loved entirely, end quote, had put an end to the first insurrection raised against her, Pierre de Boscastel de Chastelard, who had returned to France with the other companions of her arrival, and, in November 1562, had revisited Scotland, expiated with his head the offence of the misfortune of a second detection at night in her bedchamber. In the same month, 25 years afterward, the execution of his mistress, according to the verdict of her contemporaries in France, avenged the blood of a lover who had died without uttering a word to realize the apprehension which, according to Knox, had before his trial impelled her to desire her brother, quote, that, as he loved her, he would slay Chastelard and let him never speak word, end quote. And in the same month, 2 years from the date of Chastelard's execution, her first step was unconsciously taken on the road to Fotheringay, when she gave her heart at first sight to her kinsman Henry, Lord Darnley, son of Matthew Stuart, Earl of Lennox, who had suffered an exile of 20 years in expiation of his intrigues with England, and had married the niece of King Henry VIII, daughter of his sister Margaret, the widow of James IV, by her second husband, the Earl of Angus. Queen Elizabeth, with the almost incredible want of tact or instinctive delicacy which distinguished and disfigured her vigorous intelligence, had recently proposed as a suitor to the Queen of Scots her own low-born favourite, Lord Robert Dudley, the widower if not murderer of Amy Robsart, and she now protested against the project of marriage between Mary and Darnley. Mary, who had already married her kinsman in secret at Stirling Castle, with Catholic rites celebrated in the apartment of David Rizzio, her secretary for correspondence with France, assured the English ambassador, in reply to the protest of his mistress, that the marriage would not take place for 3 months, when a dispensation from the Pope would allow the cousins to be publicly united without offence to the Church. On July 29, 1565, they were accordingly remarried at Holyrood. The hapless and worthless bridegroom had already incurred the hatred of 2 powerful enemies, the Earls of Morton and Glencairn, but the former of these took part with the Queen against the forces raised by Murray, Glencairn, and others, under the nominal leadership of Hamilton, Duke of Châtellerault, on the double plea of danger to the new religion of the country and of the illegal proceeding by which Darnley had been proclaimed King of Scots without the needful constitutional assent of the estates of the realm. Murray was cited to attend to the quote, raid, quote, or array levied by the king and queen, and was duly denounced by public blast of trumpet for his non-appearance. He entered Edinburgh with his forces, but failed to hold the town against the guns of the castle, and fell back upon Dumfries before the advance of the royal army, which was now joined by James Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, on his return from a 3 years' outlawed exile in France. He had been accused in 1562 of a plot to seize the Queen and put her into the keeping of Earl of Arran, whose pretensions to her hand ended only when his insanity could no longer be concealed. Another new adherent was the son of the late Earl of Huntly, to whom the forfeited honours of his house were restored a few months before the marriage of his sister to Bothwell. The Queen now appealed to France for aid, but Castelnau, the French ambassador, replied to her passionate pleading by sober and earnest advice to make peace with the malcontents. This counsel was rejected, and in October 1565, the Queen marched an army of 18,000 men against them from Edinburgh, their forces dispersed in face of superior numbers, and Murray, on seeking shelter in England, was received with contumely by Elizabeth, whose half-hearted help had failed to support his enterprise, and whose intercession for his return found at first no favour with the Queen of Scots. But the conduct of the besotted boy, on whom at their marriage she had bestowed the title of king, began at once to justify the enterprise and to play into the hands of all his enemies alike. His father set him on to demand the crown matrimonial, which would at least have assured him the rank and station of independent royalty for life. Rizzio, hitherto his friend and advocate, induced the Queen to reply by a reasonable refusal to this hazardous and audacious request. Darnley at once threw himself into the arms of the party opposed to the policy of the Queen and her secretary, a policy which at that moment was doubly and trebly calculated to exasperate the fears of the religious and the pride of the patriotic. Mary was invited, if not induced by the King of Spain, to join his league for the suppression of Protestantism, while the actual or prospective endowment of Rizzio with Morton's office of Chancellor and the projected attainder of Murray and his allies combined to inflame at once the anger and the apprehension of the Protestant nobles. According to one account, Darnley privately assured his uncle George Douglas of his wife's infidelity. He had himself, if he might be believed, discovered the secretary in the Queen's apartment at midnight, under circumstances yet more unequivocally compromising than those which had brought Chastelard to the scaffold. Another version of the pitiful history represents Douglas as infusing suspicion of Rizzio into the empty mind of his nephew, and thus winning his consent to a deed already designed by others. A bond was drawn in which Darnley pledged himself to support the Confederates who undertook to punish, quote, certain privy persons, end quote, offensive to the state, quote, especially a stranger Italian called Availle, end quote. Another was subscribed by Darnley and the banished lords, then biding their time in Newcastle, which engaged him to procure their pardon and restoration, while pledging them to ensure to him the enjoyment of the title he coveted, with the consequent security of an undisputed succession to the crown, despite the counter-claims of the House of Hamilton in case his wife should die without issue, a result which, intentionally or not, he and his fellow conspirators did all that brutality could have suggested to accelerate and secure. On March 9th, the palace of Holyrood was invested by a troop under the command of Morton, while Rizzio was dragged by force out of the Queen's presence and slain without trial in the heat of the moment. The Parliament was discharged by proclamation issued in the name of Darnley as king, and in the evening of the next day, the banished lords, whom it was to have condemned to outlawry, returned to Edinburgh. On the following day, they were graciously received by the Queen, who undertook to sign a bond for their security, but delayed the subscription until the next morning under plea of sickness. During the night she escaped with Darnley, whom she had already seduced from the party of his accomplices, and arrived at Dunbar on the third morning after the slaughter of her favourite. From thence they returned to Edinburgh on March 28th, guarded by 2,000 horsemen under the command of Bothwell, who had escaped from Holyrood on the night of the murder, to raise a force on the Queen's behalf, with his usual soldierly promptitude. The slayers of Rizzio fled to England and were outlawed. Darnley was permitted to protest his innocence and denounce his accomplices, after which he became the scorn of all parties alike, and few men dared or cared to be seen in his company. On June 19th a son was born to his wife, and in the face of his previous protestations he was induced to acknowledge himself the father. But as Murray and his partisans returned to favour and influence no longer incompatible with that of Bothwell and Huntly, he grew desperate enough with terror to dream of escape to France. This design was at once frustrated by the Queen's resolution. She summoned him to declare his reasons for it in the presence of the French ambassador and an assembly of the nobles. She besought him for God's sake to speak out and not spare her, and at last he left her presence with an avowal that he had nothing to allege. The favour shown to Bothwell had not yet given occasion for scandal, and though his character as an adventurous libertine was as notable as his reputation for military hardihood, but, as the summer advanced, his insolence increased with his influence at court and the general aversion of his rivals. He was richly endowed by Mary from the greater and lesser spoils of the church, and the 3 wardenships of the border, united for the first time in his person, gave the Lord High Admiral of Scotland a position of unequalled power. In the gallant discharge of its duties he was dangerously wounded by a leading outlaw, whom he slew in single combat, and while yet confined to Hermitage Castle, he received a visit of 2 hours from the Queen, who rode thither from Jedburgh and back through 20 miles of the wild borderland, where her person was in perpetual danger from the freebooters whom her father's policy had striven and had failed to extirpate. On January 22nd, 1567, the Queen visited her husband, who was ill at Glasgow, and proposed to remove him to Craigmillar Castle, where he would have the benefit of medicinal baths. But instead of this resort, he was conveyed on the last day of the month to the lonely and squalid shelter of the residence, which was soon to be made memorable by his murder. Between the ruins of 2 sacred buildings, with the town hall to the south and the suburban hamlet known to ill fame as the Thieves' Row to the north of it, a lodging was prepared for the titular King of Scotland, and fitted up with tapestries taken from the Gordons after the Battle of Carrishee. On the evening of Sunday, February 9th, Mary took her last leave of the miserable boy who had so often and so mortally outraged her as consort and as queen. That night, the whole city was shaken out of sleep by an explosion of gunpowder which shattered to fragments the building in which he should have slept, and perished. And next morning the bodies of Darnley and a page were found strangled in a garden adjoining it, whither they had apparently escaped over a wall, to be dispatched by the hands of Bothwell's attendant confederates. Upon the view which may be taken of Mary's conduct during the next 3 months depends the whole debatable question of her character. According to the professed champions of that character, this conduct was a tissue of such dastardly imbecility, such heartless irresolution, and such brainless inconsistency as forever to dispose of her time-honored claim to the credit of intelligence and courage. It is certain that just 3 months and 6 days after the murder of her husband, she became the wife of her husband's murderer. On February 11th, she wrote to the Bishop of Glasgow, her ambassador in France, a brief letter of simple eloquence, announcing her providential escape from a design upon her own as well as her husband's life. A reward of £2,000 was offered by proclamation for discovery of the murderer. Bothwell and others, his satellites or the Queen's, were instantly placarded by name as the criminals. Voices were heard by night in the streets of Edinburgh, calling down judgment on the assassins. 4 days after the discovery of the bodies, Darnley was buried in the chapel of Holyrood with secrecy as remarkable as the solemnity with which Rizzio had been interred there less than a year before. On the Sunday following, Mary left Edinburgh for Seton Palace, 12 miles from the capital, where scandal asserted that she passed the time merrily in shooting matches, with Bothwell for her partner, against Lords Seton and Huntly. Other accounts represent Huntly and Bothwell as left at Holyrood in charge of the infant prince. Gracefully and respectfully, with statesmanlike yet feminine dexterity, the demands of Darnley's father for justice on the murderers of his son were accepted and eluded by his daughter-in-law. Bothwell, with a troop of 50 men, rode through Edinburgh, defiantly denouncing vengeance on his concealed accusers. As weeks elapsed without action on the part of the royal widow, while the cry of blood was up throughout the country, raising echoes from England and abroad, the murmur of accusation began to rise against her also. Murray, with his sister's ready permission, withdrew to France. On April 21st, Mary went to visit her child at Stirling, where his guardian, the Earl of Mar, refused to admit more than 2 women in her train. It was well known in Edinburgh that Bothwell had a body of men ready to intercept her on the way back, and carry her to Dunbar, not, as was naturally inferred, without good assurance of her consent. On April 24th, as she approached Edinburgh, Bothwell accordingly met her at the head of 800 spearmen, assured her, as she afterwards averred, that she was in the utmost peril, and escorted her, together with Huntly, Lethington, and Melville, who were then in attendance, to Dunbar Castle. On May 3rd, Lady Jane Gordon, who had become Countess of Bothwell on February 22nd of the year preceding, obtained, on the ground of her husband's infidelities, a separation which, however, would not under the old laws of Catholic Scotland have left him free to marry again. On the day when the first or Protestant divorce was announced, Mary and Bothwell returned to Edinburgh with every prepared appearance of a peaceful triumph. Lest her captivity should have been held to invalidate the late legal proceedings in her name, proclamation was made of forgiveness accorded by the Queen to her captor in consideration of his past and future services, and her intention was announced to reward them by further promotion, and on the same day, May 12th, he was duly created Duke of Orkney and Shetland. The Duke, as a conscientious Protestant, refused to marry his mistress according to the rites of her church, and she, the chosen champion of its cause, agreed to be married to him, not merely by a Protestant, but by one who before his conversion had been a Catholic bishop, and therefore should have been more hateful and contemptible in her eyes than any ordinary heretic. Had not religion as well as policy, faith as well as reason, been absorbed or superseded by some more mastering passion or emotion. This passion or emotion, according to those who deny her attachment to Bothwell, was simply terror, the blind and irrational prostration of an abject spirit before the cruel force of circumstances and the crafty wickedness of men. Hitherto, according to all evidence, she had shown herself on all occasions, as on all subsequent occasions she indisputably showed herself, the most fearless, the most keen-sighted, the most ready-witted, the most high-gifted and high-spirited of women, gallant and generous, skilful and practical, never to be cowed by fortune, never to be cajoled by craft, neither more unselfish in her ends, nor more unscrupulous in her practice than might have been expected from her training and her creed. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Mary Stuart, Her Reign and Execution, A.D. 1561 to 1587, by Algernon Charles Swinbourne, Part 2. But at the crowning moment of trial, there are those who assert their belief that the woman who, on her way to the field of Kerichi, had uttered her wish to be a man, that she might know all the hardship and all the enjoyment of a soldier's life, riding forth, quote, in jack and knapskull, end quote, the woman who long afterward was to hold her own for 2 days together, without help of counsel, against all the array of English law and English statesmanship, armed with irrefragable evidence and supported by the resentment of a nation, showed herself devoid of moral and physical resolution, too senseless to realize the significance, and too heartless to face the danger of a situation from which the simplest exercise of reason, principle, or courage must have rescued the most unsuspicious and inexperienced of honest women, who was not helplessly deficient in self-reliance and self-respect. The famous correspondence produced next year in evidence against her at the Conference of York may have been, as her partisans affirm, so craftily garbled and falsified by interpolation, suppression, perversion, or absolute forgery as to be all but historically worthless. Its acceptance or its rejection does not in any degree whatever affect, for better or for worse, the rational estimate of her character. The problem presented by the simple existence of the facts just summed up remains in either case absolutely the same. That the coarse and imperious nature of the hardy and able ruffian who had now become openly her master should no less openly have shown itself, even in the first moments of their inauspicious union, is what any bystander of common insight must inevitably have foreseen. Tears, dejection, and passionate expressions of despair, quote, wishing only for death, end quote, bore fitful and variable witness to her first sense of a heavier yoke than yet had galled her spirit and her pride. At other times her affectionate gaiety would give evidence as trustworthy of a fearless and improvident satisfaction. They rode out in state together, and if he kept cap in hand as a subject, she would snatch it from him and clap it on his head again, while in graver things she took all due or possible care to gratify his ambition by the insertion of a clause in their contract of marriage, which made their joint signature necessary to all documents of state issued under the sign manual. She dispatched to France a special envoy, the Bishop of Dunblane, with instructions setting forth at length the unparalleled and hitherto ill-requited services and merits of Bothwell, and the necessity of compliance at once with his passion and with the unanimous counsel of the nation, a people who would endure the rule of no foreign consort, and whom none of their own countrymen were so competent to control, alike by wisdom and by valor, as the incomparable subject of her choice. These personal merits and this political necessity were the only pleas advanced in a letter to her ambassador in England, but that neither plea would avail her for a moment in Scotland, she had ominous evidence on the 13th day after her marriage, when no response was made to the usual form of proclamation for a raid or levy of forces under pretext of a campaign against the reivers of the border. On June 6th, Mary and Bothwell took refuge in Borthwick Castle, 12 miles from the capital, where the fortress was in the keeping of an adherent whom the diplomacy of Sir James Melville had succeeded in detaching from his allegiance to Bothwell. The fugitives were pursued and beleaguered by the Earl of Morton and Lord Hume, who declared their purpose to rescue the Queen from the thraldom of her husband. He escaped, leaving her free to follow him or to join the party of her professed deliverers. But whatever cause she might have since marriage to complain of his rigorous custody and domineering brutality was insufficient to break the ties by which he held her. Alone, in the disguise of a page, she slipped out of the castle at midnight and rode off to meet him at a tower 2 miles distant, whence they fled together to Dunbar. The Confederate lords, on entering Edinburgh, were welcomed by the citizens, and after 3 hours' persuasion, Lethington, who had now joined them, prevailed on the captain of the castle to deliver it also into their hands. Proclamations were issued in which the crime of Bothwell was denounced, and the disgrace of the country, the thraldom of the Queen, and the mortal peril of her infant son were set forth as reasons for summoning all the lieges of the chief cities of Scotland to rise in arms on 3 hours' notice, and join the forces assembled against the one common enemy. News of his approach reached them on the night of June 14th, and they marched before dawn with 2,200 men to meet him near Musselburgh. Mary, meanwhile, had passed from Dunbar to Haddington, and thence to Setton, where 1,600 men rallied to her side. On June 15th, 1 month from their marriage day, the Queen and Bothwell, at the head of a force of fairly equal numbers but visibly inferior discipline, met the army of the Confederates at Carberry Hill, some 6 miles from Edinburgh. It was agreed that the Queen should yield herself prisoner, and Bothwell be allowed to retire in safety to Dunbar with the few followers who remained to him. Mary took leave of her first and last master with passionate anguish and many parting kisses, but in face of his enemies, and in hearing of the cries which burst from the ranks demanding her death by fire as a murderess and harlot, the whole heroic and passionate spirit of the woman, represented by her admirers as a spiritless imbecile, flamed out in responsive threats to have all the men hanged and crucified in whose power she now stood, helpless and alone. She grasped the hand of Lord Lindsay as he rode beside her, and swore, quote, by this hand, end quote, she would, quote, have his head for this, end quote. In Edinburgh she was received by a yelling mob, which flaunted before her at each turn a banner representing the corpse of Darnley, with her child beside it, invoking on his knees the retribution of divine justice. From the violence of a multitude, in which women of the worst class were more furious than the men, she was sheltered in the house of the provost, where she repeatedly showed herself at the window, appealing aloud with dishevelled hair and dress to the mercy which no man could look upon her and refuse. At 9 in the evening she was removed to Holyrood, and thence to the port of Leith, where she embarked under guard, with her attendants, for the island castle of Lochleven. On the 20th, a silver casket containing letters and French verses, miscalled sonnets, in the handwriting of the Queen, was taken from the person of a servant who had been sent by Bothwell to bring it from Edinburgh to Dunbar. Even in the existing versions of the letters, translated from the lost originals and retranslated from this translation of a text, which was probably destroyed in 1603 by order of King James on his accession to the English throne, even in these possibly disfigured versions, the fiery pathos of passion, the fierce and piteous fluctuations of spirit between love and hate, hope and rage and jealousy, have an eloquence apparently beyond the imitation or invention of art. 3 days after this discovery, Lord Lindsay, Lord Ruthven, and Sir Robert Melville were dispatched to Lochleven. there to obtain the Queen's signature to an act of abdication in favour of her son, and another appointing Murray regent during his minority. She submitted, and a commission of regency was established till the return from France of Murray, who, on August 15th, arrived at Lochleven with Morton and Atholl. According to his own account, the expostulations as to her past conduct, which preceded his admonitions for the future, were received with tears, confessions, and attempts at extenuation or excuse, but when they parted next day on good terms, she had regained her usual spirits. Nor from that day forward had they reason to sink again, in spite of the close keeping in which she was held, with the daughters of the house for bedfellows. Their mother and the regent's, her father's former mistress, was herself not impervious to her prisoner's lifelong power of seduction and subjugation. Her son George Douglas fell inevitably under the charm. A rumour transmitted to England went so far as to assert that she had proposed him to their common half-brother Murray as a fourth husband for herself. A later tradition represented her as the mother of a child by him. A third report, at least as improbable as either, asserted that a daughter of Mary and Bothwell, born about this time, lived to be a nun in France. It is certain that the necessary removal of George Douglas from Lochleven enabled him to devise a method of escape for the prisoner on March 25th, 1568, which was frustrated by detection of her white hands under the disguise of a laundress. But a younger member of the household, Willie Douglas, aged 18, whose devotion was afterwards remembered and his safety cared for by Mary at a time of utmost risk and perplexity to herself, succeeded on May 2nd in assisting her to escape by a postern gate to the lakeside, and thence in a boat to the mainland, where George Douglas, Lord Seton, and others were awaiting her. Thence they rode to Seton's castle of Niddry, and next day to Hamilton Palace, round which an army of 6,000 men was soon assembled, and whither the new French ambassador to Scotland hastened to pay his duty. The Queen's abdication was revoked, messengers were dispatched to the English and French courts, and word was sent to Murray at Glasgow that he must resign the regency, and should be pardoned in common with all offenders against the Queen. But on the day when Mary arrived at Hamilton, Murray had summoned to Glasgow the feudatories of the crown to take arms against the insurgent enemies of the infant king. On the 13th of May, the battle or skirmish of Langside determined the result of the campaign in 3/4 of an hour. Kirkcaldy of Grange, who commanded the regent's cavalry, seized and kept the place of vantage from the beginning, and at the first sign of wavering on the other side, shattered at a single charge the forces of the Queen, with the loss of 1 man to 300. Mary fled 60 miles from the field of her last battle before she halted at Sanquhar, and for 3 days of flight, according to her own account, had to sleep on the hard ground, live on oatmeal and sour milk, and fare at night like the owls, in hunger, cold, and fear. On the 3rd day from the rout of Langside she crossed the Solway, and landed at Workington in Cumberland, May 16th, 1568. On the 20th, Lord Scrope and Sir Francis Knollys were sent from court to carry messages and letters of comfort from Elizabeth to Mary at Carlyle. On June 11th, Knollys wrote to Cecil at once the best description and the noblest panegyric extant of the Queen of Scots, enlarging, with a brave man's sympathy, on her indifference to form and ceremony, her daring grace and openness of manner, her frank display of a great desire to be avenged of her enemies, her readiness to expose herself to all perils in hope of victory, her delight to hear of hardihood and courage, commending by name all her enemies of approved valor, sparing no cowardice in her friends, but above all things a thirst for victory by any means at any price, so that for its sake pain and peril seemed pleasant to her, and wealth and all things, if compared with it, contemptible and vile. Mary was held a prisoner in England for 17 years. In 1585 she was accused of favouring Anthony Babington's plot against the life of Elizabeth, her captor. Anthony Babington, in his boyhood a ward of Shrewsbury, resident in the household at Sheffield Castle, and thus subjected to the charm before which so many victims had already fallen, was now induced to undertake the deliverance of the Queen of Scots by the murder of the Queen of England. It is maintained by those admirers of Mary who assume her to have been an almost absolute imbecile, gifted with the power of imposing herself on the world as a woman of unsurpassed ability, that, while cognizant of the plot for her deliverance by English rebels and an invading army of foreign auxiliaries, she might have been innocently unconscious that this conspiracy involved the simultaneous assassination of Elizabeth. In the conduct and detection of her correspondence with Babington, traitor was played off against traitor, and spies were utilized against assassins, with as little scruple as could be required or expected in the diplomacy of the time. As in the case of the casket letters, it is alleged that forgery was employed to interpolate sufficient evidence of Mary's complicity, in a design of which it is thought credible that she was kept in ignorance by the traitors and murderers who had enrolled themselves in her service. That one who pensioned the actual murderer of Murray and the would-be murderer of Elizabeth was incapable of approving what her keen and practiced intelligence was too blunt and torpid to anticipate as inevitable and inseparable from the general design. In August, the conspirators were netted, and Mary was arrested at the gate of Tixall Park, whither Paulet had taken her under pretence of a hunting party. At Tixall she was detained till her papers at Chartley had undergone thorough research. That she was at length taken in her own toils, even such a dullard as her admirers depict her could not have failed to understand. That she was no such dastard as to desire or deserve such defenders, the whole brief course of her remaining life bore consistent and irrefragable witness. Her first thought on her return to Chartley was one of loyal gratitude and womanly sympathy. She cheered the wife of her English secretary, now under arrest, with promises to answer for her husband to all accusations brought against him, took her newborn child from the mother's arm, and in default of clergy baptized it, to Paulet's puritanic horror, with her own hands by her own name. The next, or the twin-born impulse of her indomitable nature was, as usual in all times of danger, one of passionate and high-spirited defiance on discovering the seizure of her papers. A fortnight afterward, her keys and her money were confiscated, while she, bedridden and unable to move her hand, could only ply the terrible weapon of her bitter and fiery tongue. Her secretaries were examined in London, and one of them gave evidence that she had first heard of the conspiracy by letter from Babington, of whose design against the life of Elizabeth she thought it best to take no notice in her reply, though she did not hold herself bound to reveal it. On September 25th, she was removed to the strong castle of Fotheringay in Northamptonshire. On October 6th, she was desired by letter from Elizabeth to answer the charges brought against her before certain of the chief English nobles appointed to sit in commission on the cause. In spite of her first refusal to submit, she was induced by the arguments of the Vice-Chamberlain, Sir Christopher Hatton, to appear before this tribunal on condition that her protest should be registered against the legality of its jurisdiction over a sovereign, the next heir of the English crown. On October 14th and 15th, 1586, the trial was held in the hall of Fotheringay Castle. Alone, quote, without one counsellor on her side among so many, end quote, Mary conducted the whole of her own defence with courage incomparable and unsurpassable ability. Pathos and indignation, subtlety and simplicity, personal appeal and political reasoning were the alternate weapons with which she fought against all odds of evidence or inference, and disputed step by step every inch of debatable ground. She repeatedly insisted on the production of proof in her own handwriting as to her complicity with the project of the assassins who had expiated their crime on the 20th and 21st of the month preceding. When the charge was shifted to the question of her intrigues with Spain, she took her stand resolutely on her right to convey whatever right she possessed, though now no kingdom was left her for disposal to whomsoever she might choose. One single slip she made in the whole course of her defence, but none could have been more unluckily characteristic and significant. When Burghley brought against her the unanswerable charge of having at that moment in her service and in receipt of an annual pension the instigator of a previous attempt on the life of Elizabeth, she had the unwary audacity to cite in her justification the pensions allowed by Elizabeth to her adversaries in Scotland, and especially to her son. It is remarkable that just 2 months later, in a conversation with her keepers, she again made use of the same extraordinary argument in reply to the same inevitable imputation, and would not be brought to admit that the two cases were other than parallel. But, except for this single instance of oversight or perversity, her defense was throughout a masterpiece of indomitable ingenuity, of delicate and steadfast courage, of womanly dignity and genius. Finally, she demanded, as she had demanded before, a trial either before the states of the realm lawfully assembled, or else before the Queen in council. So closed the second day of the trial, and before the next day's work could begin, a note of 2 or 3 lines, hastily written at midnight, informed the commissioners that Elizabeth had suddenly determined to adjourn the expected judgment and transfer the place of it to the Star Chamber. Here, on October 25th, the commissioners again met, and one of them alone, Lord Zouche, dissented from the verdict by which Mary was found guilty of having, since the 1st of June preceding, compassed and imagined diverse matters tending to the destruction of Elizabeth. This verdict was conveyed to her about 3 weeks later by Lord Buckhurst and Robert Beale, clerk of the Privy Council. At the intimation that her life was an impediment to the security of the received religion, she seemed with a certain unwonted alacrity to triumph, giving God thanks, and rejoicing in her heart that she was held to be an instrument, for the restoration of her own faith. This note of exultation as in martyrdom was maintained with unflinching courage to the last. She wrote to Elizabeth and the Duke of Guise 2 letters of almost matchless eloquence and pathos, admirable especially for their loyal and grateful remembrance of all her faithful servants. Between the date of these letters and the day of her execution, well nigh 3 months of suspense elapsed. Elizabeth, fearless almost to a fault in face of physical danger, constant in her confidence, even after discovery of her narrow escape from the poisoned bullets of household conspirators, was cowardly even to a crime in face of subtler and more complicated peril. She rejected with resolute dignity the intercession of French envoys for the life of the Queen Dowager of France. She allowed the sentence of death to be proclaimed, and welcomed with bonfires and bell-ringing throughout the length of England. She yielded a respite of 12 days to the pleading of the French ambassador, and had a charge trumped up against him of participation in a conspiracy against her life. At length, on February 1st, 1587, she signed the death warrant, and then made her secretaries write word to Paulet of her displeasure that in all this time he should not of himself have found out some way to shorten the life of his prisoner, as in duty bound by his oath, and thus relieve her singularly tender conscience from the guilt of bloodshed. Paulet, with loyal and regretful indignation, declined the disgrace proposed to him in a suggestion, to shed blood without law or warrant, and on February 7th, the Earls of Shrewsbury and Kent arrived in Fotheringay with the commission of the council for execution of the sentence given against his prisoner. Mary received the announcement with majestic tranquillity, expressing in dignified terms her readiness to die, her consciousness that she was a martyr for her religion, and her total ignorance of any conspiracy against the life of Elizabeth. At night, she took a graceful and affectionate leave of her attendants, distributed among them her money and jewels, wrote out in full the various legacies to be conveyed by her will, and charged her apothecary Gorion with her last messages for the King of Spain. In these messages, the whole nature of the woman was revealed. Not a single friend, not a single enemy was forgotten. The slightest service, the slightest wrong, had its place assigned in her faithful and implacable memory for retribution or reward. Forgiveness of injuries was as alien from her fierce and loyal spirit as forgetfulness of benefits. The destruction of England and its liberties by Spanish invasion and conquest was the strongest aspiration of her parting soul. At 8 o'clock next morning she entered the hall of execution, having taken leave of the weeping envoy from Scotland, to whom she gave a brief message for her son, took her seat on the scaffold, listened with an air of even cheerful unconcern to the reading of her sentence, solemnly declared her innocence of the charge conveyed in it, and her consolation in the prospect of ultimate justice, rejected the professional services of Richard Fletcher, Dean of Peterborough, lifted up her voice in Latin against his in English prayer, and when he and his fellow worshippers had fallen duly silent, prayed aloud for the prosperity of her own church, for Elizabeth, for her son, and for all the enemies whom she had commended overnight to the notice of the Spanish invader. Then, with no less courage than had marked every hour and every action of her life, received the stroke of death from the wavering hand of the headsman. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 8. Founding of St. Augustine, Massacre of the Huguenots in America, AD 1565. George R. Fairbanks. Although Florida was discovered by Ponce de Leon as early as 1513, and was soon after visited by other Spanish explorers, no Spaniard gained permanent foothold there until the middle of the 16th century. But when the Spaniards did secure such a foothold, it was to found the first permanent settlement on the mainland of the United States. The vast territory which the Spaniards named Florida was claimed by Spain in right of the discoveries of Columbus, the grant of the Pope, and various expeditions to the region by England in right of Cabot's discovery, and by France on account of Verrazano's voyage 1524, and vague traditions of French visitors to the coast. Following the early Spanish attempts at colonization came the first Huguenot settlers from France, seeking refuge in the New World from persecution at home. What they did and what befell them in the Florida country, and how the founding of our oldest town, St. Augustine, was begun by their Spanish supplanters, is told by Fairbanks in an interesting and carefully verified account. The settlement of Florida had its origins in the religious troubles experienced by the Huguenots under Charles IX in France. Their distinguished leader, Admiral Coligny, as early as 1555 projected colonies in America and sent an expedition to Brazil, which proved unsuccessful. Having procured permission from Charles IX to found a colony in Florida, a designation which embraced in rather an indefinite manner the whole country from the Chesapeake to the Tortugas, he sent an expedition in 1562 from France under the command of Jean Ribault, composed of many young men of good family. They first landed at St. John's River, where they erected a monument, but finally established a settlement at Port Royal, South Carolina, and erected a fort. After some months, however, in consequence of the dissensions among the officers of the garrison and difficulties with the Indians, the settlement was abandoned. In 1564, another expedition came out under the command of René de la Donnière, and made their first landing at the River of the Dolphins, being the present harbour of St. Augustine, and so named by them in consequence of the great number of dolphins, porpoises, seen by them at its mouth. They afterward coasted to the north and entered the river of St. John's, called by them the River May. Upon an examination of the river, La Donnière concluded to establish his colony on its banks, and proceeding about 2 leagues above its mouth, built a fort upon a pleasant hill of mean height, which in honour of his sovereign he named Fort Caroline. The colonists, after a few months, were reduced to great distress, and were about taking measures to abandon the country a second time, when Ribault arrived with reinforcements. It was supposed that intelligence of these expeditions was communicated by the enemies of Coligny to the court of Spain. Jealousy of the aggrandizement of the French in the New World, mortification for their own unsuccessful attempts in that quarter, and a still stronger motive of hatred to the faith of the Huguenots, induced the bigoted Philip II of Spain to dispatch Pedro Menendez de Aviles, a brave, bigoted, and remorseless soldier, to drive out the French colony and take possession of the country for himself. The compact made between the king and Menendez was that he should furnish 1 galleon completely equipped, and provisions for a force of 600 men, that he should conquer and settle the country. He obligated himself to carry 100 horses, 200 horned cattle, 400 hogs, 400 sheep, and some goats, and 500 slaves, for which he had permission free of duties, the third part of which should be men for his own service, that those who went with him to aid in cultivating the land and in building, that he should take 12 priests and 4 fathers of the Jesuit order. He was to build 2 or 3 towns of 100 families, and in each town should build a fort according to the nature of the country. He was to have the title of adelantado of the country, as also to be entitled a marquis, and his heirs after him to have a tract of land, receive a salary of 2,000 ducats, a percentage of the royal duties, and freedom of all the other ports of New Spain. His force consisted at starting of 11 sail of vessels, with 2,600 men, but owing to storms and accidents not more than half arrived. He came upon the coast on August the 28th, 1565, shortly after the arrival of the fleet of Ribault. On September the 7th, Menendez cast anchor in the River of the Dolphins, the harbour of St. Augustine. He had previously discovered and given chase to some of the vessels of Ribault off the mouth of the River May. The Indian village of Salou then stood upon the site of St. Augustine, and the landing of Menendez was upon the spot where the city of St. Augustine now stands. Friar Francisco Lopez de Mendoza, the chaplain of the expedition, thus chronicles the debarkation and attendance ceremonies. On Saturday, September the 8th, the day of the Nativity of Our Lady, the general disembarked with numerous banners displayed, trumpets and other martial music resounding, and amid salvos of artillery. Carrying a cross, I proceeded at the head, chanting the hymn Te Deum Laudamus. The general marched straight up to the cross, together with all those who accompanied him, and, kneeling, they all kissed the cross. A great number of Indians looked upon these ceremonies, and imitated whatever they saw done. Thereupon the general took possession of the country in the name of his Majesty. All the officers then took an oath of allegiance to him, as their general and as their adelantado of the whole country. The name of St. Augustine was given in the usual manner of the early voyagers, because they had arrived upon the coast of the day dedicated in that calendar to that eminent saint of the primitive church, revered alike by the good of all ages for his learning and piety. The first troops who landed, says Mendoza, were well received by the Indians, who gave them a large mansion belonging to the chief, situated near the banks of the river. The engineer officers immediately erected an entrenchment of earth and a ditch around this house, with a slope made of earth and fascines, these being the only means of defence which the country presents, for, says the father with surprise, there is not a stone to be found in the whole country. They landed 80 cannon from the ships, of which the lightest weighed 500 pounds. Menendez had by no means forgotten the errand upon which he principally came, and by inquiries of the Indians he soon learned the position of the French fort and the condition of its defenders. Impelled by necessity, La Donnière had been forced to seize from the Indians food to support his famished garrison, and had thus incurred their enmity, which was soon to produce its sad results. The Spaniards numbered about 600 combatants, and the French about the same. but arrangements had been made for further accessions to the Spanish force to be drawn from Santo Domingo and Havana, and these were daily expected. It was the habit of those days to devolve almost every event upon the ordering of a special providence, and each nation had come to look upon itself almost in the light of a peculiar people, led like the Israelites of old by signs and wonders, and, as in their own view, all their actions were directed by the design of advancing God's glory, as well as their own purposes, so the blessing of heaven would surely accompany them in all their undertakings. So believed the Crusaders on the plains of Palestine, so believed the conquerors of Mexico and Peru, so believed the Puritan settlers of New England, alike in their Indian wars and their oppressive social policy, and so believed, also, the followers of Menendez and of Ribot. And in this simple and trusting faith, the worthy chaplain gives us the following account of the miraculous escape and deliverance of a portion of the Spanish fleet. God and his Holy Mother have performed another great miracle in our favour. The day following the landing of the general in the fort, he said to us that he was very uneasy, because his galley and another vessel were at anchor, isolated and a league at sea, being unable to enter the port on account of the shallowness of the water, and that he feared that the French might come and capture or maltreat them. As soon as this idea came to him, he departed with 50 men to go on board of his galleon. He gave orders to 3 sallops which were moored in the river to go out and take on board the provisions and troops which were on board the galleon. The next day, a shallop having gone out thither, they took on board as much of the provisions as they could, and more than 100 men who were in the vessel returned towards the shore. But half a league before arriving at the bar, they were overtaken by so complete a calm they were unable to proceed further, and thereupon cast anchor and passed the night in that place. The day following, at break of day, they raised anchor as ordered by the pilot, as the rising of the tide began to be felt. When it was fully light, they saw astern of them, at the poop of the vessel, 2 French ships which during the night had been in search of them. The enemy arrived with the intention of making an attack upon them. The French made all haste in their movements, for our men had no arms on board, and had only embarked the provisions. When day appeared, and our people discovered the French, they addressed their prayers to Our Lady of Bon Secours et Toura, and supplicated her to grant them a little wind, for the French were already close up to them. They say that Our Lady descended herself upon the vessel, for the wind freshened and blew fair for the bar, so that the salop could enter it. The French followed it, but as the bar had but little depth and their vessels were large, they were not able to go over it, so that our men and the provisions made a safe harbour. When it became still clearer, they perceived, besides, the 2 vessels of the enemy, 4 others at a distance, being the same which we had seen in the port on the evening of our arrival. They were well furnished with troops and artillery, and had directed themselves for our galleon and the other ship, which were alone at sea. In this circumstance God afforded us 2 favours. The first was that the same evening after they had discharged the provisions and the troops I have spoken of, at midnight the galleon and the other vessel put to sea without being perceived by the enemy, the one for Spain and the other for Havana, for the purpose of seeking the fleet which was there, and in this way neither was taken. The second favour by which God rendered us still a greater service was that on the day following the one I have described there arose a great storm, and so great a tempest that certainly the greater part of the French vessels must have been lost at sea, for they were overtaken upon the most dangerous coast I have ever seen, and were very close to the shore. And if our vessels, that is, the galleon and its consort, are not shipwrecked, it is because they were already more than 12 leagues off the coast, which gave them the facility of manoeuvring as well as they could, relying upon the aid of God to preserve them. Menendez had ascertained from the Indians that a large number of the French troops had embarked on board of the vessels which he had seen off the harbour, and he had good ground for believing that these vessels would either be cast helpless upon the shore, or be driven off by the tempest to such a distance as would render their return for some days impossible. He had once conceived the project of attacking the French fort upon the River May by land. The troops, having heard mass, marched out in order, preceded by 20 Biscayans and Asturians, having as their captain Martin de Oca, a leader of great fidelity and bravery, furnished with axes to open a road where they could not get along. At this moment there arrived 2 Indians who said they had been at the French 6 days before, and who seemed like angels to the soldiers sent to guide their march, halting for refreshment and rest wherever suitable places could be found. And the Adelanto, always with the vanguard. In 4 days they reached the vicinity of the fort, came up within a quarter of a league of it, concealed by a grove of pine trees. It rained heavily, and a severe storm prevailed. The place where they were halted was a very bad one and very marshy, but he decided to stop there and went back to seek the rear guard, lest they might lose their way. At 10 at night the last of the troops arrived, very wet indeed, for there had been much rain during the 4 days. They had passed marshes with the water rising to their waists, and every night there was so great a flood that they were in danger of losing their powder, their match-fire, and their biscuit, and they became desperate, cursing those who brought them there, and themselves for coming. Menendez pretended not to hear their complaints, not daring to call for a council as to proceeding or returning, for both officers and soldiers went forward very unquietly. Remaining firm in his own resolve, 2 hours before dawn, he called together the master of the camp and the captains, to whom he said that during the whole night he had sought of God and his Holy Mother that they would favour and instruct him what he should do most advantageous for their holy service, and he was persuaded that they had all done the same. But now, gentlemen, he proceeded, we must make some determination, finding ourselves exhausted, lost, without ammunition or provisions, and without the hope of relief. Some answered very promptly, why should they waste their time in giving reasons? For unless they returned quickly to St. Augustine, they would be reduced to eating palmettos, and the longer they delayed, the greater trouble they would have. The Adelantado said to them that what they said seemed very reasonable, and he would ask them to hear some reasons to the contrary without being offended. He then proceeded, after having smoothed down their somewhat ruffled dispositions, considerably disturbed by their first experience in encountering the hardships of such a march, to show them the danger of retreat was then greater than an advance would be, as they would lose alike the respect of their friends and foes, that if, on the contrary, they attacked the fort, whether they succeeded in taking it or not, they would gain honour and reputation. Stimulated by the speech of their general, they demanded to be led to the attack, and the arrangements for the assault were at once made. Their French prisoner was placed in the advance, but the darkness of the night and the severity of the storm rendered it impossible to proceed, and they halted in a marsh, with the water up to their knees, to await daylight. At dawn, the Frenchmen recognized the country and the place where they were, and where stood the fort, upon which the Adelantado ordered them to march adjoining all upon all, at the peril of their lives, to follow him, and coming up to a small hill, the Frenchmen said that behind that stood the fort, about 3 bow-shots distant, but lower down, near the river. The general put the Frenchmen into the custody of Castaneda. He went up a little higher and saw the river and one of the houses, but he was not able to discover the fort, although it was adjoining them, and he returned to Castanado, with whom now stood the master of the camp, and Ochoa, and said to them that he wished to go lower down, near to the houses which stood behind the hill, to see the fortress and the garrison, for, as the sun was now up, they could not attack the fort without a reconnaissance. This the master of the camp would not permit him to do, saying this duty appertained to him, and he went alone with Ochoa near to the houses, from whence they discovered the fort, and, returning with their information, they came to 2 paths, and leaving the one by which they came, they took the other. The master of the camp discovered his error coming to a fallen tree, and turned his face to inform Ochoa, who was following him, and, as they turned to seek the right path, he stopped in advance, and the sentinel discovered them, who imagined them to be French. But examining them, he perceived they were unknown to him. He hailed, "Who goes there?" Ochoa answered, "Frenchmen." The sentinel was confirmed in his supposition that they were his own people, and approached them. Ochoa did the same. But seeing they were not French, the sentinel retreated. Ochoa closed with him, and with his drawn sword gave him a cut over the head. But it did not hurt him much, as the sentinel fended off the blow with his sword. The master of the camp, coming up at that moment, gave him a thrust, from which he fell backward, making a loud outcry. The master of the camp, putting his sword to his breast, threatened him with instant death unless he kept silent. They tied him thereupon and took him to the general, who, hearing the noise, thought the master of the camp was being killed, and meeting with the sergeant major, Francisco de la Calde, Diego de Maya, and Andres Lopez Patino, with their standards and soldiers, without being able to restrain himself, he cried, "Santiago! Upon them! Help of God! Victory! The French are destroyed!" The master of the camp is in their fort and has taken it. Upon which all rushed forward in the path without order. The general, remaining behind, repeating what he had said many times, himself believing it to be certain that the master of the camp had taken with him a considerable force and had captured the fort. So great was the joy of the soldiers and such their speed that they soon came up with the master of the camp and Ocoa, who was hastening to receive the reward of carrying the good news to the general of the capture of the sentinel. But the master of the camp, seeing the spirit which animated the soldiery, killed the sentinel and cried out with a loud voice to those who were pressing forward, "Comrades, do as I do, God is with us," and turned running towards the fort, and meeting two Frenchmen on the way, he killed one of them, and Andre Lopez Patino the other. Those in the environs of the fort, seeing this tragedy enacted, set up loud outcries, and in order to know the cause of the alarm, one of the French within opened the postern of the principal gate, which he had no sooner done than it was observed by the master of the camp, and throwing himself upon him, he killed him and entered the gate, followed by the most active of his followers. The French, awakened by the clamour, some dressed, others in their night clothes, rushed to the doors of their houses to see what had happened, but they were all killed, except 60 of the more wary, who escaped by leaping the walls. Immediately the standards of the sergeant major of Diego Maya were brought in, and set up by Rodrigo Troque and Pedro Valdez Herrera, with 2 cavaliers at the same moment. These being hoisted, the trumpets proclaimed the victory, and the band of soldiers who had entered opened the gates and sought the quarters, leaving no Frenchman alive. The Adelantado, hearing the cries, left Castaneda in his place to collect the people who had not come up, who were at least half the force, and went himself to see if they were in any danger. He arrived at the fort running, and as he perceived that the soldiers gave no quarter to any of the French, he shouted that at the penalty of their lives they should neither wound nor kill any woman, cripple, or child under 15 years of age, by which 70 persons were saved. The rest were all killed. Renato de la Donière, the commander of the fort, escaped with his servants and some 20 or 30 others to a vessel lying in the river. Such is the Spanish chronicle contained in the Barcia of the capture of Fort Caroline. Its details in the main correspond with the account of La Donière and of Nicolas Chalot, the author of the letter printed at Lyons in France under the date of August 1566, by Jean Chagrin. In some important particulars, however, the historians disagree. It has already been seen that Menendez is represented as having given orders to spare all the women, maimed persons, and all children under 15 years of age. The French relations of the event, on the contrary, allege that an indiscriminate slaughter took place, and that all were massacred without respect to age, sex, or condition. But as this statement is principally made upon the authority of a terrified and flying soldier, it is alike due to the probabilities of the case, and more agreeable to the hopes of humanity, to lessen somewhat the horrors of a scene which was in need of all the palliation which can be drawn from the slightest evidences of compassion on the part of the stern and bigoted leader. Some of the fugitives from the fort fled to the Indians, and 10 of these were given up to the Spaniards to be butchered in cold blood, says the French account, to be sent back to France, said the Spanish chronicle. September the 24th being the day of St. Matthew, the name of the fort was changed to San Mateo, by which name it has always subsequently been called by the Spaniards, and the name of St. Matthew was also given to them to the river, now called St. John's, on which it was situated. The Spaniards proceeded at once to strengthen the fortress, deepening and enlarging the ditch, and raised and strengthened the ramparts and the wall in such manner, says the boastful Mendoza, that if half or all of France had come to attack it, they could not have disturbed it. A boast upon which the easy conquest of it by de Georges 3 years subsequently affords an amusing commentary. They also constructed subsequently 2 small forts at the mouth of the river, one on each side, which was probably located, the one on Batten Island, and the other at Mayport Mills. Leaving 300 soldiers as a garrison under his son-in-law de Valdez, master of the camp, who was now appointed governor of the fort, Menendez marched from St. Augustine, beginning now to feel considerable anxiety lest the French fleet, escaping from the tempest, might return and visit upon his garrison at St. Augustine the fate of Fort Caroline. He took with them, upon his return, but 50 soldiers, and owing to the swollen waters, found great difficulty in retracing his route. When within a league of St. Augustine, he allowed one of the soldiers to go forward to announce his victory and a safe return. The garrison of St. Augustine had been in great anxiety respecting their leader, and from the accounts given by those who had deserted, they feared the total loss of the expedition. The worthy captain thus describes the return of Menendez. The same day, being Monday, we saw a man coming, crying out loudly. I myself was the first to run to him, for the news. He embraced me with transport, crying, "Victory! Victory! The French fort is ours!" I promised him the present which the bearer of good news deserves, and gave him the best in my power. At the hour of vespers our good general arrived, with 50 foot soldiers, very much fatigued. As soon as I learned that he was coming, I ran home and put on a new soutane, the best which I had, and a surplice, and going out with a crucifix in my hand, I went forward to receive him, and he, a gentleman and good Christian, before entering kneeled, and all of his followers received thanks to the Lord for the great favours which he had received. My companions and myself marched in front of the procession chanting, so that we all returned with the demonstrations of joy. End of section 8.
Section 9 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10 by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson and John Rudd. Revolt of the Netherlands against Spain. Rise of the Gueux or Beggars. A.D. 1566. Friedrich von Schiller. During the later medieval and early modern periods, European states and provinces passed through many changes of political relation. In those times, the territories comprised under the name of the Netherlands, embracing the present Holland and Belgium, belonged successively in whole or in part to different governments. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the region was united with Burgundy. In 1477 it passed to the Habsburgs, and later it came under Spanish dominion. In the reign of Charles V, the Protestant Reformation spread through the Netherlands, whose people shared in all the disputes and turbulences of that religious revolution. Often in great peril, the liberties of the Netherlands were more than ever endangered by the absorption of the provinces into the vast empire of Charles. The emperor issued persecuting edicts against the Protestant inhabitants, introduced the Inquisition with its terrible auto da fe, which spared neither character nor sex, and by his severe oppression caused the people of the Netherlands to feel themselves destined to perpetual slavery. The number of martyrs there during the reign of Charles has been estimated on high authority at 100,000, although some modern historians place it far below. The Inquisition, at all events, did some of its most cruel work in the Netherlands during that period. Towards the end of Charles' reign, the Netherlands secured a certain degree of exemption from these persecutions. Philip II, when he succeeded his father Charles V on the throne of Spain, renewed such favourable pledges to the Netherlands as the emperor had given. But once in full power, 1555, Philip began the dark and bloody reign which a few years later drove the Netherlanders to their great revolt under the lead of William, Prince of Orange, called William the Silent. In 1563, William and the Counts of Egmont and Horne, members of the Council of State, sent to Philip II a petition for the recall of Cardinal Granvella, adviser of the regent Margaret of Parma, who was violently persecuting the Protestants. Although next year Granvella was recalled, Philip did not change his determination to destroy political and religious liberty in the Netherlands, and his continued oppressions provoked his subjects there to rise in self-defense. As Schiller's history of the revolt here presented covers only the preparatory stage, the brilliant summary from another portion of his works is added to give completeness to his account. A universal spirit of revolt pervaded the whole nation. Men began to investigate the rights of the subject and to scrutinize the prerogative of kings. The Netherlanders were not so stupid, many were heard to say with very little attempt at secrecy, as not to know right well what was due from the subject to the sovereign, and from the king to the subject, and that perhaps means would yet be found to repel force with force, although at present there might be no appearance of it. In Antwerp, a placard was set up in several places, calling upon the town council to accuse the King of Spain before the Supreme Court at Spires of having broken his oath and violated the liberties of the country, for Brabant, being a portion of the Burgundian circle, was included in the religious peace of Passau and Augsburg. About this time, too, the Calvinists published their Confession of Faith, and in a preamble addressed to the king declared that they, although 100,000 strong, kept themselves nevertheless quiet, and, like the rest of his subjects, contributed to all the taxes of the country, from which it was evident, they added, that of themselves they entertained no ideas of insurrection. Bold and incendiary writings were publicly disseminated, which depicted the Spanish tyranny in the most odious colours, and reminded the nation of its privileges and occasionally also of its powers. The warlike preparation of Philip against the Porte, as well as those which for no intelligible reason Eric, Duke of Brunswick, about this time made in the vicinity, contributed to strengthen the general suspicion that the Inquisition was to be forcibly imposed on the Netherlands. Many of the most eminent merchants already spoke of quitting their houses and business, to seek in some other part of the world the liberty of which they were here deprived. Others looked about for a leader, and let fall hints of forcible resistance and of foreign aid. That in this distressing position of affairs the regent might be left entirely without an adviser and without support, she was now deserted by the only person who was at the present moment indispensable to her, and who had contributed to plunge her into this embarrassment. Without kindling a civil war, wrote to her William of Orange, it was absolutely impossible to comply now with the orders of the king. If, however, obedience was to be insisted upon, he must beg that his place might be supplied by another, who would better answer the expectations of his Majesty, and have more power than he had over the minds of the nation. The zeal which on every other occasion he had shown in the service of the crown would, he hoped, secure his present proceeding from misconstruction, for, as the case now stood, he had no alternative between disobeying the king and injuring his country and himself. From this time forth, William of Orange retired from the Council of State to his town of Breda, where in observant but scarcely inactive repose he watched the course of affairs. Count Horne followed his example. Egmont, ever vacillating between the Republic and the throne, ever wearying himself in the vain attempt to unite the good citizen with the obedient subject, Egmont, who was less able than the rest to dispense with the favour of the monarch, and to whom, therefore, it was less an object of indifference, could not bring himself to abandon the bright prospects which were now opening for him at the court of the regent. The Prince of Orange had by his superior intellect gained an influence over the regent, which great minds cannot fail to command from inferior spirits. His retirement had opened a void in her confidence, which Count Egmont was now to fill by virtue of that sympathy which so naturally subsists between timidity, weakness, and good nature. As she was as much afraid of exasperating the people by an exclusive confidence in the adherents of the crown, as she was fearful of displeasing the king by too close an understanding with the declared leaders of the faction, a better object for her confidence could now hardly be presented than this very Count Egmont, of whom it could not be said that he belonged to either of the two conflicting parties. Up to this point the general peace had, it appears, been the sincere wish of the Prince of Orange, the Counts Egmont and Horne, and their friends. They had pursued the true interest of their sovereign as much as the general weal. At least their exertions and their actions had been as little at variance with the former as with the latter. Nothing had as yet occurred to make their motives suspected or to manifest in them a rebellious spirit. What they had done in discharge of their bounden duty as members of the Free State, as the representatives of the nation, as advisers of the king, as men of integrity and honour. The only weapons they had used to oppose the encroachments of the court had been remonstrances, modest complaints, petitions. They had never allowed themselves to be so far carried away by a just zeal for their good cause as to transgress the limits of prudence and moderation which on many occasions are so easily overstepped by party spirit. But all the nobles of the Republic did not now listen to the voice of that prudence, all did not abide within the bounds of moderation. While in the Council of State the great question was discussed, whether the nation was to be miserable or not, while its sworn deputies summoned to their assistance all the arguments of reason and of equity, and while the middle classes and the people contented themselves with empty complaints, menaces, and curses, that part of the nation which of all seemed least called upon, and on whose support least reliance had been placed, began to take more active measures. We have already described the class of the nobility whose services and wants Philip, at his accession, had not considered it necessary to remember. Of these, by far the greater number had asked for promotion from a much more urgent reason than a love of the mere honour. Many of them were deeply sunk in debt, from which by their own resources they could not hope to emancipate themselves. When, then, in filling up appointments, Philip passed them over, he wounded them in a point far more sensitive than their pride. In these suitors he had by his neglect raised up so many idle spies and merciless judges of his actions, so many collectors and propagators of malicious rumour. As their pride did not quit them with their prosperity, so now, driven by necessity, they trafficked with the sole capital which they could not alienate, their nobility and the political influence of their names, and brought into circulation a coin which only in such a period could have found currency, their protection. With a self-pride to which they gave the more scope, as it was all they could now call their own, they looked upon themselves as a strong intermediate power between the sovereign and the citizen, and believed themselves called upon to hasten to the rescue of the oppressed state, which looked imploringly to them for succour. This idea was ludicrous only so far as their self-conceit was concerned in it. The advantages which they contrived to draw from it were substantial enough. The Protestant merchants who held in their hands the chief part of the wealth of the Netherlands, and who believed they could not at any price purchase too dearly the undisturbed exercise of their religion, did not fail to make use of this class of people, who stood idle in the market and ready to be hired. These very men, whom at any other time the merchants, in their pride of riches, would most probably have looked down upon, now appeared likely to do them good service through their numbers, their courage, their credit with the populace, their enmity to the government, nay, through their beggarly pride itself and their despair. On these grounds they zealously endeavoured to form a close union with them, and diligently fostered the disposition for rebellion, while they also used every means to keep alive their high opinions of themselves, and, what was most important, lured their poverty by well-applied pecuniary assistance and glittering promises. Few of them were so utterly insignificant as not to possess some influence, if not personally, yet at least by their relationship with higher and more powerful nobles, and if united they would be able to raise a formidable voice against the crown. Many of them had either already joined the new sect or were secretly inclined to it, and even those who were zealous Roman Catholics had political or private grounds enough to set them against the decrees of Trent and the Inquisition. All, in fine, felt the cause of vanity sufficiently powerful not to allow the only moment to escape them in which they might possibly make some figure in the Republic. But, much as might be expected from the co-operation of these men in a body, it would have been futile and ridiculous to build any hopes on any one of them singly, and a great difficulty was to effect a union among them. Even to bring them together some unusual occurrence was necessary, and fortunately such an incident presented itself. The nuptials of Baron Montigny, one of the Belgian nobles, as also those of the Prince Alexander of Parma, which took place about this time in Brussels, assembled in that town a great number of the Belgian nobles. On this occasion relations met relations, new friendships were formed and old renewed, and while the distress of the country was the topic of conversation, wine and mirth unlocked lips and hearts, hints were dropped of union among themselves and of an alliance with foreign powers. These accidental meetings soon led to concealed ones, and public discussions gave rise to secret consultations. Two German barons, moreover, a Count of Holle and of Schwarzenberg, who happened at this time to be on a visit to the Netherlands, omitted nothing to awaken expectations of assistance from their neighbours. Count Louis of Nassau, too, had also a short time before visited several German courts to ascertain their sentiments. It has even been asserted that secret emissaries of the Admiral Coligny were seen at this time in Brabant, but this, however, may be reasonably doubted. If ever a political crisis was favourable to an attempted revolution, it was the present. A woman at the helm of the government, the governors of provinces disaffected themselves, and disposed to wink at insubordination others, most of the state councillors quite inefficient, no army to fall back upon, the few troops there were long since discontented on account of the outstanding arrears of pay, and already too often deceived by false promises to be enticed by new, commanded moreover by officers who despised the Inquisition from their hearts, and would have blushed to draw a sword in its behalf, and lastly no money in the treasury to enlist new troops or to hire foreigners. The court at Brussels, as well as the three councils, not only divided by internal dissensions, but in the highest degree venal and corrupt, the regent without full powers to act on the spot, and the king at a distance, his adherents in the provinces few, uncertain and dispirited, the faction numerous and powerful, 2/3 of the people irritated against popery and desirous of a change. Such was the unfortunate weakness of the government, and the more unfortunate still that this weakness was so well known to its enemies. In order to unite so many minds in the prosecution of a common object, a leader was still wanting, and a few influential names to give political weight to their enterprise. The two were supplied by Count Louis of Nassau and Henry Count Brederode, both members of the most illustrious houses of the Belgian nobility, who voluntarily placed themselves at the head of the undertaking. In Geneva, where he studied, he had imbibed at once a hatred to the hierarchy and a love to the new religion, and on his return to his native country had not failed to enlist proselytes to his opinions. The republican bias which his mind had received in that school kindled in him a bitter hatred of all that bore the Spanish name, which animated his whole conduct and only left him with his latest breath. Popery and Spanish rule were in his mind identical, as indeed they were in reality, and the abhorrence which he entertained for the one helped to strengthen his dislike to the other. Closely as the brothers agreed in their inclinations and aversions, the way by which each sought to gratify them were widely dissimilar. Youth and an ardent temperament did not allow the younger brother to follow the tortuous course for which the elder wound himself to his object. A cold, calm circumspection carried the latter slowly but surely to his aim, and with a pliable subtlety he made all things subserve his purpose, with a foolhardy impetuosity which overthrew all obstacles. The other at times compelled success, but oftener accelerated disaster. For this reason William was a general, and Louis never more than an adventurer, a sure and powerful arm if only it were directed by a wise head. Louis' pledge once given was good for ever. His alliances survived every vicissitude, for they were mostly formed in a pressing moment of necessity, and misfortune binds more firmly than the faultless joy. He loved his brother as dearly as he did his cause, and for the latter he died. Henry of Brederode, Baron of Vian and Burgrave of Utrecht, was descended from the old Dutch counts who formerly ruled that province as sovereign princes. So ancient a title endeared him to the people, among whom the memory of their former lords still survived, and was the more treasured the less they felt they had gained by the change. This hereditary splendour increased the self-conceit of the man upon whose tongue the glory of his ancestors continually hung, and who dwelt the more on former greatness even amid its ruins, the more unpromising the aspect of his own condition became. Excluded from the honours and employments to which in his opinion his own merits and his noble ancestry fully entitled him, a squadron of light cavalry being all that was entrusted to him, he hated the government and did not scruple boldly to canvass and to rail at its measures. By these means he won the hearts of the people. Besides these two, there were others also from among the most illustrious of the Flemish nobles, the young Count Charles of Mansfeld, a son of that nobleman whom we have found amongst the most zealous royalists, the Count Kinlemburg, two Counts of Bergen and of Battenberg, John of Marnix, Baron of Toulouse, Philip of Marnix, Baron of St. Aldegond, with several others who joined the League, which about the middle of November in the year 1565 was formed at the house of von Ham, King-at-Arms of the Golden Fleece. Here it was that 6 men decided the destiny of their country. As formerly a few confederates consummated the liberty of Switzerland, kindled the torch of a 40 years' war, and laid the basis of a freedom which they themselves were never to enjoy. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Revolt of the Netherlands against Spain, Rise of the Gur or the Beggars, AD 1566, by Frederick von Schiller, Part 2. The objects of the League were set forth in the following declaration, to which Philip of Marnix was the first to subscribe his name. Quote, "Whereas certain ill-disposed persons, under the mask of a pious zeal, but in reality under the impulse of avarice and ambition, have, by their evil counsels, persuaded our most gracious sovereign the King to introduce into these countries the abominable tribunal of the Inquisition, a tribunal diametrically opposed to all laws human and divine, and in cruelty far surpassing the barbarous institutions of heathenism, which raises the inquisitors above every other power and debases man to a perpetual bondage, and by its snares exposes the honest citizen to a constant fear of death, inasmuch as anyone, priest it may be, or a faithless friend, a Spaniard, or a reprobate, has it in his power at any moment to cause whom he will to be dragged before that tribunal, and to be placed in confinement, condemned, and executed, without the accused ever being allowed to face his accuser or to adduce proof of his innocence, we, therefore, the undersigned, have bound ourselves to watch over the safety of our families, our estates, and our own persons. To this we hereby pledge ourselves, and to this end bind ourselves as a sacred fraternity, and vow with a solemn oath to oppose to the best of our power the introduction of this tribunal into these countries, whether it be attempted openly or secretly, and under whatever name it may be disguised. We, at the same time, declare that we are far from intending anything unlawful against the King, our sovereign. Rather, it is our unalterable purpose to support and defend the royal prerogative, and to maintain the peace, and as far as lies in our power to put down all rebellion. In accordance with this purpose, we have sworn, and now again swear, to hold sacred the government, and to respect both in word and deed, which witness Almighty God. Further, we vow and swear to protect and defend one another in all times and places against all attacks whatsoever touching the articles which are set forth in this covenant. We hereby bind ourselves that no accusation of any of our followers, in whatever name it may be clothed, whether rebellion, sedition, or otherwise, shall avail to annul our oath toward the accused or absolve us from our obligation toward him. No act which is directed against the Inquisition can deserve the name of a rebellion. Whoever, therefore, shall be placed in arrest on any charge, we here pledge ourselves to assist him to the utmost of our ability, and to endeavour by every allowable means to effect his liberation. In this, however, as in all matters, but especially in the conduct of all measures against the tribunal of the Inquisition, we submit ourselves to the general regulations of the League, or to the decisions of those whom we may unanimously appoint our counsellors and leaders. In witness hereof, and in confirmation of this our common league and covenant, we call upon the holy name of the living God, maker of heaven and earth, and of all that are therein, who searches the hearts, the consciences, and the thoughts, and knows the purity of ours. We implore the aid of his Holy Spirit, that success and honour may crown our undertaking, to the glory of his name, and to the peace and blessing of our country." End quote. This covenant was immediately translated into several languages and quickly disseminated through the provinces. To swell the League as speedily as possible, each of the confederates assembled all his friends, relations, adherents, and retainers. Great banquets were held, which lasted whole days, irresistible temptations for a sensual, luxurious people in whom the deepest wretchedness could not stifle the propensity for voluptuous living. Whoever repaired to these banquets, and everyone was welcome, was plied with officious assurances of friendship, and, when heated with wine, carried away by the example of numbers and overcome by the fire of a wild eloquence. The hands of many were guided while they subscribed their signatures. The hesitating were derided, the pusillanimous threatened, the scruples of loyalty clamoured down. Some even were quite ignorant what they were signing, and were ashamed afterwards to inquire. To many whom mere levity had brought to the entertainment, the general enthusiasm left no choice, while the splendour of the Confederacy allured the mean, and its numbers encouraged the timorous. The abettors of the League had not scrupled at the artifice of counterfeiting the signature and seals of the Prince of Orange, Count Egmont, Horne, Meghan, and others, a trick which won them hundreds of adherents. This was done especially with a view of influencing the officers of the army, in order to be safe in this quarter if matters should come at last to violence. The device succeeded with many, especially with subalterns, and Count Brederode even drew his sword upon an ensign who wished time for consideration. Men of all classes and conditions signed it. Religion made no difference. Roman Catholic priests even were associates of the League. The motives were not the same with all, but the pretext was similar. The Roman Catholics desired simply the abolition of the Inquisition and a mitigation of the edicts. The Protestants aimed at an unlimited freedom of conscience. A few daring spirits only entertained so bold a project as the overthrow of the present government, while the needy and indigent based the vilest hopes on a general anarchy. A farewell entertainment, which about this time was given to the Counts Schwarzenberg and Holler in Breda, and another shortly afterwards in Hogstraten, drew many of the principal nobility to these two places, and of these several had already signed the covenant. The Prince of Orange, Counts Egmont, Horne, and Meghan were present at the latter banquet, but without any concern of design, and without having themselves any share in the League, although one of Egmont's own secretaries and some of the servants of the other three noblemen had openly joined it. At this entertainment 300 persons gave in their adhesion to the covenant, and the question was mooted whether the whole body should present themselves before the regent, armed or unarmed, with a declaration or with a petition. Horne and Orange, Egmont would not countenance the business in any way, were called in as arbiters upon this point, and they decided in favour of the more moderate and submissive procedure. By taking this office upon them, they exposed themselves to the charge of having in no very covert manner lent their sanction to the enterprise of the Confederates. In compliance, therefore, with their advice, it was determined to present their address unarmed and in the form of a petition, and a day was appointed on which they would assemble in Brussels. The first intimation the regent received of this conspiracy of the nobles was given by the Count of Meghan, soon after his return to the capital. Quote, "There was," he said, "an enterprise on foot. No less than 300 of the nobles were implicated in it. It referred to religion. The members of it had bound themselves together by an oath. They reckoned much on foreign aid. She would soon know more about it." End quote. Though urgently pressed, he would give her no further information. Quote, "A nobleman," he said, "had confided it to him under the seal of secrecy, and he had pledged his word of honour to him." End quote. What really withheld him from giving her any further explanation was, in all probability, not so much any delicacy about his honour as his hatred of the Inquisition, which he would not willingly do anything to advance. Soon after him, Count Egmont delivered to the regent a copy of the covenant, and also gave her the names of the conspirators, with some few exceptions. Nearly at the same time, the Prince of Orange wrote to her, quote, "There was, as he had heard, an army enlisted, 400 officers were already named, and 20,000 men would presently appear in arms." End quote. Thus the rumour was intentionally exaggerated, and the danger was multiplied in every mouth. The regent, petrified with alarm at the first announcement of these tidings, and guided solely by her fears, hastily called together all the members of the Council of State who happened to be then in Brussels, and at the same time sent a pressing summons to the Prince of Orange and Count Horne, inviting them to resume their seats in the Senate. The members of the Senate had not yet dispersed when all Brussels resounded with the report that the Confederates were approaching the town. They consisted of no more than 200 horse, but rumour greatly exaggerated their numbers. Filled with consternation, the regent consulted with her ministers whether it was best to close the gates on the approaching party or to seek safety in flight. Both suggestions were rejected as dishonourable, and the peaceable entry of the nobles soon allayed all fears of violence. The first morning after their arrival, they assembled at Quedlinburg House, where Brederode administered to them a second oath, binding them, before all other duties, to stand by one another, and even with arms if necessary. At this meeting a letter from Spain was produced, in which it was stated that a certain Protestant, whom they all knew and valued, had been burnt alive in that country by a slow fire. After these and similar preliminaries, he called on them one after another, by name, to take the new oath and renew the old one in their own names and in those of the absent. The next day, April the 5th, 1566, was fixed for the presentation of the petition. Their numbers now amounted to between 300 and 400. Among them were many retainers of the high nobility, as also several servants of the king himself and of the duchess. With the Counts of Nassau and Brederode at their head, and formed in ranks of 4 by 4, they advanced in procession to the palace. All Brussels attended the unwonted spectacle in silent astonishment. Here were to be seen a body of men advancing with too much boldness and confidence to look like supplicants, and led by 2 men who were not wont to be petitioners, and, on the other hand, with so much order and stillness as do not usually accompany rebellion. The regent received the procession, surrounded by all her councillors and the Knights of the Fleece. Quote, "These noble Netherlanders," end quote, thus Brederode respectfully addressed her, quote, "who here present themselves before your highness, wish in their own name, and of many others besides, who are shortly to arrive, to present to you a petition, of whose importance, as well as of their own humility, this solemn procession must convince you. I, as Speaker of this body, entreat you to receive our petition, which contains nothing but what is in unison with the laws of our country and the honour of the king." End quote. Quote, "Never," end quote, so ran the petition, which according to some was drawn up by the celebrated Balduin. Quote, "Never had they failed in their loyalty to their king, and nothing now could be further from their hearts, but they would rather run the risk of incurring the displeasure of their sovereign than allow him to remain longer in ignorance of the evils with which their native country was menaced, by the forcible introduction of the Inquisition and the continued enforcement of the edicts. They had long remained consoling themselves with the expectation that a General Assembly of the States would be summoned to remedy these grievances. But now that even this hope was extinguished, they held it to be their duty to give timely warning to the regent. They, therefore, entreated her highness to send to Madrid an envoy, well disposed and fully acquainted with the state and temper of the times, who should endeavour to persuade the king to comply with the demands of the whole nation, and abolish the Inquisition, to revoke their edicts, and, in their stead, cause new and more humane ones to be drawn up at the General Assembly of the States. But, in the meanwhile, until they could learn the king's decision, they prayed that the edicts and the operations of the Inquisition be suspended. If, they concluded, no attention should be paid to their humble request, they took God, the king, the regent, and all her councillors to witness that they had done their part, and were not responsible for any unfortunate result that might happen." End quote. The following day, the Confederates, marching in the same order of procession but in still greater numbers, Counts Bergen and Quedlinburg having in the interim joined them with their adherents, appeared before the Regent in order to receive her answer. It was written on the margin of the petition, and was to the effect, quote, "that entirely to suspend the Inquisition and the edicts, even temporarily, was beyond her powers, but, in compliance with the wishes of the Confederates, she was ready to dispatch one of the nobles to the King in Spain, and also to support their petition with all her influence. In the meantime, she would recommend to the Inquisitors to administer their office with moderation, but, in return, she should expect on the part of the League that they should abstain from all acts of violence, and undertake nothing to the prejudice of the Catholic faith." End quote. Little as these vague and general promises satisfied the Confederates, they were, nevertheless, as much as they could have reasonably expected to gain at first. The granting or refusing of the petition had nothing to do with the primary object of the League. Enough for them at present that it was once recognised. Enough that it was now, as it were, an established body by which its power and threats might, if necessary, overawe the government. The Confederates, therefore, acted quite consistently with their designs, in contenting themselves with this answer, and referring the rest to the good pleasure of the King. As, indeed, the whole pantomime of petitioning had only been invented to cover the more daring plan of the League, until it should have strength enough to show itself in its true light, they felt that much more depended on their being able to continue this mask, and on the favourable reception of their petition, than on its speedily being granted. In a new memorial, which they delivered 3 days after, they pressed for an express testimonial from the Regent that they had done no more than their duty, and been guided simply by their zeal for the service of the King. When the Duchess evaded a declaration, they even sent a person to repeat this request in a private interview. Quote, "Time alone and their future behaviour," end quote, she replied to this person, quote, "would enable her to judge of their designs." End quote. The League had its origin in banquets, and a banquet gave it form and perfection. On the very day that the second petition was presented, Brederode entertained the Confederates in Quedlinburg House. About 300 guests assembled. Intoxication gave them courage, and their audacity rose with their numbers. During the conversation, one of their number happened to remark that he had overheard the Count of Barlaimont whisper in French to the Regent, who was seen to turn pale on the delivery of the petitions, that, quote, "she need not be afraid of a band of beggars, gueux." End quote. In fact, the majority of them had, by their bad management of their incomes, only too well deserved this appellation. Now, as the very name of their fraternity was the very thing which had most perplexed them, an expression was eagerly caught up, which, while it cloaked the presumption of their enterprise in humility, was, at the same time, appropriate to them as petitioners. Immediately they drank to one another under this name, and the cry, "Long live the gueux!" was accompanied by a general shout of applause. After the cloth had been removed, Brederode appeared with a wallet over his shoulder, similar to that which the vagrant pilgrims and mendicant monks of the time used to carry, and, after returning thanks to all for their accession to the League, and boldly assuring them that he was ready to venture life and limb for every individual present, he drank to the health of the whole company out of a wooden beaker. The cup went round, and everyone uttered the same vow as he set it to his lips. Then, one after the other, they received the beggar's purse, and each hung it on a nail which he had appropriated to himself. The shouts and uproar attending this buffoonery attracted the Prince of Orange and Counts Egmont and Horne, who by chance were passing the spot at the very moment, and, on entering the house, were boisterously pressed by Brederode, as host, to remain and drink a glass with them. The entrance of 3 such influential personages renewed the mirth of the guests, and their festivities soon passed the bounds of moderation. Many were intoxicated. Guests and attendants mingled together without distinction, the serious and the ludicrous. Drunken fancies and affairs of state were blended one with another in a burlesque medley, and the discussions on the general distress of the country ended in the wild uproar of a bacchanalian revel. But it did not stop here. What they had resolved on, in the moment of intoxication, they attempted, when sober, to carry into execution. It was necessary to manifest to the people, in some striking shape, the existence of their protectors, and likewise to fan the zeal of the faction by a visible emblem. For this end, nothing could be better than to adopt publicly this name of Gueux, and to borrow from it the tokens of the association. In a few days, the town of Brussels swarmed with ash-grey garments, such as were usually worn by mendicant friars and penitents. Every confederate put his whole family and domestics in this dress. Some carried wooden bowls thinly overlaid with plates of silver, cups of the same kind, and wooden knives. In short, the whole paraphernalia of the beggar tribe, which they either fixed around their hats or suspended from their girdles. Round the neck they wore a golden or silver coin, afterward called the Gerson penny, of which one side bore the effigy of the king, with the inscription, "True to the king." On the other side were seen 2 hands folded together, holding a wallet, with the words, quote, "as far as the beggar's scrip," end quote. Hence the origin of the name Gueux, which was, subsequently, borne in the Netherlands by all who seceded from popery and took up arms against the king. A name decides the whole issue of things. In Madrid, that was called rebellion, which in Brussels was styled only a lawful remonstrance. The complaints of Brabant required a prudent mediator. Philip II sent an executioner, and the signal for war was given. An unparalleled tyranny assailed both property and life. The despairing citizens, to whom the choice of death was all that was left, chose the nobler one on the battlefield. A wealthy and luxurious nation loves peace, but becomes warlike as soon as it becomes poor. Then it ceases to tremble for a life which is deprived of everything that had made it desirable. In a moment, the rage of rebellion seizes the most distant provinces. Trade and commerce are at a standstill. The ships disappear from the harbours. The artisan abandons his workshop, the rustic his uncultivated fields. Thousands fled to distant lands. 1,000 victims fell on the bloody field, and fresh thousands pressed on. For divine, indeed, must that doctrine be, for which men could die so joyfully. All that was wanting was the last achieving hand, the enlightened enterprising spirit, to seize on this great political crisis, and to mature the offspring of chance to the designs of wisdom. William the Silent devoted himself, a second Brutus, to the great cause of liberty. Superior to a timorous selfishness, he sent in to the throne his resignation of offices which devolved on him objectionable duties, and, magnanimously divesting himself of all his princely dignities, he descended to a state of voluntary poverty, and became but a citizen of the world. The cause of justice was staked upon the hazardous game of battle, but the sudden levies of mercenaries and peaceful husbandmen could not withstand the terrible onset of an experienced force. Twice did the brave William lead his dispirited troops against the tyrant. Twice he was abandoned by them, but not by his courage. Philip II sent as many reinforcements as the dreadful importunity of his viceroy begged for. Fugitives, whom their fatherland rejected, sought a new country on the ocean, and turned to satisfy, on the ships of their enemy, the demon of vengeance and of want. Naval heroes were now formed out of corsairs, and a marine collected out of piratical vessels, and out of morasses arose a republic. 7 provinces threw off the yoke at the same time to form a new, youthful state, powerful by its waters and its union and despair. A solemn decree of the whole nation deposed the tyrant, and the Spanish name disappeared from all the laws. For what had now been done, no forgiveness remained. The Republic became formidable because it was no longer possible for her to retrace her steps. Factions distracted her within. Her terrible element, the sea itself, leaguing with her oppressors, threatened her very infancy with a premature grave. She felt herself succumb to the superior force of the enemy, and cast herself suppliant before the most powerful thrones of Europe, begging them to accept a dominion which she herself could no longer protect. At last, but with difficulty, so despised at first was this state that even the rapacity of foreign monarchs spurned her opening bloom, a stranger deigned to accept their importunate offer of a dangerous crown. New hopes began to revive her sinking courage, but in this new father of his country, destiny gave her a traitor, and in the critical emergency, when the implacable foe was in full force before her very gates, Charles of Anjou invaded the liberties which he had been called to protect. The assassin's hand, too, tore the steersman from the rudder, and with William of Orange, the career, seemingly, of the infant Republic and all her guardian angels, fled. But the ship continued to scud along in the storm, and the swelling canvas carried her safe without the steersman's help. Philip II missed the fruits of a deed which cost him his royal honour, and perhaps also his self-respect. Liberty struggled on still with despotism in the obstinate and dubious contest. Sanguinary battles were fought. A brilliant array of heroes succeeded each other on the field of glory, and Flanders and Brabant were the schools which educated generals for the coming century. A long, devastating war laid waste the open country. Victor and vanquish alike were bathed in blood, while the rising republic of the waters gave a welcome to fugitive industry, and out of the ruins erected the noble edifice of its own greatness. For 40 years a war lasted, whose happy termination was not to bless the dying eye of Philip, which destroyed one paradise in Europe to create a new one out of its shattered fragments, which destroyed the choicest flower of military youth, and, while it enriched more than a quarter of the globe, impoverished the possessor of the golden Peru. This monarch who, even without oppressing his subjects, could expend 900 tons of gold, but who, by tyrannical means, extorted far more, heaped on his depopulated kingdom a debt of 140 millions of ducats. An implacable hatred of liberty swallowed up all these treasures and consumed in fruitless labour his royal life. But the Reformation throve amid the devastation of his sword, and over the blood of her citizens the banner of the new republic floated victorious. End of section 10, read by Luke Hamilton, Hobart, August 2022.
Section 11 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historian, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rister Johnson, and John Rudd. Lepanto, Destruction of the Turkish Naval Power, AD 1571, by Sir William Stirling-Maxwell, Part 1. By the defeat of the Turks in the naval fight near Lepanto, their power was so seriously shaken that its decline may be reckoned to have begun with that event. For many years, under the great Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, they had kept Europe in terror of their assaults. They had taken a recognized place among European people. Before his alliance with Francis I of France, 1534, Suleiman had made himself master of Hungary, and by threatening Vienna he so alarmed Charles V that the emperor agreed to the Peace of Nuremberg, in order that he might unite Protestants and Catholics against the Ottoman foe. Although Suleiman withdrew before the united forces of the Christian Empire, the Turks continued their depredation, especially on the coasts of Italy and Spain. Charles succeeded in repelling them there, and defeated them, 1535, at Tunis, but they soon renewed their frightful ravage along the European shores. Finally, in the reign of Solomon's successor, Selim II, they were met with effectual resistance through the effort of the Holy League formed in 1570 by Spain, Venice, and Pope Pius V. Selim, in that year, captured and pillaged Nicosia, the capital of Cyprus, in May 1571. The League agreed upon a plan of action, and after a series of indecisive operations, the Allies accomplished their task in the manner described below. The forces were commanded by Don John of Austria, a Spanish soldier, illegitimate son of Charles V. Don John had already, 1569 to 1570, defeated the Moriscos, or Moors, in Granada. Stirling-Maxwell is the authoritative historian of his remarkable career. Sir William's account of the most important victory near Lepanto is one of our most interesting examples of military narration. The Gulf of Lepanto is a long inlet of irregular shape extending east and west, and bounded of the north by the shore of Albania, the ancient Epirus, and by the south by the coast of Morea, and closed at its eastern end by the isthmus of Corinth. The bold headlands on the north side guarded by the castle of Rumelia, and the lower promontory on the south with the castle of Morea, advancing from the opposite shores into its water, divide the long inlet into two equal parts. The first of these parts consists of the mouth of the gulf and the lake-like basin together forming the Gulf of Patras. The second is the long reach of waters within the castled headlands called the Gulf, anciently of Corinth, and now of Eptec or Lepanto. When the hostile fleet came in sight of each other, that of the League was entering the Gulf near its north shore, while that of Turk was about 15 miles within its jaw. His vast crescent-shaped line stretching almost from the broad swampy shallow which lie beneath the Acarnanian mountains to the margin of the rich lowlands of Morea. As the two armaments now advanced, each in full view of the other, the sea was somewhat high, and the winds blowing freshly from the east was in the teeth of the Christians. But in the course of the morning the waves of the Gulf fell to a glassy smoothness, and the breeze shifted to the west, a change fortunate for the sailors of the League, which their spiritual teachers did not fail to declare a special interposition of God on behalf of the fleet which carried the flags of its vicar upon earth. At the sound of the signal gun, each captain began to prepare his ship for action. By order of Don John of Austria, the sharp peaks of the galleys, the spurs, espolones, as they were called, had been cut off. It being though expedient to sacrifice those weapons of offense, which were somewhat uncertain of their operation, to ensure the more effectual working of the guns on the forecastle and gangway. And the bulwarks had been strengthened, the heightened by means of boarding netting. In some vessels the rower benches were removed or planked over, to give more space and scope to the soldiers. Through the fleet the Christian slaves had their feet knocked off, and were furnished with arms which they were encouraged to use valiantly by promises of freedom and rewards. Of the Moslem slaves, on the contrary, the chains which secured them to their places were carefully examined and their rivet secured, and they were beside fitted with handcuffs, to disable them from using their hands for any purpose but tugging on the oar. The arquebusier, the musketeer, the bombardier looked carefully to the state of their weapons, ammunition, and equipment. The sailor sharpened his pike and cutlass. The officer put on his strongest casque and his best wrought cuirass. The steward placed supplies of bread and wine in convenient places, ready to the hands of the combatants, and the surgeons prepared their instruments and bandage, and spread tables in dark and shaded nooks for the use of the wounded. While this preparation occupied their subordinate officers, the chiefs of the armament repaired to the flagship to learn the final resolution and receive the last instructions of Don John of Austria. Some of these went for the purpose of combating that resolution and objecting to those instructions, for that eagerness to fight which pervaded the soldiers and sailors was not unanimously shared by their leaders. Veniero, although he had been hitherto very desirous of meeting the enemy, was now anxious and dispirited. Doria and Ascanio de la Cornia reminded their young commander that the Turks, who was evidently bent upon fighting, had convenient harbor and arsenal behind him at Lepanto, while for the fleet of the League, far from accessible port, a disaster implied total destruction. some of their colleagues ventured to advise Don John to retire while it was still in his power to do so. He refused to discuss a question which had been decided at Corfu. "Gentlemen," he said, "the time for counsel is past, and the time for fighting has come," and with these words dismissed them to their ships. While the galleys were taking up their position, Don John of Austria, in complete armor and attended by Don Luis de Cordoba and his secretary Juan de Soto, transferred himself to a frigate remarkable for speed and armed with a single German gun, and ran along the line to the right of the flagship, embracing the whole extent of the right wing. As he neared each galley, he addressed a few words of encouragement to the officers and men. He reminded the Venetians of the cruel outrage which the Republic had lately received from the Turks in the Adriatic, Corfu, and especially in Cyprus, and that now was the time to take signal vengeance, and he therefore bid them use their weapons as these recollections and the great opportunity required. To the Spaniards he said, "My children, we are here to conquer and to die as heaven may determine. Do not let our impious foe ask us, 'Where is your God?' Fight in his holy name, and in death or victory you will win immortality." His words were eminently successful. They were in all cases received with enthusiastic applause. The soldiers and the sailors were delighted and inspired by the gallant bearing and language of their young leader. As he left them, shipmates who had quarreled, as only shipmates can, and who had not spoken for weeks, embraced and swore to conquer or to die in the sacred cause of Christ. As the two fleet approached, the Christians waffled gently onward by the light breeze. The Ottomans, plying their oars to the utmost, the Turkish commander, who like Don John sailed in the center of his line, fired a gun. Don John acknowledged the challenge and returned the salute. A second shot elicited a second reply. The two armaments had approached near enough to enable each to distinguish the individual vessel of the other and to scan the various banner and insignia. The Turks advanced to battle, shouting and screaming and making a great uproar of ineffectual musketry. The Christians preserved complete silence. At a certain signal, a crucifix was raised aloft in every ship in the fleet. Don John of Austria, sheathed in complete armor and standing in a conspicuous place on the prow of his ship, now knelt down to adore the sacred emblem, and to implore the blessing of God on the great enterprise which he was about to commence. Every man in the fleet followed his example, and fell upon his knee. The soldier poising his firelock knelt at his post by the bulwark. The gunner knelt his lighted match beside the gun. The deck gleamed with prostrate men in mail. In each galley, erect and conspicuous among the martial throng, stood a Franciscan or Dominican friar, a Theodin or a Jesuit in his brown or black robe, holding a crucifix in one hand and sprinkling holy water with the other, while he pronounced a general absolution and promised indulgence in this life, or pardon in the next, to the steadfast warrior who should quit them like men and fight the good fight of faith against the infidel. In the night between October 6th and 7th, 1571, about the same hour that the Christian fleet weighed anchor at Cefalonia, the Turks had left their mooring in the harbor of Lepanto, while Don John, baffled by the winds and the waves, was beating off the Corsalarian Isles. Pacha was sailing down the Gulf before a fair breeze. Every Turk on board the Sultan's fleet believed that he was about to assist in conveying the armament of the Christian powers to the Golden Horn, in obedience to the commandments of Padishah. The soldiers and sailors, lately recruited by large reinforcement, were many of the fresh from quarter of shore. Officers and men were in the highest spirit, eager for a battle, which they knew to be at hand, and in which they supposed their success to be certain. For although Ali was well informed as to the position and movement of the fleet of the League, he was no less mistaken as to the strengths of the Christian than the Christians were to his own. He had been more successful in pouring fiction into the ear of Don John than in obtaining accurate intelligence for himself. The Greek fisherman, in reporting to each leader the condition of his enemy, had, as we have seen, taken care to please and deceive both. Caracosh had indeed been present at the review of Gomenzia, but he had erred considerably in his reckoning of the number of Christians' fleet. Either by accident or design, he computed the vessels at 50 less than the real number, and he beside greatly underrated the weight of the artillery. Ali was still further deceived by the reports of 3 Spanish soldiers captured in the shore near Gomenzia, where they had strayed too far from their boat. This prisoner assured the Pacha that the Christian fleet had not as yet been joined by either by the great ships of the Galleys, and that 40 galleys sent under Santa Cruz and Otranto for troops, and 2 galleys with which Andrade had gone on a cruise for observation, had not yet returned. This story confirmed the accounts both of Caracosh and the Greek fishermen. The Pacha was naturally no less anxious to meet Don John with Santa Cruz than Don John had been to meet the Pacha without the Viceroy of Algiers. It was no wonder, then, that the chief of the Turkish fleet led their galleys down the Gulf in the ardent hope of speedily meeting an enemy in whom they made certain of finding a rich and easy prey. The 300 sail of the Sultan moved, as already described, in the form of an immense crescent stretching nearly from shore to shore. When the Christian armament first came in sight, nothing was seen of it but the small vanguard of Cardona Sicilian galleys, and a portion of the right wing under Doria. The rest was hidden by the rocky headlands at the north of the Gulf. For a while, these circumstances buoyed up the Turks in their belief that the forces of the enemy was greatly inferior to their own. As, however, the long lines of the center under Don John of Austria and the left wing under Barbarigo came galley after galley into view, then began to discover their mistake. The men posted aloft were eagerly questioned by the officer as to the result of their observations, and their answer always announcing accessions of strength to the Christians, led to misgiving and vehement denunciation against Caracosh for the inaccuracy of his report for Gomenzia. When Ali perceived that the Christians had adopted a long straight line of battle, he also caused his fleet to take the same order, drawing in the horns and advancing the center of his crescent. As the fleet came nearer to each other, the leaders of the League were encouraged by observing that the enemy rear was not covered by anything that could be called a reserve, but only by a number of small crafts. Ali, on the contrary, was surprised to see that the galleys, which had been pushed forward by the Christians, he inquired what these mahones were, and was told that they were not mahones, but galleys. The very vessel, in fact, which he had been led to believe had been separated from the enemy, and whose formidable artillery he did not expect to encounter. He also observed with concern the large number of galleys which were Spanish or Westerners, ponerinas, as they were called in the Levant, and the stronger built than those which were constructed at Venice by the Orientals. He now saw that the victory was not to be so easy as he had anticipated, and that he must neglect no means that might avert defeat. A kind-hearted as well as a brave man, he had always been remarkable for the humanity with which he had cared for the unhappy Christian slaves who rowed his galley. He now walked forward to their benches and said to them in Spanish, "Friends, I expect you today to do your duty by me, in return for what I have done for you. If I win the battle, I promise you liberty. If the day is yours, God has given it to you." When the fleets neared each other, and the Christians were all prostrate before their crucifixes and friars, and no sound was heard on their decks but the voices of the Holy Fathers, the Turks were indulging in every kind of noise which nature or art had furnished them with the means of producing. Shouting and screaming, they bade the Christians come on like drowned hens, and be slaughtered. Then they danced and stamped and changed their arms, they blew trumpets, clashed cymbals, and fired volleys of useless musketry. When Christians had ended their devotion and stood to their guns, or in their order ranks, each galley in the long array seemed on fire, as the noontide sun blazed on helmet and corselet, and pointed blades and pikes with flames. The buglers now sounded a charge, and the bands of each vessel began to play. Before Don John retired from the forecastle to his proper place on his quarterdeck, it is said by one of the officers who had written an account of the battle that he and 2 of his gentlemen, inspired with youthful ardor, danced a galliard on the gun platform to the music of the fifes. The Turkish line, to the glitter of arms, added yet more splendor of colors from the brilliant and variegated garbs of Janissaries. Their tall and fanciful crest and prodigious plumes, and from the multitude of flags and streamers which every galley displayed from every available point and peak. Long before the enemy were within range, the Turkish cannon opened. The first shot that took effect carried off the point of the pennant of Don Juan de Cordoba, who is in his swift vessel was hovering along the line, correcting, trifling the fact of position and order like a sergeant drilling recruits. About noon a flash was seen to proceed from one of the galleasses of the Christian fleet. The shot was aimed at the flagship of the Pacha, conspicuous in the centre of the line, and carrying the sacred green standard of the Prophet. Passing through the rigging of the vessel, the ball carried off a portion of the highest of the 3 splendid lanterns, which hung on the loft stern as symbol of command. The Pacha, from his quarterdeck, looked up, on hearing the crash and perceiving the ominous mischief, said, "God grant we may be able to give a good answer to this question." The next shot split off a piece of the poop on an adjacent galley. Of the 6 galleasses, 4 were soon pouring a murderous fire into the Turkish centre and right wing. The remaining 2, which were intended to gall the left wing, having been rendered of little use then and during the battle by the dexterous southerly movement of Alush Ali. The balls from the galleasses appeared to stop the vessels which they struck, and which seemed to have been met as by a wall. 2 of them were speedily sunk by the terrible fire, perceiving the great superiority of the galleasses in weight of metal. Ali ordered his galleys not to attempt to attack them, but avoiding them as well as they could, to push on against the galleys of the Christians. Obedience to these orders, however necessary, produced great confusion in the Turkish line. The Pacha of Alexandria, who led the right-wing endeavors both to elude the galleasses and circumvent his antagonists, the Venetians on the Christian left, by passing between them and the shore. Barbarigo observed the movement, and prepared to oppose by adopting it. But his pilots, inferior to those of Sirocco in local knowledge, dreading the shoals and shallows, did not stand towards the coast with sufficient boldness. The Pacha therefore effected his purpose with a few of his vessels, and Barbarigo found himself placed between 2 fires, his own galleys at one time being engaged by no less than 8 Turkish vessels. As they approached the Christians, the Turks assailed them not only with cannons and musketry, but also with showers of arrows, many of which, from the wounds inflicted by them, were supposed to have been poisoned. As Barbarigo stood giving orders on his quarterdeck, he became a conspicuous mark, and the hail of arrows fell so thick around him that the great lantern which adorned the galley's stern was afterwards found to be stunned with their shafts. At length, one of these ancient missiles perceived the left eye of the gallant commander, and compelled him immediate removal below. The wound in 3 days proved mortal. His nephew, Marco Contarini, rushed to his assistance, was also slain. These untoward events for a moment paralyzed the efforts of the Venetians. The galley became the centre of so severe a fire that its defenders were more than once swept away, and it was a great danger of being taken. Federico Nano, however, who by Barbarigo's desire had assumed the command, succeeded in railing his men, and not only beat off Sirocco, but made a prize of one of his best galley and its commander, the corsair Kara Ali. The combat between the Turks and the Venetians seemed inspired by the intensest personal hatred. The Turks, thirsting for fresh conquest, the Venetians for vengeance. That they might the more effectually use their weapon, many of the soldiers of St. Mark uncovered their faces and laid aside their shields. No quarter was given, and the slaughter was very great on both sides. One of the Sultan's galleys near the shore being very hard pressed, the Turks jumped overboard and escaped to the land. Some of the Venetians followed and slew them, as they ran to the cover of some rocks. One of these pursuers, being armed only with a stick, contrived with the simple weapon to pin his victim through the mouth to the ground, to the greatest admiration of his comrades. End of section 11. Read by Cormax, California, December 2022. Section 12 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Lepanto, Destruction of the Turkish Naval Power, A.D. 1571, by Sir William Stirling-Maxwell. Part 2. As the central division of the two fleets closed with each other, the wisdom of Don John in retrenching the forepeaks of his vessels became abundantly apparent. The Turks had neglected to take this precaution. The efficiency of their forecastle guns was therefore greatly impaired. Their prows were also much higher than the prows of their antagonist. While their shots passed harmlessly over the enemy, his balls struck their galleys close to the watermark with fatal precision. The fire of the Christians was the more murderous because many of the Turkish vessels were crowded with soldiers both on the deck and below. Ali and Don John had each directed his helmsmen to steer for the flagship of the enemy. The two galleys soon met, striking each other with great force. The left prow of the Pacha towered high above the lower forecastle of Don John, and his galley's peak was thrust through the rigging of the other vessels, until its point was over the fourth rowing bench. Thus, linked together, the two flagships became a battlefield which was strongly contested for about 2 hours. The Pacha had on board 400 picked janissaries, 300 armed with the arquebus, and 100 with the bow. 2 galiots and 10 galleys, all filled with janissaries, lay close astern, the galiots being connected with the Pacha's vessel by ladder, up which reinforcement immediately came when wanted. The galley of Pertau Pacha fought alongside. Don John's consisted of 300 arquebusiers, but his forecastle artillery was, for reasons above mentioned, more efficient, while his bulwarks, like those of the Christian vessels, were protected from boarders by netting and other devices with which the Turks had not provided themselves. Requesens, wary and watchful, lay astern with 2 galleys from which he led fresh troops into the flagship from time to time. Alongside Vaniero and Colonna were each hotly engaged with the antagonist. The combat between the two chiefs was on the whole not equal, and it was fought with great gallantry on both sides. From the Turkish forecastle the arquebusier at first severely galed the Christians. Don Lope de Figueroa, who commanded on the prow of the flagship, lost so many of his men that he was compelled to ask for assistance. Don Bernardino de Cardenas, who led a party to his aid, was struck on the chest by a spent ball from Esmeril, and in failing backward received injuries from which he soon expired. Considerable execution was also done by the Turkish arrows, with which portions of the mast and spares brittle. Several of these missiles came from the bow of the Pacha himself, who was probably the last commander-in-chief who ever drew a bowstring in European battle. But on the whole, the fire of the Christians was greatly superior of that of the Turks. Twice the decks of Ali was swept clear of defenders, and twice the Spaniard rushed on board and advanced as far as the main mast. At that point, they were on each occasion driven back by the janissaries, who, though led by Ali in person, do not appear to have made good of footing on the deck of Don John. A third attempt was more successful. Not only did the Spaniard pass the mast, but they approached the poop on they assailed it with a vigorous fire. The Pacha led on his janissaries to meet them, but it seems with small hope of making a successful resistance, for at the same moment he threw into the sea a small box which was supposed to contain his most precious jewel. A ball from the arquebus soon afterward struck him in the forehead. He fell forward upon the gangway. A soldier from Malaga, seizing the body, cut off the head and carried it to Don John, who was already on board of the Turkish vessel, leading a fresh body of men to the support of their comrades. The trophy was then raised on the point of a lance to be seen by friend and foe. The Turks paused for a moment, panic-stricken. The Christians shouted victory, and howling down the Turkish standard, hoisted a flag with a cross in its place. Don John ordered his trumpets to sound, and the good news was soon proclaimed in the adjacent galleys of the League. The Turks defended their flagship by feebly after death of their pacha. The vessel which was the first taken was in the hands of the Spaniard about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, about an hour and a half after the two leaders had engaged with each other. A brigantine which had been employed in bringing up fresh troops surrendered it, almost at the same time. The neighboring galleys of the Sultan had themselves been this time too severely handled to render much assistance. Only one serious attempt was made to recover the ship of Ali, or to avenge its loss. Several galleys from other parts of the line bore down at once upon Don John. The movement was perceived by Santa Cruz, whose vessels of reserve were still untouched. Dashing into the advancing squadron, he had the good fortune to sink one galley by the force of his fire, and he immediately boarded another and put all the Janissaries to the sword. Don John himself dealt with the remaining assailants. Veniero and Colonna fought with great gallantry and success, and each vanquished the Turk who had engaged him. The brave old admiral of Venice fairly earned the Doge cap, which soon after crowned his hoary brow. He was often in the thickest of the fire, and when in absence of many of his men who had boarded the Turkish flagship, his own was also boarded. He repulsed the assailant in person, and fighting with all of the vigor and youth received a wound in the foot of the deck of the galley of Pertau Pacha, whither he had pursued his advantage. A second Turkish galley advancing to attack Veniero was run into about midships and sunk by Giovanni Contarini. Giovanni de Loredano and Caterini Malipieri were less happy in the enemies whom they encountered, and perished in their sunken vessels. From the flagship of Genoa, the young Prince of Parma, followed by a single Spanish soldier named Alonso d'Avalos, leaped into a Turkish galley, fought their way through its defender without a wound, and might also have boasted of having unaided caused it to strike its flag. Two other Turks afterwards surrendered to the Genoese flagship, the captain of which, Ettore Spinola, lost his life by an arrow in the flagship of Savoy, under a captain named Leni of remarkable courage, who was also severely wounded. The Prince of Urbino likewise greatly distinguished himself. The gallant Caracoche was compelled to surrender to Juan Batista Cortes, a captain of the King of Spain, although his galley was defended by 150 picked Janissaries and was one of the best built and equipped vessels in the fleet. The Eleughina of the Pope had the credit of taking the guardship of Rhodes, and the Toscana, also a papal galley, in making the prize of the vessel of the Turkish paymaster, recovered to the Pontifical Squadron, the flagship of the contingent of Pius IV, in the unfortunate Battle of Gerbi. The crowning achievement of the Central Division was performed by the Grand Commander, who attacked and captured after an obstinate and bloody contest a fine galley in which were the sons of the deceased Ali Pacha. These lads, Mohammed Bey, aged 17 years, and Said Bey, aged 13, had been brought to sea by their father for the first time. Their capture was of importance because the mother of one of them was the sister of the Sultan Selim. Juan de Cordona, who sailed off to the left of the right wing, finding no enemy opposed to him, brought his vessel round to the rear in the Turkish center, and attacked Pertau Pacha, with whom Paolo Giordano Orsini was engaged in somewhat unequal conflict. After stout resistance, the Christians entered the Turkish galley, out of which the Pacha, though wounded, succeeded in escaping in a boat. The right wing of the Christians and the Turkish left wing did not engage each other, until some time after the other divisions were in deadly conflict. Doria and Aluk Ali were each of them bent on outmaneuvering the other. The Algernon did not succeed like Sirocco in insinuating himself between the adversary and the shore. But the seamen, whose skills and daring were the admiration of the Mediterranean, were not easily baffled. Finding himself foiled in his first attempt, he slackened his course, and threatening sometimes one vessel and sometimes another, drew the Genoese eastward, until the inferior speed of some of the galleys had caused an opening at the north end of the Christian line. Upon this opening, the crafty corsair immediately bore down with all the speed of his oars, and passed through it with most of his galleys. This evolution placed him in the rear of the whole Christian line of battle. On the extreme right of the central division sailed Prior Giustiniani, the commodore of the small Maltese squadron. This officer had hitherto fought with no less success than skill, and had already captured 4 Turkish galleys. The viceroy of Algiers had, the year before, captured 3 galleys of Malta, and he was fond of boasting of being the peculiar scourge and terror of the Order of the St. John. The well-known white cross banner, rising above the smoke of battle, soon attracted his eye, and was marked for his prey. Wheeling round like a hawk, he bore down from behind upon the unhappy prior. The 3 war-worn vessels of St. John were no match for 7 stout Algerines, which had not yet fired a shot. The knights and their men defended themselves, with a valor worthy of their heroic order. A youth named Bernardino de Heredia, son of the Count of Fuentes, signally distinguished himself, and the Saragossa knight Geronimo Ramirez, although riddled with arrows like another San Sebastian, fought with such desperation that none of the Algerine boarders cared to approach him until they saw that he was dead. A knight of Burgundy leaped alone into the enemy's galley, killed 4 Turks, and defended himself until overpowered by numbers. On board of the prior's vessel, he was taken. He himself, pierced with 5 arrow wounds, was the sole survivor except 2 knights, a Spaniard and a Sicilian, who being senseless from their wounds, were considered as dead. Having secured the banner of St. John, Aluh Ali took the prior's ship in tow, and was making the best of his way out of the battle, which his skillful eye soon discovered to be irretrievably lost. He had not, however, sailed far when he was, in turn, descried by the Marquis of Santa Cruz, who with his squadron of reserve was moving about redressing the wrongs of Christian fortune. Aluh Ali had no mind for the fate of Giustiniani, and resolved to content himself with the banner of Malta. Cutting his prize adrift, he plied his oar and escaped, leaving the prior grievously wounded to the care of his friends, and once more master not only of his ship, but of 300 dead enemies who cumbered the deck. A few living Algerines mariners who were to navigate the vessel, and some Turkish soldiers from whom he had just purchased his life. This struggle cost the order, in killed alone, upward of 30 knights, among whom was the Grand Bailiff of Germany, commander-in-chief of its land forces. A few were also made prisoners, most of them desperately wounded, for one of them, Borgiani, Gianfigliazzi, his relations at Florence, supposing him dead, performed funeral obsequies, in spite of which he returned home from captivity, and he was afterward ambassador from the Grand Duke of Sultan Amurath. 2 other knights, Mastrillo and Carafa, finding themselves unsupported in an enemy's brigandine, had given themselves up and had just bribed their captors to spare their lives and admit them to a ransom, when a Neapolitan galley coming by boarded the brigandine and turned their new master into their slave. The main body of the Turkish left wing, though long of engaging the Christian right, fought with perhaps greater fierceness than any other part of the fleet. The battle was raging in that part of the line with very doubtful aspect, when Don John of Austria found himself free from the attacks of the enemies immediately around him. Thither, therefore, he steered to the assistance of his comrades. The Turks perceived the approach of the succoring squadron, and surmising the disaster which had occurred in the center, immediately gave way and dispersed. 16 of the Algerine galleys, however, retired together, and rallying it at a little distance, adopted the tactics of their chief, by making a circuit towards the shore of the Morea, and endeavoring to sweep round upon the rear of the Christians. Their maneuvers were closely watched by Don Juan de Cardona, who placed himself in their path with 8 galleys. The encounter which took place between the two unequal squadrons was one of the bloodiest episodes of the battle. Cardona was completely successful, disabling some of his antagonists and putting the rest to fight. His loss was, however, very severe. His own galley suffered more damage than any vessel in the fleet, which was not rendered absolutely unfit for service. The forecastle was a ruin. The bulwark and the fences of all kinds were shattered to pieces, and the masts and spars were stuck full of arrows. Cardona himself, after escaping a ball from the arquebus, which was turned by a cuirass of fine steel given to him at Genoa by the Prince of Tuscany, received a severe wound in the throat, of which he died. Of the 500 Sicilian soldiers who fought on the boards of galley, only 50 remained unwounded. Many of the officers were slain, and not one escaped without a wound. Others had suffered even greater loss. In the Florence, a papal galley, not only many knights of the Stephen were killed, but also every soldier and slave, and the captain Tommaso de Medicis, himself severely wounded, found himself at the head of only 17 wounded seamen. In the San Giovanni, another vessel of the Pope, the soldiers were also killed to a man, the rowing benches occupied by corpses, and a captain lay for dead, with 2 musket balls in his neck. The Piemontesa of Savoy had likewise lost her commander, and all her soldiers and rowers. Although Doria, having suffered himself to be outmaneuvered by Aluch Ali, and having failed to exchange a shot with the leader, could not claim any considerable part of the laurels of the day, he was nevertheless frequently engaged with other foes, and made several prizes. He escaped without a wound, though he was covered with blood of a soldier killed by a cannon ball behind him. On the left wing of the Christian fleet, the battle, which had begun so unpropitiously, was also brought to a prosperous issue. The wound of Barbarigo transferred the command to the commissary of Canal. Aided by Nano, who commanded Barbarigo's galley, Canal engaged and sank the vessel of the Pacha of Alexandria. Mahomet Sirocco, himself severely wounded, was fished out of the sea by Gian Contarini and sent on board Canale's galley. As the wound of the Turks appeared to be mortal, the Venetians relieved him from further suffering by cutting off his head. Marco Quirini, likewise, did gallant service, compelling several of the enemy to strike their flags. Of the remaining galleys, many were run ashore by their crews, of whom the greater number were slain or drowned as they attempted to swim to land. The victory of the Christians at Lepanto was in a great measure to be ascribed to the admirable tactics of their chief. The shock of the Turkish onset was effectually broken by the dexterous disposition made of the galleys of Venice. Indeed, had the great ships been there to strengthen the sparse line formed by the 6th vessel, it is not impossible that the Turks would have failed in forcing their way through the wall of that terrible fire. Each Christian vessel, by the retrenchment of its peak, enjoyed an advantage over its antagonist in a freer play of its artillery. When, however, the galleys of Selim came to close combat with the galleys of the League, the battle became a series of isolated struggles which depended more upon the individual mind and manhood than upon any comprehensive plan of far-seeing calculation. But Don John of Austria had the merit of the good fortune of bringing his forces into action in the highest moral and material perfection, of placing admirable means in the hands of men whose spirits was in the right temper to use them. He struck his great blow at the happy moment when the great dangers are cheerfully confronted and great things easily accomplished. His plan of battle was on the whole admirably executed. The galleys of the various confederate were so studiously intermingled that each vessel was incited to do its utmost by the spur of rivalry. Veniero and Colonna deserved their full share of credit of the day, and the gallant Santa Cruz, although at first stationed in the rear, soon found and employed his opportunity of earning his share of laurels. On Doria alone, Roman and Venetian critics are indeed public opinion, pronounced a less favorable verdict. His shoreward movement unquestionably had the effect of enabling Aluh Ali to cut the Christians' line and fall with damaging force upon its rear, and rendering the victory more costly in blood and less rich in prizes. The movement was ascribed to the desire of the Genoese to spare his own ships, and to secure a safe retreat for himself in case of a disaster. And he was further even taunted with cowardice for hauling down the gilded celestial sphere, the proud cognizance of his house, which usually surmounted his flagstaff. To the latter charge his friend's reply to the sphere was taken down to secure it from injury, it being the gift of his wife, and that his ship was too well known to both of the fleets to find safety in the want of her usual badge. The other accusations they considered were disposed of by the necessity of shaping his course according to the tactics of Algernon, and abundantly refuted by the vigor and success with which he at last attacked the enemy. It is not improbable that the true explanation of his conduct is that offered by the captain of Neapolitan galley present at the battle, that he wished to gain an advantage over Aluh Ali by seamanship, and that the renegade, no less skilled in the game, played it on this occasion better than he. Although in numbers both the man and vessel, the Sultan fleet was superior to the fleet of the League, this superiority was more than counterbalanced by other important advantage possessed by the Christian. The artillery of the West was a greater power and far better served than the ordnance of the East, and its fire was rendered doubly disastrous by the thronged condition of the Turkish vessel. The lofty peak prows of these vessels seriously interfered, as they already seen, with the working of their guns. A great number of their combatants were armed with the bow instead of the firelock, which placed them at an obvious disadvantage, except during heavy rains, which extinguished the match of the latter weapon. Of the Turks who carried the musket or arquebus, few could handle them with the expertness of a Christian soldier. The advantages which the League derived from its galleases were heightened by the fact that a large portion of its other vessels were superior to their antagonists. The galleys of the King of Spain were in general both more strongly built and more carefully protected against boarders than those of the Sultan. Even early in the battle the Moslem began to discover that they were overmatched. In many of the galleys the guns were at once silenced by the heavier artillery of the Christians, in whose hand the fire of the arquebus and the musket, when they came to close quarters, proved so withering that the enemy deck was sometimes swept clean before they boarded, and the turbaned heads of Janissaries were seen crouching beneath the benches of the slaves. When the conflict was transferred to the Turkish deck, the Christians, however, found themselves fiercely met, and among other means of opposing their progress, they perceived that the central gangway had been torn up, or they slipped upon planking which had been smeared with butter, oil, or even, it is said, with honey, to render the footing insecure. So efficient were the netting and other precautions with which Don John of Austria defended the bulwarks of his ship, that he was able to inform Philip II that not a Turk had set foot upon a single deck belonging to His Majesty. Such were some of the chief causes of success of the arms of the League in the 16th century in a vast concourse of men of the South, hot from battle and largely leavened with priests and friars. It was natural that the victory should be by many ascribed to a more mysterious agency. In the opinion of this person, the Almighty had evidently been fighting on the side of the Pope and the Cross, although they would perhaps have demurred to the logical deduction from that opinion that at Cyprus he had steadily adhered to the drunken Sultan and the Crescent. It was not only in the victory that they saw the finger of omnipotence, but in many accidents and incidents of the day. The wind, which waffled the Turks swiftly to destruction, changed at the precise moment when it was needed to aid the onset of the Christians. The boisterous sea also sank to smoothness in the special interest of the League, of the clergy and friars who ministered on the Spanish decks to the wounded and dying. Although some of them were struck, not one was killed. The Venetians were less fortunate, having 4 chaplains killed and 3 wounded, and the Pope likewise lost one of his friars. who died of his wound soon after the battle. The churchmen exposed themselves as freely as the combatants, whom they encouraged from conspicuous posts either on deck or in the ringing, and sometimes by example as well as precept. A Spanish Capuchin, an old soldier, had tied his crucifix to a halberd, and crying that Christ would fight for his faith, led the boarders of his galleys over the bulwarks of her antagonist. After using his weapon manfully, he returned victorious and untouched. An Italian priest, with a great gilded crucifix in one hand and a sword in another, stood cheering, unharmed, in the fiercest sentry of the arrowy sleet and iron hail. A Roman Capuchin, finding his flock getting the worst of it, seized a boat hook and, pulling his peaked hood over his face, rushed into the fray, laid about him until he had slain 7 Turks and driven the rest from the deck, and lived to call a smite to the thin lips of Pius V by telling the story of his prowess. The green banner of Mecca, brought from the prophet's tomb and unfurled from the maintop of Ali, was riddled with shots, which rendered illegible many of the sacred words with which it was embroidered. But the azure standard of the League, blessed by the Supreme Pontiff and emblazoned with the image of the Crucifix Redeemer, remained untouched by bolt or bullets, although mast, spars, and shroud around were torn and shattered from top to bottom. The battle was over about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The rout of the center and right wing of the Turk was complete. The vessels which composed these divisions were either sunk or taken, or they had singly sought safety in flight. A few galleys of the left wing still followed the banner of the Viceroy of Algiers. After hovering for a while near the coast of Morea, he made sail for Samara. Don John of Austria, with Doria and some other captains, gave him chase, but he was compelled to desist for want of oarsmen. The pursuit, however, was not altogether unsuccessful, for several of the panic-stricken Algerines ran their galleys ashore, where some of them suffered shipwreck on the rocks. In the course of the night, Aluh Ali and his little squadron of fugitives stole back from Saint Maura to Lepanto. That harbor afforded a refuge to about 29 vessels, most of them much shattered, the sole remains of the proud and confident armament which had so lately sailed out from between the two castles. End of section 12. Read by Cormax, California, January 2023.
Section 13 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 13, Massacre of St. Bartholomew, A.D. 1571, by Henry White, Part 1. Among the numberless butcheries which history, both ancient and modern, records, there has been none more remarkable in motive, execution, and number of victims than the Massacre of St. Bartholomew. It is scarcely less remarkable as being one of those historic crimes which defeat their own purpose by reacting against the perpetrators and advancing the cause of those who suffer outrage. The tragedy of St. Bartholomew's Day marked the culmination of the great struggle which devastated France in the latter half of the 16th century. During the reign of Francis I, 1515 to 1547, and his immediate successors, Henry II, 1547 to 1559, Francis II, 1559 to 1560, and Charles IX, 1560 to 1574, the Huguenot French Protestant character was formed, and the nation gradually separated into two parties so fanatically hostile that the extermination of the weaker seemed the only possible means of re-establishing the unity of France. The Puritans of France were persecuted under all these kings. During the minority of Charles IX, his mother, Catherine de' Medici, was regent, and throughout his reign she dictated the king's policy. Under this rule, the persecutions continued with increasing violence. From 1562 to 1570, France was torn with civil wars between Catholics and Protestants. On the Protestant side, the great leaders were the Prince of Condé, Admiral Coligny, and later Henry of Navarre. Condé was murdered in 1569. By the Peace of Saint-Germain, 1570, the Huguenots received some favorable concessions. The weak Charles IX, now in fear of Philip II of Spain, was inclining to the Protestant side. Seconded by Coligny, he planned alliances with all the enemies of Philip in Europe, but Catherine overruled him. Charles and Coligny, however, had their way in the marriage of the king's sister, Margaret of Valois, to Henry of Navarre. Coligny now gained a stronger influence over the young Charles. He was followed by a large body of exulting Protestants to Paris, and the Catholic party, headed by Catherine, the Duke of Anjou, and the Guises, became greatly enraged. Of the terrible massacre which followed, and in which the number killed throughout France has been estimated at from 20,000 to 100,000, Coligny was the first victim. One attempt to assassinate him failed. He was only wounded, and the Queen Mother then plied her weak son with argument and persuasion in order to make him consent to the Admiral's murder and to the massacre which had been arranged, with profound secrecy, for August 24th. She told him of a Huguenot plot in which, at a signal from Coligny, conspirators were to rise throughout the kingdom, overturn the throne, take Charles himself prisoner, and destroy the Queen Mother and the Catholic nobility. She showed him some proofs, forged or real, of his personal danger. As a counter-view to the intensely bitter picture of Catherine presented by most non-Catholic historians, and represented here by White, the explanation of Charles IX himself, in the letter furnished by Disraeli, possesses a peculiar interest. Henry White. The king sat moody and silent, biting his nails, as was his wont. He would come to no decision. He asked for proofs, and none was forthcoming, except some idle gossip of the streets and the foolish threats of a few hot-headed Huguenots. Charles had learned to love the Admiral. Could he believe that the gentle Coligny and that Rochefoucauld, the companion of his rough sports, were guilty of this meditated plot? He desired to be the King of France, of Huguenots and Catholics alike, not a king of party. Catherine, in her despair, employed her last argument. She whispered in his ear, "Perhaps, sire, you are afraid." As if struck by an arrow, he started from his chair. Raving like a madman, he bade them hold their tongues, and with fearful oaths exclaimed, "Kill the Admiral if you like, but kill all the Huguenots with him, all, so that not one be left to reproach me hereafter. See to it at once, do you hear?" And he dashed furiously out of the closet, leaving the conspirators aghast at his violence. But there was no time to be lost. The king might change his mind. The Huguenots might get wind of the plot. The murderous scheme must be carried out that very night, and accordingly the Duke of Guise was summoned to the Louvre. And now the different parts of the tragedy were arranged, Guise undertaking, on the strength of his popularity with the Parisian mob, to lead them to the work of blood. We may also imagine him begging, as a favor, the privilege of dispatching the Admiral in retaliation for his father's murder. The city was parted into districts, each of which was assigned to some trusty officer, Marshal Tavannes having the general superintendence of the military arrangements. The conspirators now separated, intending to meet again at 10 o'clock. Guise went into the city, where he communicated his plans to such of the mob leaders as could be trusted. He told them of a bloody conspiracy among the Huguenot chiefs to destroy the king and the royal family and extirpate Catholicism, that a renewal of war was inevitable, but it was better that war should come in the streets of Paris than in the open field, for the leaders would thus be far more effectually punished and their followers crushed. He affirmed that letters had been intercepted in which the Admiral had sought the aid of German riders and Swiss pikemen, and that Montmorency was approaching with 25,000 men to burn the city, as the Huguenots had often threatened. And, as if to give color to this idle story, a small body of cavalry had been seen from the walls in the early part of the day. Such arguments and such falsehoods were admirably adapted to his hearers, who swore to carry out the Duke's orders with secrecy and dispatch. "It is the will of our lord the king," continued Henry of Guise, "that every good citizen should take up arms to purge the city of that rebel Coligny and his heretical followers. The signal will be given by the great bell of the Palace of Justice. Then let every true Catholic tie a white band on his arm and put a white cross in his cap, and begin the vengeance of God." Finding upon inquiry that Le Charron, the provost of the merchants, was too weak and tender-hearted for the work before him, the Duke suggested that the municipality should temporarily confer his power on the ex-provost Marcel, a man of very different stamp. About 4 in the afternoon, Anjou rode through the crowded streets in company with his bastard brother Angoulême. He watched the aspect of the populace and let fall a few insidious expressions in no degree calculated to quiet the turbulent passions of the citizens. One account says he distributed money, which is not probable, his afternoon ride being merely a sort of reconnaissance. The journals of the Hôtel de Ville still attest the anxiety of the court, of Catherine and her fellow conspirator, that the massacre should be sweeping and complete. Very late in the evening, it must have been after dark, for the king went to lie down at 8 and did not rise until 10, the provost was sent for. At the Louvre he found Charles, the Queen Mother, and the Duke of Anjou, with other princes and nobles, among whom we may safely include Guise, de Retz, and Tavannes. The king now repeated to him the story of the Huguenot plot, which had already been whispered abroad by Guise of Anjou, and bade him shut the gates of the city, so that no one could pass in or out, and take possession of the keys. He was also to draw up all the boats on the river bank and chain them together, to remove the ferry, to muster under arms the able-bodied men of each ward under their proper officers, and hold them in readiness at the usual mustering places to receive the orders of His Majesty. The city artillery, which does not appear to have been as formidable as the word would imply, was to be stationed at the Grève to protect the Hôtel de Ville, or for any other duty required of it. With these instructions, the provost returned to the Hôtel de Ville, where he spent great part of the night in preparing the necessary orders, which were issued very early the next morning. There is reason for believing that these measures were simply precautions in case the Huguenots should resist and a bloody struggle should have to be fought in the streets of their capital. The municipality certainly took no part in the earlier massacres, whatever they may have done later. Tavannes complains of the want of zeal in some of the citizens, and Brantôme admits that it was necessary to threaten to hang some of the laggards. That evening the king had supped in public, and, the hours being much earlier than with us, the time was probably between 6 and 7. The courtiers admitted to witness the meal appear to have been as numerous as ever, Huguenots as well as Catholics, victims and executioners. Charles, who retired before 8 o'clock, kept Francis, Count of La Rochefoucauld, with him for some time, as if unwilling to part with him. "Do not go," he said. "It is late. We will sit and talk all night." "Excuse me, sire, I am tired and sleepy." "You must stay. You can sleep with my valets." But as Charles was rather too fond of rough practical jokes, the Count still declined, and went away, suspecting no evil, to pay his usual evening visit to the Dowager Princess of Condé. He must have remained some time in her apartments, for it was past 12 o'clock when he went to bid Navarre good night. As he was leaving the palace, a man stopped him at the foot of the stairs and whispered in his ear. When the stranger left, La Rochefoucauld bade Merguez, one of his suite, to whom we are indebted for these particulars, return and tell Henry that Guise and Nevers were about the city. During Merguez's brief absence, something more appears to have been told the Count, for he returned upstairs with Nanquet, captain of the guard, who, lifting the tapestry which closed the entrance to Navarre's antechamber, looked for some time at the gentlemen within, playing at cards or dice, others talking. At last he said, "Gentlemen, if any one of you wishes to retire, you must do so at once, for we are going to shut the gates." No one moved, as it would appear, for at Charles' express desire, it is said, which is scarcely probable, these Huguenot gentlemen had gathered round the King of Navarre to protect him against any outrage of the Guises. In the courtyard, Merguez found the guard under arms. "Monsieur Rambouillet, who loved me," he continues, "was sitting by the wicket as I passed out. He took my hand, and with a piteous look said, 'Adieu, Merguez, adieu, my friend,' not daring to say more, as he told me afterward." Coligny's hotel had been crowded all day by visitors. The Queen of Navarre had paid him a visit, and most of the gentlemen in Paris, Catholic as well as Huguenot, had gone to express their sympathy. For the Frenchman is a gallant enemy and respects brave men, and the foul attempt upon the admiral, whom they had so often encountered on the battlefield, was felt as a personal injury. A council had been held that day, at which the propriety of removing in a body from Paris and carrying the admiral with them had again been discussed. Navarre and Condé opposed the proposition, and it was finally resolved to petition to the king to order all the Guiseans out of Paris, because they had too much sway with the people of the town. One Bouchavan, a traitor, was among them, greedily listening to every word, which he reported to Anjou, strengthening him in his determination to make a clean sweep that very night. As the evening came on, the Admiral's visitors took their leave. Tellini, his son-in-law, was the last to quit his bedside. To the question whether the Admiral would like any of them to keep watch in his house during the night, he answered, says the contemporary biographer, that it was labor more than needed, and gave them thanks with very loving words. It was after midnight when Tellini and Guerchy departed, leaving Ambrose Paré and Pastor Merlin with the wounded man. There were besides in the house 2 of his gentlemen, Cornetan, afterward his biographer, and Laban, his squire Yolet, 5 Switzers belonging to the King of Navarre's guard, and about as many domestic servants. It was the last night on earth for all except 2 of that household. It is strange that the arrangements in the city, which must have been attended with no little commotion, did not rouse the suspicion of the Huguenots. Probably, in their blind confidence, they trusted implicitly in the king's word that these movements of arms and artillery, these postings of guards and midnight musters, were intended to keep the Guisean faction in order. There is a story that some gentlemen, aroused by the measured tread of the soldiers and the glare of torches, for no lamps then lit up the streets of Paris, went outdoors and asked what it meant. Receiving an unsatisfactory reply, they proceeded to the Louvre, where they found the outer court filled with armed men, who, seeing them without the white cross and the scarf, abused them as accursed Huguenots, whose turn would come next. One of them who replied to this insolent threat was immediately run through with a spear. This, if the incident be true, occurred about 1 o'clock on Sunday morning, August 24th, the festival of St. Bartholomew. Shortly after midnight, the Queen Mother rose and went to the king's chamber, attended only by one lady, the Duchess of Nemours, whose thirst for revenge was to be satisfied at last. She found Charles pacing the room in one of those fits of passion which he at times assumed to conceal his infirmity of purpose. At one moment he swore he would raise the Huguenots and call them to protect their sovereign's life as well as their own. Then he burst out into violent imprecations against his brother Anjou, who had entered the room but did not dare say a word. Presently the other conspirators arrived: Guise, Nevers, Birague, De Retz, and Tavannes. Catherine alone ventured to interpose, and, in a tone of sternness well calculated to impress the mind of her weak son, she declared that there was now no turning back. It is too late to retreat, even were it possible. We must cut off the rotten limb, hurt it ever so much. If you delay, you will lose the finest opportunity God ever gave man of getting rid of his enemies at a blow. And then, as if struck with compassion for the fate of her victims, she repeated in a low tone, as if talking to herself, the words of a famous Italian preacher, which she had often been heard to quote before: E la pieta lor ser credule, e la credulta lor ser pietosa. Mercy would be cruel to them, and cruelty merciful. Catherine's resolution again prevailed over the king's weakness, and, the final orders being given, the Duke of Guise quitted the Louvre, followed by 2 companies of arquebusiers and the whole of Anjou's guard. As soon as Guise had left, the chief criminals, each afraid to lose sight of the other, each needing the presence of the other to keep his courage up, went to a room adjoining the tennis court overlooking the Place Massacre. Of all the party, Charles, Catherine, Anjou, and De Retz, Charles was the least guilty and the most to be pitied. They went to the window, anxiously listening for the signal that the work of death had begun. Their consciences, no less than their impatience, made it impossible for them to sit calmly within the palace. Anjou's narrative continues. While we were pondering over the events and the consequences of such a mighty enterprise, of which, to tell the truth, we had not thought much until then, we heard a pistol shot. The sound produced such an effect upon all 3 of us that it confounded our senses and deprived us of judgment. We were smitten with terror and apprehension of the great disorders about to be perpetrated. Catherine, who was a timid woman, adds Tavannes, would willingly have recalled her orders, and with that intent hastily dispatched a gentleman to the Duke of Guise, expressly desiring him to return and attempt nothing against the admiral. It is too late, was the answer brought back. The admiral is dead. A statement at variance with other accounts. Thereupon, continues Anjou, we returned to our former deliberations and let things take their course. Between 3 and 4 in the morning, the noise of horses and measured tramp of foot soldiers broke the silence of the narrow street in which Coligny lay wounded. It was the murderers seeking their victims. They were Henry of Guise with his uncle the Duke of Almay, the bastard of Angoulême, and the Duke of Nevers, with other foreigners, Italian and Swiss, namely Fesinghi or Tosinghi and his nephew Antonio, Captain Petrucci, Captain Studer of Winkelbach with his soldiers, Martin Koch of Freiburg, Conrad Berg, Leonard Grunenfelder of Glarus, and Karl Dionowitz, surnamed Bame, the Bohemian. There were, besides, one Captain Atten in the household of Almay, and Sarlabos, a renegade Huguenot and commandant of Havre. It is well to record the names even of these obscure individuals who stained their hands in the best blood of France. De Cossain, too, was there with his guard, some of whom he posted with their arquebuses opposite the windows of Coligny's hotel, that none might escape. Presently there was a loud knock at the outer gate. Open in the king's name. Laban, imagining it to be a message from the Louvre, hastened with the keys, withdrew the bolt, and was immediately butchered by the assassins who rushed into the house. The alarmed domestics ran half awake to see what was the uproar. Some were killed outright, others escaped upstairs, closing the door at the foot and placing some furniture against it. This feeble barrier was soon broken down, and the Swiss who had attempted to resist were shot. The tumult woke Coligny from his slumbers, and divining what it meant, that Guise had made an attack on the house, he was lifted from his bed, and, folding his robe de chambre round him, sat down prepared to meet his fate. Corneton entering the room at this moment, Ambrose Paré asked him what was the meaning of the noise. Turning to his beloved master, he replied, "Sir, it is God calling us to himself. They have broken into the house, and we can do nothing." "I have been long prepared to die," said the admiral, "but you must all flee for your lives, if it be not too late. You cannot save me. I commit my soul to God's mercy." They obeyed him, but only two succeeded in making their way over the roofs. Pastor Merlin lay hid for 3 days in a loft, where he was fed by a hen that every morning laid an egg within his reach. Paré and Coligny were left alone, Coligny looking as calm and collected as if no danger impended. After a brief interval of suspense, the door was dashed open, and Cossain, wearing a corselet and brandishing a bloody sword in his hand, entered the room, followed by Bame, Sarlabos, and others. A party of Anjou's Swiss Guard, in their tricolored uniform of black, white, and green, keeping in the rear. Expecting resistance, the ruffians were for a moment staggered at seeing only 2 unarmed men. But his brutal instincts rapidly regaining the mastery, Bame stepped forward and, pointing his sword at Coligny's breast, asked, "Are you not the admiral?" "I am, but young man, you should respect my gray hairs and not attack a wounded man. Yet what matters it? You cannot shorten my life except by God's permission." The German soldier, uttering a blasphemous oath, plunged his sword into the admiral's breast. Eugolumque parans immota taunabat ora senex. Others in the room struck him also, Bame repeating his blows until the admiral fell to the floor. The murderer now ran to the window and shouted into the courtyard, "It is all over." Henry of Guise, who had been impatiently ordering his creatures to make haste, was not satisfied. "Monsieur de Angoulême will not believe it unless he sees him," returned the Duke. Bame raised the body from the ground and dragged it to the window to throw it out. But life was not quite extinct, and the admiral placed his foot against the wall, faintly resisting the attempt. "Is it so, old fox?" exclaimed the murderer, who drew his dagger and stabbed him several times. Then, assisted by Sarlabos, he threw the body down. It was hardly to be recognized. The bastard of Angoulême, the Chevalier, as he is called in some of the narratives, wiped the blood from the face of the corpse. "Yes, it is he, I know him well," said Guise, kicking the body as he spoke. "Well done, my men," he continued. "We have made a good beginning. Forward, by the king's command." He mounted his horse and rode out of the courtyard, followed by Nevers, who cynically exclaimed as he looked at the body, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Tosinghi took the chain of gold, the insignia of his office, from the admiral's neck, and Petrucci, a gentleman in the train of the Duke of Nevers, cut off the head and carried it away carefully to the Louvre. Of all who were found in the house, not one was spared except Ambrose Paré, who was escorted in safety to the palace by a detachment of Anjou's guard. Coligny's headless trunk was left for some hours where it fell, until it became the sport of rabble children, who dragged it all round Paris. They tried to burn it, but did little more than scorch and blacken the remains, which were first thrown into the river, and then taken out again as unworthy to be food for fish, says Claude Hatton. In accordance with the old sentence of the Paris Parliament, he was dragged by the hangman to the common gallows at Mount Faucon, and there hanged up by the heels. All the court went to gratify their eyes with the sight, and Charles, unconsciously imitating the language of Vitellius, said, as he drew near the offensive corpse, "The smell of a dead enemy is always sweet." The body was left hanging for a fortnight or more, after which it was privily taken down by the admiral's cousin, Marshal Montmorency, and it now rests, after many removals, in a wall among the ruins of his hereditary castle of Châtillon-sur-Léon. What became of the head, no one knows. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 14, Massacre of St. Bartholomew, A.D. 1571, by Henry White, Part 2. When Guise left the admiral's corpse lying in the courtyard, he went to the adjoining house in which Tellini lived. All the inmates were killed, but he escaped by the roof. Twice he fell into the hands of the enemy, and twice he was spared. He perished at last by the sword of a man who knew not his amiable and inoffensive character. His neighbor La Rochefoucauld was perhaps more fortunate in his fate. He had hardly fallen asleep when he was disturbed by the noise in the street. He heard shouts and the sound of many footsteps, and scarcely awake and utterly unsuspicious, he went to his bedroom door at the first summons in the king's name. He seems to have thought that Charles, indulging in one of his usual mad frolics, had come to punish him as he had punished others, like schoolboys. He opened the door and fell dead across the threshold, pierced by a dozen weapons. When the messenger returned from the Duke of Guise with the answer that it was too late, Catherine, fearing that such disobedience to the royal commands might incense the king and awaken him to a sense of all the horrors that were about to be perpetrated in his name, privately gave orders to anticipate the hour. Instead of waiting until the matin bell should ring out from the old clock tower of the Palace of Justice, she directed the signal to be given from the nearer belfry of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. As the harsh sound rang through the air of that warm summer night, it was caught up and echoed from tower to tower, rousing all Paris from their slumbers. Immediately from every quarter of that ancient city uprose a tumult as of hell. The clanging of bells, the crashing doors, the rush of armed men, the musket shots, the shrieks of their victims, and high over all the yells of the mob, fiercer and more pitiless than hungry wolves, made such an uproar that the stoutest hearts shrank appalled, and the sanest appear to have lost their reason. Women unsexed, men wanting but the strength of the wild beast, children without a single charm of youth or innocence, crowded the streets where rising day still struggled with the glare of 1,000 torches. They smelt the odor of blood, and, thirsting to indulge their passions for once with impunity, committed horrors that have become the marvel of history. Within the walls of the Louvre, within the hearing of Charles and his mother, if not actually within their sight, one of the foulest scenes of this detestable tragedy was enacted. At daybreak, says Queen Margaret of Navarre, her husband rose to go and play tennis, with a determination to be present at the king's lever, and demand justice for the assault on the admiral. He left his apartment, accompanied by the Huguenot gentlemen who had kept watch around him during the night. At the foot of the stairs he was arrested, while the gentlemen with him were disarmed, apparently without any attempt at resistance. A list of them had been carefully drawn up, which the Sire des Hauts, quartermaster of the guards, read out. As each man answered his name, he stepped into the courtyard, where he had to make his way through a double line of Swiss mercenaries. Sword, spear, and halberd made short work of them, and 200, according to Davila, of the best blood of France, soon lay a ghastly pile beneath the windows of the palace. Charles, it is said, looked on coldly at the horrid deed, the victims appealing in vain to his mercy. Among the gentlemen they murdered were 2 who had been boldest in their language to the king not many hours before. Ségur, Baron of Pardaillan, and Armand de Clermont, Baron of Piles, who with stentorian voices called upon the king to be true to his word. De Piles took off his rich cloak and offered it to someone whom he recognized. Here is a present from the hand of De Piles, basely and traitorously murdered. "I am not the man you take me for," said the other, refusing the cloak. "The Swiss plundered their victims as they fell, and, pointing to the heap of half-naked bodies, described them to the spectators as the men who had conspired to kill the king and all the royal family in their sleep, and make France a republic. But more disgraceful than even this massacre was the conduct of some of the ladies in Catherine's train, of her flying squadron, who, later in the day, inspected and laughed at the corpses as they lay stripped in the courtyard, being especially curious about the body of Soubise, from whom his wife had sought to be divorced on the ground of nullity of marriage. A few gentlemen succeeded in escaping from this slaughter. Margaret, seeing it was daylight, and imagining the danger past of which her sister had told her, fell asleep. But her slumbers were soon rudely broken. An hour later, she continues, I was awoke by a man knocking at the door and calling, Navarre, Navarre. The nurse, thinking it was my husband, ran and opened it. It was a gentleman named Leran, who had received a sword cut in the elbow and a spear thrust in the arm. 4 soldiers were pursuing him, and they all rushed into my chamber after him. Wishing to save his life, he threw himself upon my bed. Finding myself clasped in his arms, I got out on the other side. He followed me, still clinging to me. I did not know the man, and could not tell whether he came to insult me or whether the soldiers were after him or me. We both shouted out, being equally frightened. At last, by God's mercy, Captain de Nanchet of the Guards came in, and, seeing me in this condition, could not help laughing, although commiserating me. Severely reprimanding the soldiers for their indiscretion, he turned them out of the room, and granted me the life of the poor man who still clung to me. I made him lie down, and had his wounds dressed in my closet until he was quite cured. While changing my night-dress, which was all covered with blood, the captain told me what had happened, and assured me that my husband was with the king and quite unharmed. He then conducted me to the room of my sister of Leran, which I reached more dead than alive. As I entered the anteroom, the doors of which were open, a gentleman named Bourse, running from the soldiers who pursued him, was pierced by a halberd 3 paces from me. I fell almost fainting into Captain de Nanchet's arms, imagining the same thrust had pierced us both. Being somewhat recovered, I entered the little room where my sister slept. While there, de Mausson, my husband's first gentleman, and Armagnac, his first valet de chambre, came and begged me to save their lives. I went and threw myself at the feet of the king and the queen, my mother, to ask the favor, which they at last granted me. When Captain de Nanchet arrived so opportunely, he was leaving the king's chamber, whither he had conducted Henry of Navarre and the Prince of Condé. The tumult and excitement had worked Charles up to such a pitch of fury that the lives of the princes were hardly safe. But they were gentlemen, and their first words were to reproach the king for his breach of faith. Charles bade them be silent. Messe ou mort, apostatize or die. Henry demanded time to consider, while the prince boldly declared that he would not change his religion. With God's help, it is my intention to remain firm in my profession. Charles, exasperated still more by this opposition to his will, angrily walked up and down the room, and swore that if they did not change in 3 days, he would have their heads. They were then dismissed, but kept close prisoners within the palace. The houses in which the Huguenots lodged, having been registered, were easily known. The soldiers burst into them, killing all they found, without regard to age or sex, and if any escaped to the roof, they were shot down like pigeons. Daylight served to facilitate a work that was too foul even for the blackest midnight. Restraint of every kind was thrown aside, and while the men were the victims of bigoted fury, the women were exposed to violence unutterable. As if the popular frenzy needed excitement, Marshal Tavannes, the military director of this deed of treachery, rode through the streets with dripping sword, shouting, "Kill, kill! Bloodletting is as good in August as in May." One would charitably hope that this was the language of excitement, and that in his calmer moods he would have repented of his share in the massacre. But he was consistent to the last. On his deathbed he made a general confession of his sins, in which he did not mention the day of St. Bartholomew. And when his son expressed surprise at the omission, he observed, "I look upon that as a meritorious action, which ought to atone for all the sins of my life." The massacre soon exceeded the bounds upon which Charles and his mother had calculated. They were willing enough that the Huguenots should be murdered, but the murderers might not always be able to draw the line between orthodoxy and heresy. Things were fast getting beyond all control. The thirst for plunder was even keener than the thirst for blood. and it is certain that among the many ignoble motives by which Charles was induced to permit the massacre was the hope of enriching himself and paying his debts out of the property of the murdered Huguenots. Nor were Anjou and others insensible to the charms of heretical property. Hence we find the provost of Paris remonstrating with the king about the pillaging of the houses and the murders in the streets by the guards and others in the service of his majesty and the princes. Charles, in reply, bade the magistrates mount their horses, and with all the force of the city put an end to such irregularities, and remain on the watch day and night. Another proclamation, countersigned by Nevers, was issued about 5 in the afternoon, commanding the people to lay down the arms which they had taken up that day by the king's orders, and to leave the streets to the soldiers only, as if implying that they alone were to kill and plunder. The massacre, commenced on Sunday, was continued through that and the 2 following days. Capiloupi tells us, with wonderful simplicity, that it was a holiday, and therefore the people could more conveniently find leisure to kill and plunder. It is impossible to assign to each day its task of blood. In all but a few exceptional cases, we know merely that the victims perished in the general slaughter. Writing in the midst of the carnage, probably not later than noon on the 24th, the nuncio Salviati says, "The whole city is in arms. The houses of the Huguenots have been forced with great loss of life, and sacked by the populace with incredible avidity. Many a man tonight will have his horses and his carriage, and will eat and drink off plate, who had never dreamed of it in his life before." In order that matters may not go too far, and to prevent the revolting disorders occasioned by the insolence of the mob, a proclamation has just been issued, declaring that there shall be 3 hours in the day during which it shall be unlawful to rob and kill, and the order is observed, though not universally. You can see nothing in the streets but white crosses in the hats and caps of everyone you meet, which has a fine effect. The nuncio says nothing of the streets encumbered with bleeding corpses, nothing of the cartloads of bodies conveyed to the Seine and then flung into the river, so that not only were all the waters in it turned to blood, but so many corpses grounded on the bank of the little island of Louvre that the air became infected with the smell of corruption. The living, tied hand and foot, were thrown off the bridges. One man, probably a rag-gatherer, brought 2 little children in his creel and tossed them into the water as carelessly as if they had been blind kittens. An infant, yet unable to walk, had a cord tied round its neck and was dragged through the streets by a troop of children 9 or 10 years old. Another played with the beard and smiled in the face of the man who carried him, but the innocent caress exasperated instead of softened the ruffian, who stabbed the child and with an oath threw it into the Seine. Among the earliest victims was the wife of the king's plumassier. The murderers broke into her house on the Notre Dame bridge about 4 in the morning, stabbed her, and flung her still breathing into the river. She clung for some time to the wooden piles of the bridge, and was killed at last with stones, her body remaining for 4 days entangled by her long hair among the woodwork. The story goes that her husband's corpse, being thrown over, fell against hers and set it free, both floating away together down the stream. Madeleine Brichonnet, the widow of Theobald of Yverny, disguised herself as a woman of the people so that she might save her life, but was betrayed by the fine petticoat which hung below her coarse gown. As she would not recant, she was allowed a few moments' prayer and then tossed into the water. Her son-in-law, the Marquis Renel, escaping in his shirt, was chased by the murderers to the bank of the river, where he succeeded in unfastening a boat. He would have got away altogether but for his cousin Bussy de Amboise, who shot him down with a pistol. One Kenny, who had been stabbed and flung into the Seine, was revived by the reaction of the cold water. Feeble as he was, he swam to a boat and clung to it, but was quickly pursued. One hand was soon cut off with a hatchet, and as he still continued to steer the boat down the stream, he was quieted by a musket shot. One Pouviat, or Pluviat, who met with a similar fate, became the subject of a ballad. Captain Monens had been put into a safe hiding place by his friend Fervacques, who went and begged the king to spare the life of the fugitive. Charles not only refused, but ordered him to kill Monens if he desired to save his own life. Fervacques would not stain his own hands, but made his friend's hiding place known. Brionne, governor of the young Marquis of Conti, the Prince of Condé's brother, snatched the child from his bed, and, without stopping to dress him, was hurrying away to a place of safety, when the boy was torn from his arms, and he himself murdered before the eyes of his pupil. We are told that the child cried and begged they would save his tutor's life. The houses on the bridge of Notre Dame, inhabited principally by Protestants, were witnesses to many a scene of cruelty. All the inmates of one house were massacred, except a little girl, who was dipped stark naked in the blood of her father and mother, and threatened to be served like them if she turned Huguenot. The Protestant booksellers and printers were particularly sought after. Spire Niquet was burned over a slow fire made out of his own books, and thrown lifeless, but not dead, into the river. Odin Petit fell a victim to the covetousness of his son-in-law, who was a Catholic bookseller. René Bianchi, the Queen's perfumer, is reported to have killed with his own hands a young man, a cripple, who had already displayed much skill in goldsmith's work. This is the only man whose death the king lamented, because of his excellent workmanship, for his shop was entirely stripped. Mézeray writes that 700 or 800 people had taken refuge in the prisons, hoping they would be safe under the wings of justice, but the officers selected for this work had brought them into the fitly named Valley of Misery, and there beat them to death with clubs and threw their bodies into the river. The Venetian ambassador corroborates this story, adding that they were murdered in batches of 10. Where all were cruel, some few persons distinguished themselves by a special ferocity. A gold-beater named Crozier, one of those prison murderers, bared his sinewy arm and boasted of having killed 4,000 persons with his own hands. Another man, for the sake of human nature we would fain wish him to be the same, affirmed that unaided he had dispatched 80 Huguenots in one day. He would eat his food with hands dripping with gore, declaring that it was an honor to him because it was the blood of heretics. On Tuesday, a butcher, Crozier's comrade, boasted to the king that he had killed 150 the night before. Coconus, one of the mignons of Anjou, prided himself on having ransomed from the populace as many as 30 Huguenots, for the pleasure of making them abjure and then killing them with his own hand, after he had secured them for hell. About 7 o'clock the king was at one of the windows of his palace, enjoying the air of that beautiful August morning, when he was startled by shouts of "Kill, kill!" They were raised by a body of guards, who were firing with much more noise than execution at a number of Huguenots who had crossed the river, to seek the king's protection, says one account, to help the king against the Guises, says another. Charles, who had just been telling his mother that the weather seemed to rejoice at the slaughter of the Huguenots, felt all his savage instincts kindle at the sight. He had hunted wild beasts, now he would hunt men, and, calling for an arquebuse, he fired at the fugitives, who were fortunately out of range. Some modern writers deny this fact, on the ground that the balcony from which Charles is said to have fired was not built until after 1572. Were this true, it would only show that tradition had misplaced the locality. Brantome expressly says the king fired on the Huguenots, not from a balcony, but from his bedroom window. Marshal Tess heard the story, according to Voltaire, from the man who loaded the arquebuse. Henois, in his Abrige chronologique, mentions it with a diton, and it is significant that the passage is suppressed in Latin editions. Simon Goulart, in his contemporary narrative, uses the same words of caution. Not many of the Huguenot gentlemen escaped from the toils so skilfully drawn round them on that fatal Saturday night, yet there were a few. The Count of Montgomery, the same who was the innocent cause of the death of Henry II, got away safe, having been forewarned by a friend who swam across the river to him. Guise set off in hot pursuit, and would probably have caught him up had he not been waiting for the keys of the city gate. Some 60 gentlemen also, lodging near him in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, were the companions of his flight. Sully, afterward the famous minister of Henry IV, had a narrow escape. He was in his 12th year, and had gone to Paris in the train of Joan of Navarre for the purpose of continuing his studies. About 3 after midnight, he says, I was awoke by the ringing of bells and the confused cries of the populace. My governor, St. Julian, with my valet de chambre, went out to know the cause, and I never heard of them afterward. They, no doubt, were among the first sacrificed to the public fury. I continued alone in my chamber, dressing myself, when in a few moments my landlord entered, pale and in the utmost consternation. He was of the Reformed religion, and, having learned what was the matter, had consented to go to Mass to save his life and preserve his house from being pillaged. He came to persuade me to do the same and to take me with him. I did not think proper to follow him, but resolved to try if I could gain the College of Burgundy, where I had studied, though the great distance between the house in which I then was and the college made the attempt very dangerous. Having disguised myself in a scholar's gown, I put a large prayer book under my arm and went into the street. I was seized with horror inexpressible at the sight of the furious murderers, running from all parts, forcing open the houses, and shouting out, "Kill, kill, massacre the Huguenots." The blood which I saw shed before my eyes redoubled my terror. I fell into the midst of a body of guards, who stopped and questioned me, and were beginning to use me ill, when, happily for me, the book that I carried was perceived and served me for a passport. Twice after this I fell into the same danger, from which I extricated myself with the same good fortune. At last I arrived at the College of Burgundy, where a danger still greater than any that I had yet met with awaited me. The porter, having twice refused me entrance, I continued standing in the midst of the street, at the mercy of the savage murderers, whose number increased every moment, and who were evidently seeking for their prey, when it came into my head to ask for Fahey, the principal of the college, a good man, by whom I was tenderly beloved. The porter, prevailed upon by some small pieces of money which I put in his hand, admitted me, and my friend carried me to his apartment, where two inhuman priests, whom I heard mention Sicilian Vespers, wanted to force me from him, that they might cut me in pieces, saying the order was not to spare even infants at the breast. All the good man could do was to conduct me privately to a distant chamber, where he locked me up. Here I was confined 3 days, uncertain of my destiny, and saw no one but a servant of my friends, who came from time to time to bring me provisions. Not until the second day does there appear to have been any remorse or pity for the horrors inflicted upon the wretched Huguenots. Elizabeth of Austria, the young queen who hoped shortly to become a mother, interceded for Condé, and so great was her agitation and distress that her features were quite disfigured by the tears she had shed night and day. And the Duke of Alençon, a youth of by no means lovable character, wept much, we are told, over the fate of those brave captains and soldiers. For this tenderness he was so bitterly reproached by Charles and his mother that he was forced to keep out of their sight. Alençon was partial to Coligny, and when there was found among the admiral's papers a report in which he condemned appanages, the grants usually given by the crown to the younger members of the royal family, Catherine exultingly showed it to him. "See what a fine friend he was to you." "I know not how far he may have been my friend," replied the Duke, "but the advice he gave me was very good." If Mézeray is to be trusted, Charles broke down on the second day of the massacre. Since Saturday he had been in a state of extraordinary excitement, more like madness than sanity, and at last his mind gave way under the pressure. To his surgeon, Ambrose Paré, who kept at his side all through these dreadful hours, he said, "I do not know what ails me. For these 2 or 3 days past, both mind and body have been quite upset. I burn with fever. All around me grin pale, blood-stained faces. Ah, Ambrose, if they had but spared the weak and innocent." A change indeed had come over him. He became more restless than ever. His looks savage, his buffoonery coarser and more boisterous. "Ne mai poteva pigliar requi," says Sigismund Cavalli. Like Macbeth, he had murdered sleep. "I saw the king on my return from Rochelle," says Brantome, "and found him entirely changed. His features had lost all the gentleness, douceur, usually visible in them." About a week after the massacre, says a contemporary, a number of crows flew croaking round and settled on the Louvre. The noise they made drew everybody out to see them, and the superstitious women infected the king with their own timidity. That very night Charles had not been in bed 2 hours when he jumped up and called for the King of Navarre to listen to a horrible tumult in the air. Shrieks, groans, yells, mingled with blasphemous oaths and threats, just as they were heard on the night of the massacre. The sound returned 7 successive nights, precisely at the same hour. Juvenal de Ursine tells the story rather differently. On August 31st, I supped at the Louvre with Madame de Fiesque. As the day was very hot, we went down into the garden and sat in an arbor by the river. Suddenly the air was filled with a horrible noise of tumultuous voices and groans, mingled with cries of rage and madness. We could not move for terror. We turned pale and were unable to speak. The noise lasted for half an hour and was heard by the king, who was so terrified that he could not sleep the rest of the night. As for Catherine, knowing that strong emotions would spoil her digestion and impair her good looks, she kept up her spirits. "For my part," she said, "there are only 6 of them on my conscience," which is a lie, for when she ordered the tocsin to be rung, she must have foreseen the horrors, perhaps not all the horrors, that would ensue. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Massacre of St. Bartholomew, A.D. 1571, by Isaac Disraeli. An original document now lying before me, the autograph letter of Charles IX, will prove that unparalleled massacre, called by the world religious, was, in the French cabinet, considered merely as political. One of those revolting state expedients which a pretended instant necessity has too often inflicted on that part of a nation which, like the undercurrent, subterraneously works its way and runs counter to the great stream till the critical moment arrives when one or the other must cease. The massacre began on St. Bartholomew's Day in August 1572, lasted in France during 7 days. That awful event interrupted the correspondence of our court with that of France. A long silence ensued. The one did not dare to tell the tale which the other could not listen to. But sovereigns know how to convert a mere domestic event into a political expedient. Charles IX, on the birth of a daughter, sent over an ambassador extraordinary to request Elizabeth to stand as sponsor. By this the French monarch obtained a double purpose. It served to renew his interrupted intercourse with the silent Queen, and alarm the French Protestants by abating their hopes which long rested on the aid of the English Queen. The following letter, dated February 8, 1573, is addressed by the King to La Motte Fenelon, his resident ambassador at London. The King in this letter minutely details a confidential intercourse with his mother, Catherine de' Medici, who, perhaps, may have dictated this letter to the secretary, although signed by the King with his own hand. Such minute particulars could only have been known to herself. The Earl of Worcester was now taking departure, having come to Paris on the baptism of the Princess, and accompanied by Walsingham, our resident ambassador, after taking leave of Charles, had the following interview with Catherine de' Medici. An interview with the young monarch was usually concluded by a separate audience with his mother, who probably was still the directress of his councils. After Catherine de' Medici had assured the Earl of Worcester of her great affection for the Queen of England, and the King's strict intention to preserve it, she took this opportunity of inquiring of the Earl of Worcester the cause of the Queen his mistress's marked coolness toward them. The narrative becomes now dramatic. On this, Walsingham, who always kept close by the side of the Count, Earl of Worcester, here took on himself to answer, acknowledging that the said Count had indeed been charged to speak on this head, and he then addressed some words in English to Worcester, and afterwards the Count gave to my lady and mother to understand that the Queen his mistress had been waiting for an answer on 2 articles, the one concerning religion and the other for an interview. In regard to what occurred these latter days, that he must have seen how it happened by the fault of the chiefs of those who remained here. For when the late Admiral was treacherously wounded at Notre Dame, he knew the affliction it threw us into, fearful that it might have occasioned great troubles in this kingdom, and the diligence we used to verify judicially whence it proceeded, and the verification was nearly finished when they were so forgetful as to raise a conspiracy to attempt the lives of myself, my lady and mother, and my brothers, and endanger the whole state. Which was the cause that to avoid this I was compelled, to my very great regret, to permit what had happened in Paris. But as he had witnessed, I gave orders to stop as soon as possible this fury of the people, and place everyone on repose. On this, the Seer Walsingham replied to my lady and mother that the exercise of the said religion had been interdicted in this kingdom, to which she also answered that this had not been done but for a good and holy purpose, namely that the fury of the Catholic people might the sooner be allayed, who else had been reminded of the past calamities, and would again have been let loose against those of the said religion had they continued to preach in this kingdom. Also should these once more fix on any chiefs, which I will prevent as much as possible, giving him clearly and pointedly to understand that what is done here is much the same as what has been done and is now practised by the Queen his mistress in her kingdom, for she permits the exercise but of one religion, although there are many of her people who are of another, and having also during her reign punished those of her subjects whom she found seditious and rebellious. It is true this has been done by the laws, but I, indeed, could not act in the same manner, for finding myself in such imminent peril, and the conspiracy raised against me and mine, and my kingdom ready to be executed, I had no time to arraign and try in open justice as much as I had wished, but was constrained, to my very great regret, to strike the blow, lâcher la main, in what has been done in this city. This letter of Charles IX, however, does not here conclude. My lady and mother plainly acquaints the Earl of Worcester and Sir Francis Walsingham that her son had never interfered between their mistress and her subjects, and in return expects the same favour, although, by accounts they had received from England, many ships were arming to assist their rebels at La Rochelle. My lady and mother advances another step, and declares that Elizabeth by treaty is bound to assist her son against his rebellious subjects, and they expect at least that Elizabeth will not only stop these armaments in all her ports, but exemplarily punish the offenders. I resume the letter. And on hearing this, the said Walsingham changed colour, and appeared somewhat astonished, as my lady and mother well perceived by his face, and on this he requested the Count of Worcester to mention the order which he knew the Queen his mistress had issued to prevent these people from assisting those of La Rochelle, but that in England, so numerous were the seamen and others who gained their livelihood by maritime affairs, and who would starve without the entire freedom of the seas, that it was impossible to interdict them. Such is the first letter on English affairs which Charles IX dispatched to his ambassador, after an awful silence of 6 months, during which time La Motte Fenelon was not admitted into the presence of Elizabeth. The apology for the massacre of St. Bartholomew comes from the king himself, and contains several remarkable expressions, which are at least divested of that style of bigotry and exaltation we might have expected. On the contrary, this sanguinary and inconsiderate young monarch, as he is represented, writes in a subdued and sorrowing tone, lamenting his hard necessity, regretting he could not have recourse to the laws and appealing to others for his efforts to check the fury of the people which he himself had let loose. Catherine de' Medici, who had governed from the tender age of 11 years when he ascended the throne, might unquestionably have persuaded him that a conspiracy was on the point of explosion. Charles IX died young, and his character is unfavourably viewed by the historians. In the voluminous correspondence which I have examined, could we judge by state letters of the character of him who subscribes them, we must form a very different notion. They are so prolix and so earnest that one might conceive they were dictated by the young monarch himself. End of section 15, read by Alan Mapstone. Section 16 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson and John Rudd. Massacre of St. Bartholomew, A.D. 1571, by Juno Rudd. Popular error has done more injury to the memory of Catherine de' Medici than to that of any other woman famous in history. To understand Catherine and the part she played on the stage of French politics, her training and the position she held must be understood. It is one thing to look upon her on the obverse as wholly without heart, a trafficker in human life, a ghoul who smiled with complacency on the victims of her hate, and another to look on the reverse of the medal. The massacre of St. Bartholomew is pointed to as a crime, a religious crime. But is this true? It may not have been an act in accordance with 20th century morality, but bad, horrible indeed as it was, were there not extenuating circumstances attending it, looked upon in the light of that age? To Catherine de' Medici, perhaps justly, has been given the credit, or infamy if you will, of its conception and execution. Historians are privileged liars. This is a truism as valid today as when expressed by its brilliant creator. The throne of France was saved by Catherine de' Medici. The royal power was maintained by her under such difficulties as few rulers would have withstood. She is painted by Catholic and Protestant writers alike as standing without the gates of the Louvre the morning after the massacre, and there gloating over the bodies of the slain lying about the palace entrance. Apart from her political duty as she understood it, and which meant the upholding of the monarchy, Catherine was a true woman, kind to her suite, faithful to her friends. She had none of the weaknesses of her sex. She lived chaste amid the debauchery of the most licentious court in Europe. The losses to art caused by the destructive Calvinists she replaced by erecting noble buildings and beautifying Paris. But she had the sense of royalty developed to the utmost. She defended it to the extreme. In France the opposition was always Protestant. It was her enemy, the enemy of the crown, the arch-enemy of France. It is laid to her charge that she coquetted with the Huguenots, whom she afterwards slew. This there is no denying. She had but her craft with which to oppose the Guise faction, the various court cliques, and the Huguenots themselves. An expert at the game, she played one piece against another, skilfully avoiding the checkmate. Pawns might be lost, bishops fall to her hand, knights be unhorsed, but her king was secured. She could only triumph by cunning. A state cannot be governed by the same rule of morality as that which should govern individual conduct. It is impossible that it should be so. Professor Saintbury says, every cool-headed student of history and ethics will admit that it was precisely the abuse of the principle at this time by the persons of whom Catherine de' Medici, if not the most blamable, has had the most blame put upon her, that brought the principle itself into discredit. Casimir Perier, the noted French statesman, wrote, all power is a permanent conspiracy. This is as true today in Republican America as it was at that time in monarchical France. And it was not religion as such that led to the horrible scenes of that fatal August the 24th. It was a move in the game of politics. Protestantism spelt republicanism. To one raised as Catherine had been, taught her life through by bitter experience, any means available, any course adopted, was righteous if it answered the purpose of saving the realm. Research into this period will amply repay the explorer with enlarged ideas of its meaning and its issues. Of the Queen Mother, naught extenuate, nor aught set down in malice. Catherine compares more favourably with Marie de Medici, whom history has painted in brighter hue. Bigotry has blasted the name of one who, for her time, was at least the equal of any ruler in Europe. End of section 16, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 17 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cavaet. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 17. Heroic Age of the Netherlands, Siege of Leiden, A.D. 1573, Thomas Henry Dyer. Events followed one another rapidly after the rising of the Netherlanders in 1566. The organization of the Gueux beggars, the League of Noblemen pledged to resist the introduction of the Inquisition into the Low Countries by Philip II of Spain, had shown itself prepared for extreme action in self-defense. The name Gueux, first used in contempt, was borne in honour by the patriots in the ensuing war, which Philip conducted as a war of extermination. In 1567, the Duke of Alva, a famous veteran of the wars of Charles V and of Philip, was sent to the Netherlands as governor, where his cruelties soon made him notorious. He established the court known as the Council of Blood, which first sat in September 1567. In less than 3 months, this tribunal put to death 1,800 persons, including Horne, Egmont, and other eminent patriots. As many as 100,000 of the population are said to have emigrated at this time to England. William of Orange, the great leader of the Netherlanders, refused to appear before the Council of Blood. He had resigned his offices, civil and military, and now retired to Dillenburg, still proclaiming his adhesion to the Protestant faith. But in 1568 he gathered 2 armies. Alva destroyed one of them, and the other was disbanded. In 1570, William issued letters of marque to seamen who were nicknamed sea beggars, and bore a prominent part in the War of Independence. In 1572 they captured Briel. That year Mons was captured by Louis of Nassau, William's brother, but in September it was retaken by Alva. In Dyer's narrative, the subsequent course of events to the pacification of Ghent is clearly and succinctly traced. Soon after the capture of Mons, Alva went to Brussels and left the conduct of the war to his son, Frederick de Toledo. Zutphen and Naarden successfully yielded to Frederick's arms and became the scenes of the most detestable violence. Alva ordered his son not to leave a single man alive in Zutphen, and to burn down all the houses, commands which were almost literally obeyed. The treatment of Naarden was still more revolting. The town had capitulated, and Don Julian Romero, an officer of Don Frederic's, had pledged his word that the lives and property of the inhabitants should be respected. Romero then entered the town with some 500 musketeers, for whom the citizens provided a sumptuous feast, and he summoned the inhabitants to assemble in the Gasthouse church, then used as a town hall. More than 500 of them had entered the church when a priest, suddenly rushing in, bade them prepare for death. Scarcely had the announcement been made when a band of Spanish soldiers entered, and after discharging a volley into the defenceless crowd, attacked them, sword in hand. The church was then fired, and the dead and dying consumed together. But these cruelties only steeled the Hollanders to more obstinate resistance, nor must it be concealed that in these Plasque Civilia Bella, where civil hatred was still further embittered by sectarian malignancy, the Dutch sometimes displayed as much savageness as their adversaries. Thus, during the struggle in Zeeland, a surgeon at Veer cut out the heart of a Spanish prisoner, and, fixing it on the prow of a vessel, invited his fellow townsmen to fix their teeth in it, an invitation with which many complied. The war was continued during the winter of 1572-73. In December, the Spaniards marched to attack a fleet frozen up near Amsterdam. It was defended by a body of Dutch musketeers on skates, who, by the superior skill of their evolutions, drove the enemy back and killed great numbers of them. In consequence of this extraordinary combat, Alva ordered 7,000 pairs of skates, and directed his soldiers to be instructed in their use. Siege was then laid to Haarlem, which town, warned by the fate of Zutphen and Naarden, made a defence that astonished all Europe. A corps of 300 respectable women, armed with musket, sword, and dagger, and led by Keenan Hausler, a widow lady of distinguished family, about 47 years of age, enrolled themselves among its defenders, and partook in some of the most fiercely contested actions. Battles took place upon Haarlem Lake, on which the Prince of Orange had more than 100 sail of various kinds, till at length Bosso, whose vessels were larger, though less numerous, entirely defeated the Hollanders and swept the lake in triumph, May the 28th, 1573. The siege had lasted 7 months, and Frederick de Toledo had lost a great part of his army by hunger, cold, and pestilence. He was inclined to abandon the enterprise, but he was kept to it by the threats of his father, and on the 12th of July Haarlem surrendered. Don Frederick had written a letter solemnly assuring the besieged that no punishment should be inflicted except on those who deserved it in the opinion of the citizens themselves. Yet he was in possession of strict orders from his father to put to death the whole garrison, except the Germans, and also to execute a large number of the inhabitants. Between 2,000 and 3,000 were slaughtered. 300 were drowned in the lake, tied by twos back to back. The resistance of Haarlem and other places determined Alva to try what might be done by an affection of clemency, and on the 26th of July he issued a proclamation in which Philip was compared to a hen gathering its chickens under the parental wing. But in the same breath his subjects were admonished not to excite his rage, cruelty, and fury, and they were threatened that if his gracious offers of mercy were neglected, his Majesty would strip bare and utterly depopulate the land, and cause it to be again inhabited by strangers. So ludicrous a specimen of paternal love was not calculated to excite much confidence in the breasts of the Hollanders, and Alkmaar, the next town to which Don Frederick laid siege, though defended only by 800 soldiers and 1,300 citizens against 16,000 veterans, also resolved to hold out to the last extremity. Enraged at this contempt of what he called his clemency at Haarlem, Alva resolved to make Alkmaar an example of his cruelty, and he wrote to Philip that everyone in it should be put to the sword. But the inhabitants made a heroic defence, and repulsed the besiegers in many a bloody assault, till at length the superstitious Spaniards, believing that the place was defended by the devil, whom they thought that the Protestants worshipped, refused to mount to the attack, suffering themselves rather to be run through the body by their officers, and Don Frederick, finding from an intercepted letter that the Prince of Orange contemplated cutting the dykes and flooding the country in order to prevent the place from being surrendered, raised the siege, October the 8th, after it had lasted 7 weeks. About this time, William published his epistle in the form of supplication to his Royal Majesty of Spain from the Prince of Orange and States of Holland and Zeeland, which produced a profound impression. It demanded that the privileges of the country should be restored, and insisted on the recall of the Duke of Alva, whose atrocities were vigorously described and condemned. Orange, as stadtholder, was now acting as the king's representative in Holland, and gave all his orders in Philip's name. He had recently turned Calvinist, and in October publicly joined the church at Dort. It was reserved for the two greatest princes of the age to alleviate by their apostasy, which, however, approached more nearly than the orthodoxy of their adversaries, the spirit of true Christianity, the evils inflicted on society by a constant but bloody-minded and intolerant bigotry. The siege of Alkmaar was one of the last acts under Alva's auspices in the Netherlands, and formed a fitting termination to his career. He had himself solicited to be recalled, and in December 1573 he was superseded by Don Luis de Rosquens, Grand Commander of San Diego. In fact, Philip had found this war of extermination too expensive for his exhausted treasury. Alva boasted on his journey back that he had caused 18,600 Netherlanders to be executed. He was well received by Philip, but soon after his return was imprisoned along with his son Don Frederick, the latter for having seduced a maid of honour, his father for recommending him not to marry his victim. Alva was, however, subsequently released to undertake the conquest of Portugal. Requesens, the new governor, had been vice-admiral to Don John of Austria, had distinguished himself at the Battle of Lepanto, and had subsequently governed the Milanese with reputation. He was mild and just and more liberal than the generality of Spaniards, though inferior to Alva in military talent. He attempted immediately after his arrival in the Netherlands to bring about a peace through the mediation of St. Algernon, but Orange was too suspicious to enter into it. Requesens put down robbery and murder, but he was neither able to abrogate the Council of Blood nor to alleviate the oppressive taxes. Philip had selected him as governor of the Netherlands as a pledge of the more conciliatory policy which he had yet thought it prudent to adopt. Yet Requesens' hands were tied up with such injunctions as rendered all conciliation hopeless, and he was instructed to bring forward no measures which had not for their basis the maintenance of the king's absolute authority and the prohibition of all worship except the Roman Catholic. The Gueux de Mar were at this time most troublesome to the Spaniards, as their small vessels enabled them to penetrate up the rivers and canals. A naval action had been fought, October 11, 1573, on the Zuyder Zee, between Count Bosso, who had collected a considerable fleet at Amsterdam, and the patriot admiral Dirk Zoon, in which Bosso was completely defeated and taken prisoner. One of the first acts of Requesens was to send a fleet under Sancho de Vila, Julian Romero, and the Admiral Gilmes to the relief of Middelburg, which had been besieged by the patriots upward of 18 months, and was now reduced to the last extremity. Orange visited the Zealand fleet, under the command of Louis Boisson, January 20, 1574, and an action ensued a few days later, in which the Spaniards were completely beaten. Requesens himself held the action from the lofty dike of Chacolou, where he stood all day in drenching rain, and Romero, who had escaped by jumping out of a porthole, swam ashore and landed at the very feet of the Grand Commander. The Hollanders and Zealanders were now master of the coast, but the Spaniards still held their ground in the interior of Holland. After raising the siege of Alkmaar, they had invested Leyden and cut off all communication between the Dutch cities. The efforts of the patriots were less fortunate on land, where they were no match for the Spanish generals and their veteran troops. It had been arranged that Louis of Nassau should march out of Germany with an army of newly levied recruits, and form a junction with his brother William, who was at Bommel on the Waal. Toward the end of February 1574, Louis encamped within 4 miles of Maastricht, with the design of taking that town, but finding that he could not accomplish this object, and having suffered some losses, he marched down the right bank of the Meuse to join his brother. When, however, he arrived at Mook, a village on the Meuse a few miles south of Nijmegen, he found himself intercepted by the Spaniards under de Villa, who, having outmarched him on the opposite bank, had crossed the river at a lower point on a bridge of boats, and placed himself directly in his path. There was now no alternative but to fight, and the battle was delivered on the following day on the heath of Mook, when fortune declared against the patriots. The gallant Louis, seeing that the day was lost, put himself at the head of a little band of troopers, and accompanied by his brother Henry and Duke Christopher, son of the Elector Palatine Frederick III, made a desperate charge in which they all perished, and were never heard of more. The only effect of Louis' invasion was to cause the Spaniards to raise the siege of Leyden, before which place, however, they afterwards again sat down, May the 26th. The defence of Leyden formed a worthy parallel to that of Haarlem and Aachen, and acquired for the garrison and the inhabitants the respect and admiration of all Europe. And modern historian has aptly observed that this was the heroic age of Protestantism. Never have the virtues which spring from true patriotism and sincere religious conviction been more strikingly developed and displayed. Leyden was defended by John van der Does, Lord of Nordwijk, a gentleman of distinguished family, but still more distinguished by his learning and genius and his Latin poetry, published under the name of Johannes Duzer. The garrison of Leyden was small, and it relied for its defence chiefly on the exertions of its inhabitants. The revictualling of the city had been neglected after the raising of the first siege, and at the end of June it became necessary to put the inhabitants on short allowance, yet they held out more than 3 months longer. Orange, whose headquarters were at Delft and Rotterdam, had no means of relieving Leyden except by breaking down the dikes on the Meuse and the Yssel, and thus flooding the country, a step which would involve the destruction of the growing crops. Besides other extraordinary expenses, yet he succeeded in obtaining the consent of the Dutch states to this extreme and desperate measure. On the 3rd of August he superintended in person the rupture of the dikes on the Yssel, and at the same time the sluices of Rotterdam and Schiedam were opened. The flood began to pour over the land, while the citizens of Leyden watched with anxious eyes from the Tower of Hengist the rising of the waters. A flotilla of 200 flat-bottomed vessels had been provided, stored with provisions, and manned by 2,500 veterans under the command of Boisseau. But unexpected obstacles arose. Fresh dikes appeared above the water, and had to be cut through amid the resistance of the Spaniards. Twice the waters receded under the influence of the east wind, and left the fleet aground. Twice it was floated again, as if by providential interposition, by violent gales from the north and west, which accumulated the coast of the waters of the ocean. Meanwhile, the besieged were suffering all the extremities of famine. The most disgusting garbage was used for food, and caused a pestilence which carried off thousands. In this extremity a number of the citizens surrounded the burgomaster, Adrian van der Werf, demanding with loud threats and clamours that he should either provide them with food or surrender the city to the enemy. To these menaces Adrian calmly replied, "I have taken an oath that I will never put myself or my fellow citizens in the power of the cruel and perfidious Spaniards, and I will rather die than violate it." Then, drawing his sword, he offered it to the surrounding crowd, and bade them plunge it into his bosom and devour his flesh, if such an action could relieve them from their direful necessity. This extraordinary address filled the people with amazement and admiration, and inspired them with a new courage. Their constancy was soon rewarded with deliverance. On the night of October the 1st, a fresh gale set in from the north. The ocean brushed furiously through the ruined dikes. The fleet had soon 2 feet of water, and sailed on their onward course amid storm and darkness. They had still to contend with the vessels of the enemy, and a naval battle was fought amid the boughs of orchards and the chimney stacks of houses. But this was the last attempt at resistance on the part of the Spaniards. Appalled both by the constancy of their adversaries and by the rising flood which was gradually driving them into a narrow circle, the Spaniards abandoned the 2 remaining forts, Zoetermonde and Lammen, which still stood between the fleet and the city. From the latter they fled in alarm at the noise of the falling of a large portion of the town walls, which had been thrown down by the waters, and which in the darkness they luckily mistook for some operation of their adversaries. Otherwise they might easily have entered and captured Leyden. The fleet of Boisseau entered the city on the morning of October the 3rd. After the pangs of hunger were relieved, the whole population repaired to church to return thanks to the Almighty for their deliverance. On October the 4th, another providential gale from the north-east assisted in clearing off the water from the land. In commemoration of this remarkable defence, and as a reward for the heroism of the citizens, was founded the University of Leyden, as well as a 10 days annual fair, free from all tolls and taxes. During this siege, the Gour had been again successful at sea. On May 30th, Boisseau defeated between Lillou and Calou a Spanish fleet, took the admiral and 3 ships, and chased the rest into Antwerp. The bankrupt state of Philip II's exchequer, and the reverses which his arms had sustained, induced him to accept in the following year the proffered mediation of the Emperor Maximilian, which he had before arrogantly rejected, and a congress was held at Breda, from March till June 1575. But the insurgents were suspicious, and Philip was inflexible. He could not be induced to dismiss his Spanish troops, to allow the meeting of the States General, or to admit the slightest toleration in matters of religion, and the contest was therefore renewed with more fury than ever. The situation of the patriots became very critical when the enemy, by occupying the islands of Duveland and Schoen, cut off the communication between Holland and Zeeland, especially as all hope of succour from England had expired. Towards the close of the year, envoys were dispatched to solicit the aid of Elizabeth, and to offer her, under certain conditions, the sovereignty of Holland and Zeeland. Requesens sent Champagny to counteract these negotiations, which ended in nothing. The English Queen was afraid of provoking the power of Spain, and could not even be induced to grant the Hollanders a loan. The attitude assumed at that time by the Duke of Alcyon in France also prevented them from entering into any negotiations with that prince. In these trying circumstances, William the Silent displayed the greatest firmness and courage. It was now that he is said to have contemplated abandoning Holland and seeking with its inhabitants a home in the New World, having first restored the country to its ancient state of a waste of waters, a thought, however, which he probably never seriously entertained, though he may have given utterance to it in a moment of irritation or despondency. On June the 12th, 1575, William had married Charlotte de Bourbon, daughter of the Duke of Montpensier. The prince's second wife, Anne of Saxony, had turned out a drunken, violent character, and at length an intrigue which he formed with John Rubens, an exiled magistrate at Antwerp and father of the celebrated painter, justified William in divorcing her. She subsequently became insane. Charlotte de Bourbon had been brought up a Calvinist, but at a later period, her father having joined the party of the persecutors, she took refuge with the Elector Palatine, and it was under these circumstances that she received the addresses of the Prince of Orange. The unexpected death of Requesens, who expired of a fever March 5th, 1576, after a few days' illness, threw the government into confusion. Philip II had given Requesens a carte blanche to name a successor, but the nature of his illness had prevented him from filling it up. The government therefore devolved to a Council of State, the members of which were at variance with one another, but Philip found himself obliged to entrust it, ad interim, with the administration, till a successor to Requesens could be appointed. Count Mansfield was made commander-in-chief, but was totally unable to restrain the licentious soldiery. The Spaniards, whose pay was in arrears, had now lost all discipline. After the raising of the siege of Leyden, they had beset Utrecht and pillaged and maltreated the inhabitants, till Valdez contrived to furnish their pay. No sooner had Requesens expired than they broke into open mutiny, and acted as if they were entire masters of the country. After wandering about some time and threatening Brussels, they seized and plundered Alost, where they established themselves, and they were soon joined by the Walloon and German troops. To repress their violence, the Council of State restored to the Netherlands the arms which they had been deprived, and called upon them by the proclamation to repress force by force. But these citizen soldiers were dispersed with great slaughter by the disciplined troops in various encounters. Ghent, Utrecht, Valenciennes, Maastricht were taken and plundered by the mutineers, and at last the storm fell upon Antwerp, which the Spaniards entered early in November and sacked during 3 days. More than 1,000 houses were burned, 8,000 citizens are said to have been slain, and enormous sums in ready money were plundered. The whole damage was estimated at 24 million florins. The horrible excesses committed in this sack procured for it the name of the Spanish Fury. The government was at this period conducted in the name of the state of Brabant. On September the 5th, de Heze, a young Brabant gentleman who was in secret intelligence with the Prince of Orange, had, at the head of 500 soldiers, entered the palace where the Council of State was assembled, and seized and imprisoned the members. William, taking advantage of the alarm created at Brussels by the sack of Antwerp, persuaded the provisional government to summon the States General, although such a course of action was at direct variance with the commands of the king. To this assembly all the provinces, except Luxembourg, sent deputies. The nobles of the southern provinces, although they viewed the Prince of Orange with suspicion, feeling that there was no security for them so long as the Spanish troops remained in possession of Ghent, sought his assistance in expelling them, which William consented to grant only on condition that an alliance should be effected between the northern and the southern, or Catholic provinces of the Netherlands. This proposal was agreed to. and toward the end of September Orange sent several thousand men from Zealand to Ghent, at whose approach the Spaniards, who had valorously defended themselves for 2 months under the conduct of the wife of their absent general, Mondragon, surrendered and evacuated the citadel. The proposed alliance was now converted into a formal union by the treaty called the Pacification of Ghent, signed November the 8th, 1576, by which it was agreed, without waiting for the sanction of Philip, whose authority, however, was nominally recognised, to renew the edict of the banishment against the Spanish troops, to procure the suspension of the decrees against the Protestant religion, to summon the States General of the northern and southern provinces, according to the model of the Assembly which had received the abdication of Charles V, to provide for the toleration and practice of the Protestant religion in Holland and Zeeland, together with other provisions of a similar character. About the same time, with the pacification of Ghent, all Zeeland, with the exception of the island of Tholen, was recovered from the Spaniards. End of section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2022. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 10, by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Search for the Northwest Passage by Frobisher, A.D. 1576, by George Best. Martin Frobisher, the English navigator, was born in Yorkshire about 1535. When a lad, he went to sea, and seems early to have dreamed of a shorter route to China through the Arctic Ocean. He became the pioneer in the long search for a northwest passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific by the northern coasts of the American continent. He even contemplated the planting of English colonies on the Pacific shore of the New World. Columbus had found the western way to China barred by the continent of America. Magellan discovered a southwest passage around that continent. Half a century later, Frobisher entered upon the northern quest. Frobisher was poorly educated and wrote with difficulty. The narrative of his first voyage was written by George Best from an account furnished by Frobisher himself, whom Best accompanied on his second and third voyages. The present narrative has therefore all the value of a first-hand record, and it is included in the Principal Navigations of Hakluyt. Although over 200 voyages have now been made in search of this passage, which in 1850 to 1854 was achieved by Sir Robert McClure, the long-cherished hopes of its advantages have not been realized. The route, for commercial purposes, is thus far quite useless, owing to Arctic conditions. Great gains, however, through these expeditions have been made in scientific knowledge. Which thing being well considered and familiarly known to our General, Captain Frobisher, as well for that he is thoroughly furnished of the knowledge of the sphere and all other skills appertaining to the art of navigation, as also for the confirmation he hath of the same by many years' experience both by sea and land, and being persuaded of a new and nearer passage to Cataya than by Cabo de Buena Speranza which the Portugals yearly use, he began first with himself to devise, and then with his friends to confer, and laid a plain plot unto them that that voyage was not only possible by the northwest, but also, he could prove, easy to be performed. And further, he determined and resolved with himself to go make full proof thereof, and to accomplish or bring true certificate of the truth, or else never to return again, knowing this to be the only thing of the world that was left yet undone, whereby a notable mind might be made famous and fortunate. But although his will were great to perform this notable voyage, whereof he had conceived in his mind a great hope by sundry sure reasons and secret intelligence, which here for sundry causes I leave untouched, yet he wanted altogether means and ability to set forward and perform the same. Long time he conferred with his private friends of these secrets, and made also many offers for the performing of the same in effect unto sundry merchants of our country, above 15 years before he attempted the same, as by good witness shall well appear, albeit some evil willers, which challenge to themselves the fruits of other men's labours, have greatly injured him in the reports of the same, saying that they have been the first authors of that action, and that they have learned him the way, which themselves as yet have never gone. But perceiving that hardly he was hearkened unto of the merchants, which never regard virtue without sure, certain, and present gains, he repaid to the court, from whence, as from the fountain of our common wealth, all good causes have their chief increase and maintenance, and there laid open to many great estates and learned men the plot and sum of his device. And among many honourable minds which favoured his honest and commendable enterprise, he was specially bound and beholding to the right honourable Ambrose Dudley, Earl of Warwick, whose favourable mind and good disposition hath always been ready to countenance and advance all honest actions, with the authors and executors of the same. And so, by means of my lord, his honourable countenance he received some comfort of his cause, and by little and little, with no small expense and pain, brought his cause to some perfection, and had drawn together so many adventures and such sums of money as might well defray a reasonable charge to furnish himself to sea withal. He prepared 2 small barks of 20 and 25 ton apiece, wherein he intended to accomplish his pretended voyage. Wherefore, being furnished with the aforesaid 2 barks and 1 small pinnace of 10 ton burden, having therein victuals and other necessaries for 12 months' provision, he departed upon the said voyage from Blackwall the 15th of June, Anno Domini 1576. One of the barks wherein he went was named the Gabriel, and the other the Michael, and, sailing northwest from England upon the 11th of July, he had sight of an high and ragged land, which he judged to be Friesland, whereof some authors have made mention, but durst not approach the same by reason of the great store of ice that lay alongst the coast, and the great mists that troubled them not a little. Not far from thence he lost company of his small pinnace, which by means of the great storm he supposed to be swallowed up of the sea, wherein he lost only 4 men. Also the other bark, named the Michael, mistrusting the matter, conveyed themselves privily away from him, and returned home, with great report that he was cast away. The worthy captain, notwithstanding these discomforts, although his mast was sprung and his topmast blown overboard with extreme foul weather, continued his course toward the northwest, knowing that the sea at length must needs have an ending, and that some land should have a beginning that way, and determined therefore at the least to bring true proof what land and sea the same might be so far to the northwestward, beyond any that man hath heretofore discovered. And the 20th of July he had sight of an high land, which he called Queen Elizabeth's Foreland, after her Majesty's name. And sailing more northerly alongst that coast, he descried another foreland with a great gut, bay, or passage, dividing as it were 2 main lands or continents asunder. There he met with store of exceeding great ice all this coast along, and, coveting still to continue his course to the northward, was always by contrary wind detained overthwart these straits, and could not get beyond. Within few days after, he perceived the ice to be well consumed and gone, either there engulfed in by some swift currents or indrafts, carried more to the southward of the same straits, or else conveyed some other way, wherefore he determined to make proof of this place, to see how far that gut had continuance, and whether he might carry himself through the same into some open sea on the backside, whereof he conceived no small hope, and so entered the same the 21st of July, and passed above 50 leagues therein, as he reported, having upon either hand a great main or continent. And that land upon his right hand as he sailed westward he judged to be the continent of Asia, and there to be divided from the firm of America, which lieth upon the left hand over against the same. This place he named after his name, Frobisher's Straits, like as Magellanus at the southwest end of the world, having discovered the passage to the South Sea, where America is divided from the continent of that land, which lieth under the South Pole, and called the same straits Magellan's Straits. After he had passed 60 leagues into this aforesaid strait, he went ashore, and found signs where fire had been made. He saw mighty deer that seemed to be mankind, which ran at him, and hardly he escaped with his life in a narrow way, where he was fain to use defence and policy to save his life. In this place he saw and perceived sundry tokens of the peoples resorting thither. And being ashore upon the top of a hill, he perceived a number of small things fleeing in the sea afar off, which he supposed to be porpoises, or seals, or some kind of strange fish. But coming nearer, he discovered them to be men in small boats made of leather. And before he could descend down from the hill, certain of those people had almost cut off his boat from him, having stolen secretly behind the rocks for that purpose, where he speedily hastened to his boat, and bent himself to his halberd, and narrowly escaped the danger, and saved his boat. Afterward he had sundry conferences with them, and they came aboard his ship, and brought him salmon and raw flesh and fish, and greedily devoured the same before our men's faces. And to show their agility, they tried many masteries upon the ropes of the ship after our mariners' fashion, and appeared to be very strong of their arms and nimble of their bodies. They exchanged coats of seals and bears' skins and such like with our men, and received bells, looking-glasses, and other toys in recompense thereof again. After great courtesy and many meetings, our mariners, contrary to their captain's direction, began more easily to trust them, and 5 of our men going ashore were by them intercepted with their boat, and were never since heard of to this day again, so that the captain being destitute of boat, bark, and all company, had scarcely sufficient number to conduct back his bark again. He could now neither convey himself ashore to rescue his men, if he had been able, for want of a boat. And again the subtle traitors were so wary, as they would after that never come within our men's danger. The captain, notwithstanding, desirous of bringing some token from thence of his being there, was greatly discontented that he had not before apprehended some of them, and, therefore, to deceive the deceivers, he wrought a pretty policy. For knowing well how they greatly delighted in our toys, and specially in bells, he rang a pretty loud bell, making signs that he would give him the same who would come and fetch it. And because they would not come within his danger for fear, he flung one bell unto them, which of purpose he threw short, so that it might fall into the sea and be lost. And to make them more greedy of the matter, he rang a louder bell, so that in the end one of them came near the ship's side to receive the bell, which when he thought to take at the captain's hand, he was thereby taken himself, for the captain, being readily provided, let the bell fall, and caught the man fast, and plucked him with main force, boat and all, into his bark out of the sea. Whereupon, when he found himself in captivity, for very choler and disdain he bit his tongue in twain within his mouth. Notwithstanding he died not thereof, but lived until he came in England, and then he died of cold which he had taken at sea. Now with this new prey, which was a sufficient witness of the captain's far and tedious travel toward the unknown parts of the world, as did well appear by this strange infidel, whose like was never seen, read, nor heard of before, and whose language was neither known nor understood of any, the said Captain Frobisher returned homeward, and arrived in England, in Harwich, the 2nd of October following, and thence came to London, 1576, where he was highly commended of all men for his great and notable attempt, but specially famous for the great hope he brought of the passage to Cataya. And it is especially to be remembered that at their first arrival in those parts there lay so great store of ice all along the coast, so thick together that hardly his boat could pass on to the shore. At length, after divers attempts, he commanded his company, if by any possible means they could get ashore, to bring him whatsoever thing they could first find, whether it were living or dead, stock or stone, in token of Christian possession, which thereby he took in behalf of the Queen's most excellent Majesty, thinking that thereby he might justify the having and enjoying of the same things that grew in these unknown parts. Some of his company brought flowers, some green grass, and one brought a piece of black stone, much like to a sea-coal in colour, which by the weight seemed to be some kind of metal or mineral. This was a thing of no account in the judgment of the captain at first sight, and yet for novelty it was kept, in respect of the place from whence it came. After his arrival in London, being demanded of sundry his friends what thing he had brought them home out of that country, he had nothing left to present them withal but a piece of this black stone. And it fortuned a gentlewoman, one of the adventurer's wives, to have a piece thereof, which by chance she threw and burned in the fire, so long that at the length being taken forth, and quenched in a little vinegar, it glistened with a bright marcasite of gold. Whereupon the matter being called in some question, it was brought to certain gold finers in London to make assay thereof, who gave out that it held gold, and that very richly for the quantity. Afterward, the same gold finers promised great matters thereof, if there were any stone to be found, and offered themselves to adventure for the searching of those parts from whence the same was brought. Some that had great hope of the matter sought secretly to have a lease at Her Majesty's hands of those places, whereby to enjoy the mass of so great a public profit unto their own private gains. In conclusion, the hope of more of the same gold ore to be found kindled a greater opinion in the hearts of many to advance the voyage again, whereupon preparation was made for a new voyage against the year following, and the captain was specially directed by commission for the searching more of this gold ore than for the searching any further discovery of the passage. And being well accompanied with divers resolute and forward gentlemen, Her Majesty then lying at the right honourable the Lord of Warwick's house in Essex, he came to take his leave, and kissing Her Highness's hands, with gracious countenance and comfortable words departed toward his charge. End of section 18.